Chapter 1. Mandy was gone. She went quietly, her body still, and Dane was at her bedside to see her go. The ICU physician said it was inevitable, only a matter of minutes once they removed the ventilator, and so it was. Her heart went into premature ventricular contractions, stopped, restarted momentarily, and then the line on the heart monitor went flat. It happened more quickly than anyone expected. She was an organ donor, so she had to be removed immediately for procurement. Dane touched her hand to say goodbye, and blood and skin came off on his fingers. A nurse wheeled him out of the room. She found a secluded corner out on the fourth-floor patio, a place with a view of the city and shade from the Nevada sun, and left him to grieve. Now, try as he might to fathom such feelings, grief and horror were inseparably mixed. When he wiped his tears, her blood smeared his face. When he tried to envision how she gladdened whenever she saw him, how she would tilt her head and shrug one shoulder and her eyes would sparkle as she broke into that smile, he would see her through the blackening glass, crumpled over the steering wheel, the deflated airbag curling at the edges, melting into her face. A handkerchief made careful passes over his face below and around his eyes. Arnie was trying to clean him up. Dane couldn't say anything. He just let him do it. The smell under his robe found his attention. Sweat, antiseptics, gauze, bandages. His right shoulder still felt on fire, only, thanks to the painkillers, on fire somewhere else far away. Not a serious burn, they told him, so he kept telling himself. The bruises ate away at him, little monsters sequestered against his shoulder. It hurt to sit in the wheelchair. It hurt more to walk. He broke again, covering his eyes to ward off the vision of her hair crinkling, vaporizing down to her scalp, steam and smoke rising through her blouse, flames licking through the broken glass, but it remained. Oh, God, why? How could he change her so instantly from what she was? The woman, the saint, his lover with the laughing eyes, wacky humor, and wisdom of years. To what Dane had just seen perish on a bloodied gurney behind a curtain, sustained by tubes, monitors, machines. The images replayed. He thought he would vomit again. Arnie brought the pan and a towel close under his chin. He drew in a long, quaking breath, then another, then centered his mind on every breath that followed, commanding, controlling each one. Arnie put the pan aside and sat close, silent. Dane gave his weeping free rein. There could be no stopping it even as his bruises tortured him with every quake of his body. The moment passed, not in minutes but in breaths, thoughts, memories, wrenchings in his soul, until somewhere in his mind, just slightly removed from the visions, the soul pain, the hospital smells, and the painkillers, he took hold of what he already knew. He could hardly place the breath behind the words. I am just so much going to miss her. Arnie blew his nose on the same handkerchief he'd used to clean Dane's face. You may never finish saying goodbye. Maybe that's okay. He cleared his throat. If it were me, I could never give her up. Dane noticed the move of the breeze over his face, the warmth of the sun on the patio. Birds flitted and chattered in the arbor. Mandy was about things like that. I suppose there were many who loved her, Dane said. But it was my arm. She took to go to parties. She wrote her love notes for me. She chose to share my future when I didn't even have one. His vision blurred with fresh tears. How did a guy like me rate a woman like her? Arnie touched him on the left shoulder, the one that wouldn't hurt. That's the stuff you wanna remember. Arnie Harrington, his agent but mostly his friend, a little on the heavy side. Still had some hair but not much, and had to be as old as Dane but didn't look it. How he found out there'd been an accident Dane would have to ask him later. It was only now that Dane fully recognized he was here. He drew a breath to calm his insides and touched Arnie's hand. Thanks for coming. Got a call from Jimmy Bryce over at the Mirage. He thought it was a rumor. So he called me. I suppose I can call him back, but it'll be all over town by now. Guess it'll be in the papers. Guess they're already writing it. I'll handle all of that. I'd appreciate it. Dane followed Arnie's gaze toward the Las Vegas Strip, where every structure, object, entrance, and electric light vied for attention. It was no great revelation, but after all the years he and Mandy worked here, all he could see, all he cared to remember was the woman who remained real in such an unreal place. I got way better than I deserved. Well, yeah, 40 years. Like I said, 40 years. The fact came alive as he lingered on it and salved the horrors from his mind, at least for now. With no effort at all, the unfaded image of Mandy first setting foot in his life played before his eyes, the Dove girl sitting in the front row who caught Chapter 2. Whatever that organ grindy tune was, Mandy had heard it so many times. That day that she could sing along, with some harmony. Da 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 da, ta da 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 bup Buddha wah, as she clasped the silver anklet around her ankle. It cost her $15, her limit for the day, not counting an upcoming chicken basket from the Spokane Junior League booth. She and Joni and Angie were looking through the old Shoshone Indians' wares when the wings of two silver doves glinted in the sun and caught her eye. Doves. Her favorite. She raised them. Bonkers, Maybelle, Lily, and Carson were even now strutting their stuff in their cages over in the poultry barn, basking in the glory of two blue ribbons and a red. Doves. In the Bible, a symbol of the Holy Spirit. And Joni, her best friend since first grade, loved it. It's perfect. I love it. Of course, she was still hyped out of her mind from her third ride on the Cairo plane. Right now she loved everything. Mandy let the anklet hang with a gentle curve about her ankle, the doves on the outside, and straightened, clearing her blonde hair from her face with a brush of her hand and flip of her head. She repositioned her headband, tresses properly in place, and looked down. All she could see were the flared bottoms of her faded jeans and the toes of her sneakers. Well, Guy, you can't even see it. That's okay, Joni hinted. She hitched up the leg of her jeans to expose the anklet, worn over her white crew sock. Yeah, it looked dumb. You should have worn a skirt and sandals, said Joni. Mandy made a face at her. This was the county fair. She was helping her dad show his llamas, she was showing her doves, there was straw to pitch, feed to carry, poop to scoop, and ride the chair-o-plane in a skirt. Right. But doves, said Angie, enraptured. Angie was a new friend from college. Usually half on this planet and half not, depending on the moment. It's you, Mandy. Free-spirited, always flying somewhere. Yeah. Said Mandy, admiring the doves once again. Way cool. Dumb she could do. All around them was the carnival at the Spokane County Interstate Fair. The faithful, ever-turning merry-go-round putting out all that music. The ring toss, bag toss, ball toss, and dart toss booths making it look so easy. The crowds, kids, cotton candy, cheap prizes, stuffed toys, whistles, and windmills. One crying kid with one addled parent every 100 square feet. The rap revving of the gas engines that kept the rides spinning, lurching, tumbling, heaving. The screams. Oh, Mandy and company had done their share of that already. What's the carnival without screaming? Like the screams coming from the freak out right now, getting louder with a touch of Doppler effect every time the huge pendulum swung through an arc and the 8 kids riding it got another wave of adrenaline and nausea. The sights and sounds made Joni unreasonable. We gotta try that one. Time check, said Mandy, willing to consider it. Joni had a watch. Oh, yeah, it's 10 to 1. The great Marvellini would be doing his amazing thing on the North Stage. At 2. Magic. Mandy did not want to miss that. I'm going for that chicken basket, she said. Right on, said Joni. Where'd they get the chicken? Angie asked. Mandy broke into the county fair weave, a bent-kneed scurry she'd first developed as the after-church weave and then the school hallway weave. It got her through crowds quicker, supposedly, and worked even better if she used her hot rod noise. Broom. Whoa, wait up, came Angie's voice. Mandy checked over her shoulder. Joni was in her slipstream, and Angie across from the grandstand. Mandy made it into the line with Angie behind her and Joni in third place, hopping, trying to get her sandal back on. Score 2 points for crew socks and sneakers. Joni secured her sandal and scanned the menu chalked on a blackboard. I think I'll take a look around. Angie was already scanning the booths for something grown without chemicals. Where you wanna meet? Mandy wiggled her index finger toward the north lawn, a grassy common with picnic tables under the trees. I'll grab us a table. Joni and Angie turned and the crowd swallowed them up. Mandy got her basket soon enough, the chicken still steaming, along with a diet soda in a styrofoam cup, plasticware, and 2 paper napkins. Just like last year, she made her way onto the north lawn, looking for a table. The place was busy with late lunchers, so she opted for a grassy spot in the shade of a honey locust tree, a good place where she wouldn't get stepped on. She sat, her back against the tree, her basket in her lap. A clock on the end of the corn dog booth said 5 after 1. If she and her friends could cram their lunch down and get to the north stage by 1:45, they could hopefully get a seat up close. She could take in the 1-hour show and get back to the sheep and goat barn to give Daddy a break with the llamas. Sounded like a plan. The great Marvelini. She smiled as she chewed, amused. With a name like that and a gig at a fair like this, he probably wouldn't blow her away. But then again, a chance to watch a real magician didn't come often, and if she could just keep up with him, see how he did his loads, switches, and misdirections, that would be so cool. Would he tear up a newspaper? She could tear up a newspaper and restore it whole, and do it so smoothly it still had Joni and Angie guessing. Rope tricks she didn't care that much about. The cutting the rope in half trick was fun, but who didn't do that one? But oh, back palming cards. Now, that still had her frustrated. She could do 1 card in front of a mirror or a few friends, but 20 forward again, and saw white cloth with little blue flowers in her peripheral vision. She stayed motionless, as if a bee had landed on her. She blinked. She rubbed her eyes, then opened them again. Freaky. Very freaky. Somebody had thrown a cloth over her, something white with a pattern of tiny blue flowers. It covered her down to her knees, and with one movement of her arms she realized it had sleeves and she was wearing it. Her chicken basket was gone. So was her drink, her paper napkins, her plasticware. Her mouth was empty. She'd been chewing on chicken bare feet. She looked about for her sneakers and her white socks, but nothing. Not just bare feet. Bare legs. She raised her right foot. The anklet was gone. Her fingers shot to her earlobes. Empty. But not just the anklet and earrings. She gasped with a little squeak as she distinctly felt the prickling of the grass against her bottom, the scratch of the tree's bark against her back. Her hands shot down to secure the cloth. Keep it down. Keep it tight. Don't let it move. She checked herself. One side, then the other, top to bottom, front to back. Frantically finding out just how much of that cloth she had to cover herself. Ow! She cried out, then stifled herself so no one would look. Unbelievable. She was wearing a hospital gown, those embarrassing things they make you wear for physicals and operations and stuff. She squirmed and wormed, planting her feet on the ground and her back against the tree to elevate herself and make sure everything was closed up back there. Any extra she wrapped tightly around her, holding the outside layer. Now she was scanning the commons, her hair, with no headband, whipping about her face. Somebody had to be watching this, having a really dirty laugh. Did anyone else see what happened? The people sitting at the tables were eating, talking, paying her no mind. What happened to the fat guy sitting at the second table with half his butt showing? What about the two ladies in the pink take-off pounds sensibly shirts eating salads? Where'd they go, and how did they move so fast? She must have been sleeping quite a while. Her eyes went in search of the clock on the end of the corn dog booth. No clock. Different booth, and this one sold it took her a moment Vietnamese food. Vietnamese. She looked a careful second time at the faces around the commons, the people sitting at the tables. Nobody looked the same. Not even the tables. They were blue. They used to be green. She carefully pulled in her feet and got them under her. Was she in a different place? She twisted to make sure she was still under the tree. This one was bigger. It was a honey locust, but a lot bigger. Where was the smaller one? A couple walked close by, and the guy gave her a quizzical look. She was about to return his look stretched out of proportion when it occurred to her that her own stare might have started it. Smile, Mandy. She smiled. He gave her a halfway, it is cool smile, then looked to see where he was going. She looked down at herself. No, crouching under a tree in nothing but a hospital gown and staring holes through everybody didn't blend. She'd better find Joni and Angie. Unless they were the ones who did this to her. But they never pulled weird pranks like this. Maybe this was a drug trip. Somebody slipped her some acid in that diet soda. She'd never done drugs. She wouldn't know what to expect. She stood, keeping her back to the tree as she prepared the gown for walking. In public. Blades of grass tickled between her toes. What's the first thing you do when you're lost? And she knew the answer from the last time he asked her, stop and think. She eased away from the tree. She could walk. She could breathe. Her eyes were working fine. Well, lying to her, but at least they were in focus. She stepped across the grass, taking a few jabs in the feet from twigs and stones. Those were real enough, and made it to the asphalt walkway that ran between the booths. All the booths were different. New frames, new signs, new locations, and in the Junior League chicken basket had changed to the Shriners barbecue. She could feel her stomach tightening and her hands starting to shake. Daddy used to tell her, when life gives you lemons, make lemonade. I'm having fun, she said out loud so she could hear it, rubbernecking in the middle of the walkway with people passing on every side. Just going nuts here and having fun. She caught a sideways glance from a lady but smiled back. It was a girl. 7 pounds, 5 ounces. It went great. The lady kept going. The asphalt was hot under her feet and hurt with every step. Mandy bore the pain, stepping in any shadow she could find, searching the booths. Curly fries, Mexican grill, huckleberry ice cream, crab cakes, breaded tenderloins. No Joni. No Angie. She passed a little dispenser with a picture of a hand on it. Hand washing station. Wow. A place for people to wash their hands, right out in the open. But it took 2 hands, and one of hers was indispensably occupied. Then came the tobacco-free zone. Where? Everywhere. Or just there? Huh. Since when did some of the boys start wearing really short hair, even butch cuts? Instead of an afro, a black kid had no hair at all. Was that in? She walked back toward the carnival rides, past Oklahoma funnel cakes. Elephant ears, a taste of Italy, gyros gyros gyros. The organ grindy too, shading her eyes as she scanned the crowd. Her friends were gone like they never existed. She tried to fend it off, hold it down, but this feeling kept turning her stomach, shortening her breath, making her hands quiver. The Disneyland freakout. She was little, with Mom and Daddy at Disneyland, and all she had to do was look away to watch Pluto go by, and the next moment she couldn't see them anywhere. Only strange people, strange feet and legs and strollers and other kids, and no one looked at her and no one knew her, and she didn't know them, and she'd never known such loneliness before, like dangling over death, so much so that she screamed for Mom and Daddy. Her hand went over her mouth. This felt just like it. Strangers. All these people were strangers. Even the buildings, the booths, the trash cans, the signs, all strangers. At least the layout of the fairgrounds looked the same. She hurried through the carnival toward the livestock buildings. Her feet hurt, again and again. She couldn't avoid the small pebbles, bits of trash and straw, and the heat, always the heat at midday with so few shadows. She was starting to limp, about to cry. She passed 3 guys with long, snaky hair, tattoos all over their arms and backs, and their pants falling down, showing a pair of underwear falling down, showing another pair of underwear. Oh, Jesus, what have I done? She was drawing more stairs now. Hobbling, fighting panic, her hair constantly in her eyes. She was getting noticeable and couldn't help it. A guy walked by with a funny plastic thing in his ear, talking out loud to someone who wasn't there. Well, how about 4? You leave the kids off and then I'll swing by. No problem. She asked someone, raced to the building labeled Camelot Barn, and found llamas content and quietly munching in straw-lined aluminum pens. At the far end, a rancher on a raised platform, microphone in hand, was giving a llama lecture to a small crowd. She'd never seen him before. She scanned the faces among the pens, reading the names. Johnson Sisters. Bingham's Llamas. Sunrise Ranch. Lotta Llamas. No one she knew or remembered. She looked up and down, peering, searching through the people, pens, and long furry necks. She climbed to the second rail of a pen and searched again. Daddy. She called. She didn't see him. A kid about 12 turned and looked in her direction. But only because she looked so out of place in here. An answer was all she wanted. Daddy. Louder. Arthur Whitaker, are you here? Now the llamas were checking her out with huge brown eyes, starting to get nervous. That didn't sit well with the owners, who were checking her out as well. Has anybody seen Arthur Whitaker? Her eyes were blurring with tears and she couldn't help shaking. Oh, what have we here? Somebody said. A gentleman from the Sunrise Ranch, in plaid shirt and rancher's hat, approached, extending a hand to her. Miss, why don't you get down from there? She didn't know him and she didn't come down. I'm trying to find my father. Shish, now just take it easy. We'll find him. Just come on down before you get hurt. She stepped, nearly fell, from the railing. He reached and steadied her butt. She didn't appreciate his touch and brushed him off. Arthur Whitaker. I'm looking for Arthur Whitaker. A nice, curly-headed gal in an Alpaca Acres t-shirt hurried to help, but just repeated his name, Arthur Whitaker. Don't play dumb with me. Yes, Arthur Whitaker. For Arthur Whitaker, said the gentleman. He had 4 llamas. Mandy repeated. There's nobody here by that name, said the gentleman. The rancher who'd been doing the lecture arrived. She had to tell him the same things all over again. Are you sure you're in the right building? He asked. She stared back at them, aghast. Such unbelievable, total know-nothingness. They could have been mannequins, dream people. Daddy slipped in a hoarse whisper from her lips. She turned away from the strangers and toward the huge room to look just one more time, hands trembling, barely gripping the paddock rail. If only she could see him. If only he were working close to the ground, spreading straw or checking hooves, and would finally stand up straight and appear chest and shoulders above the pens, billed cap on his gray head, feed pail in his hand. If only she could see him smile big and wave at her, and she could run to him and let him put his guarding arm around her and pull her close for just a moment, then everything else wouldn't matter. She would have been home, even in this place. "Please don't be gone," she whispered. "Please, dear God, don't take him away. Not him, too." She was crying, really crying, and she didn't care who noticed, even as gentle hands touched her shoulders and the strangers came close. "Where'd you come from, sweetie?" asked the gentleman. "Is there somebody we can call?" asked Alpaca Acres. Mandy came away from the railing and let them gather around her. They were less strangers now, and she needed them. The fat lady asked, "What's your name, sweetie?" "Mandy Whitaker. And my father's Arthur Whitaker, and we had some llamas." She could see them looking her over, reading something in what they saw. Said the rancher. He was looking at her bare feet in her hospital gown. She might have gotten out of the. He jerked his head toward the west. The gentleman seemed to understand. He nodded, then spoke kindly. "You don't worry now. We're gonna get you some help." "We sure are," said the fat lady. The llama lecture rancher took a little gadget from his belt, touched it, and it lit up like a tiny color television. He rubbed his finger across the screen, and the picture moved. Little numbers and letters appeared like a keyboard on the screen, and he started touching them as they made soft, musical beeps. It was enough to scare her. "What's that?" He looked up at her, strangely. Chapter 3. Mandy sat on a hospital gurney, bare feet on the linoleum floor, trying not to wrinkle the white sheets. She had a robe now. "Thank you, Jesus and Spokane County Medical Center." And under the circumstances she was deeply grateful. It even had the hospital logo stitched on it. She was in one of those through the door and down the hall examining rooms every hospital and doctor's office has, the one in which the smiling nurse takes your temperature and blood pressure, asks you some questions, tells you the doctor will see you shortly, and then leaves you to sit for a while. She could hear some occasional stirrings from the hall outside, a nurse or doctor walking by, some muffled conversations, sometimes the low rumble of a passing gurney or cart. It was a big, busy place out there with lots of people waiting their turn, just as she was. I should be safe. Unless this was like Planet of the Apes and she was Charlton Heston, the astronaut who landed there, and all the apes thought he was the weird guy. Like that lady sheriff's deputy back at the fairgrounds. "Honey, we're going to take you to the hospital just to make sure you're okay, all right." It made sense at the time. Something had to be wrong with her head and she was desperate. But it was a little heavy riding in the back of a police car with no handles on the doors and a cage between the front and back and a big shotgun mounted on the dash. She didn't have anything against cops, at least not yet, not personally, but plenty of her friends did, and maybe for good reasons. Mayor Daley's cops during the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, and those kids at Kent State getting shot, to name a few. The lady deputy was named Rosemary and she talked a little bit, but Johnny, the big Hispanic guy who drove, hardly said a word except on the radio, something about transporting subject for police hold. Subject. She was a subject. And police hold didn't sound like help. She fidgeted, dried her palms on her robe, stood up because she was tired of sitting. "I've got to call Daddy. He'd be looking for her by now, getting worried. Joni and Angie. Wow, they'd be ready to skin her." She touched the soft surface of the gurney. It was really there. She was really here. There were no boogeymen or aliens or armored apes standing around trying to jab her with big needles or suck out her brain. She could recite the opening of the Declaration of Independence and the opening lines from the Gettysburg Address. 2 + 2 was 4. 8 + 8 was 16. 8 times 8 was 64. Mandy Eloise Whitaker, she recited, January 15, 1951, 12,790 North Lakeland Road, Hayden, Idaho, 83835. Arthur and Eloise Whitaker. Eloise passed away March 12, 1965. I graduated from Coeur d'Alene High School in 1969. Sophomore at North Idaho Junior College working toward a major in theater. There was a gentle knock on the door and it opened. 2 nurses came in. At least she figured they must be nurses. One of them, a nice-looking lady in her 40s, was dressed in dark pants and a comfortable blouse with pockets and had a stethoscope around her neck. She could have been somebody's mom. The young, pretty one was wearing blue pants and a flowered top and had long hair done up in braids. Neither wore a cap. The younger one was pushing a little wheeled stand with a Mandy didn't know what it was. A TV. A typewriter. Both. How could it be so small and flat and be either one? The mom-looking nurse said, "Hi, Mandy. I'm fried, but you can call me Angela." Like a wall, watching everything. Then came close to Mandy, looking her in the eyes and with a gentle hand to her chin to turn her head, either side of her face. "So, what brings you here today?" "The sheriff's. June's going to take your blood pressure, okay." Mandy was staring at the really flat TV hinged to a really flat typewriter as June wrapped the cuff around her arm. "Okay. Do you know where you are right now?" "Spokane County Medical Center." "That's right." June pressed a button on a small white box. The cuff squeezed around Mandy's arm all by itself and red numbers began blinking on a little machine. Now Mandy stared at that. "And why do you think they brought you here?" Mandy's mind went dead in the water. The question wasn't hard. It was the answer that was tough. 140/80, said June, removing the cuff. "Pulse is 110. Angela nodded with a smile and touched Mandy's hand. It was trembling a little. "It's okay, Mandy. You're safe." Mandy drew a deep breath, let it out, and tried to relax. "That's the stuff. Now hold still, just look at me." Angela took an eye doctor's instrument from her shirt pocket and shined it into Mandy's eyes. "Try to keep them open just a little longer." Then she took another instrument and looked in Mandy's ears. With a gentle hand and soft words, she turned Mandy's head, lifted her hair aside, and checked behind both ears. "I'm just looking for any bruising, any damage to your head." Angela rotated the stand so Mandy could see it better. "This thing right here." Mandy nodded, amazed at the words and lines and little blinking spaces on the screen. And there was her name in tight little letters as clear as a bell. It was like television, only much better. June put a little white thimble over Mandy's thumb and another gadget on a wheeled rack showed the results in more red numbers. 95. 97, 96. Angela saw the numbers and typed those in. "This is a computer. You've never seen a computer." June stroked a little gadget over Mandy's forehead and said, 98.6. Now Mandy had to check that thing out. "Did you just take my temperature?" June smiled. "Sure did. No thermometer." "That's what this is." Mandy reached out and touched, then tapped the edge of the computer screen. It was real under her fingers. Angela was watching her. "Mandy, have you had any drugs or alcohol in the past 24 hours? This was worse than Planet of the Apes. This was Planet of the Weird. Hospital of the Future or the Time Machine Gone Crazy, or Mandy. I need to call my father. Can I ask a few questions first?" Mandy slowed her words down. "I need to call my father. He's going to be worried about me. He doesn't know where I am. We'll call." "Look." His weight shifted in her direction. "All right, Mandy." Angela reached into her pocket. "Here you go." She handed Mandy a little plastic square thing, folded like a clam. Mandy held the thing in her hand, turning it over, exploring, trying to understand it. She was getting that sinking feeling she got in school when she didn't know the answer to a test question, and she could easily sense that Angela was playing the professor. Angela reached over and opened the little clam. Inside were tiny buttons like an adding machine, and was that a television in there? What was this? Another computer a whole lot smaller. Mandy felt totally stupid. Angela asked, "Have you ever seen one of these? Maybe on Star Trek. You know, Kirk to Enterprise." Single quote. Angela reached over and took it from her. "What's the number?" "Parkway 37120. Angela and June looked at each other. "Parkway?" asked June. Angela asked, "You wouldn't have another number we could try, would you?" "That's the only number we have." Angela shrugged with her eyebrows, tapped on the little buttons, and handed the thing back. Mandy didn't know what to do with it. Was her dad going to pop up on that little TV like Captain Kirk? Angela mimed holding a phone to her ear. Mandy put the thing up to her ear. Oh, wow. This was too much. Right away she got a rude squeal and a voice. "We're sorry, the number you have called is no longer in service. Please check the number and try again." The number was wrong, she said, staring at the little. Mandy obeyed. "Now press talk and try again." Mandy pressed talk and listened. Dial tone. She entered the numbers again, watching them appear on the little screen. "Wow. We're sorry, the number you have called is no longer in service. Please check the number and try again." Mandy thrust the little plastic clam Star Trek communicator back at Angela. "I need a real phone, one I can dial with." Angela took it from her hand. "Sweetie, this is a real telephone. It's a cell phone, right? You expect me to know that?" Mandy couldn't sit. She was on her feet before she noticed, shuffling about the free floor space like a nervous fish in a very small bowl. A cell phone. Yeah, Reet. Like everybody and his mother and his uncle and brothers had a cell phone. She wanted to bite somebody. "Where do you get it?" Angela gave a little shrug. "I bought it." "You've never seen one?" "No. There's a lot of stuff I've never seen before, everywhere I look. It's like I've gone into the future or something." Angela paused just a moment and her tone changed ever so slightly. "Mandy, what year is it?" Mandy looked at her, looking for a sparkle in the eye, an upturned corner of her mouth. "You serious?" Angela just tilted her head with an apologetic air and waited for an answer. "It's 1970, said Mandy. "It's September 12, 1970. "Who's the president?" "Oh, come on. Nixon's president." "Okay." Mandy and Nixon ran against Hubert Humphrey and Humphrey's running mate was Ed Muskie, and "I don't do drugs and I don't drink and I never have." Now Mandy was crying. She couldn't help it. "All right, Mandy, all right. I'm not crazy." Johnny leaned in. "Everything okay in here?" "Who invited you?" "I'm fine, thank you." He just kept that same old steel expression. "Mr. Wall, don't try to get past me." Angela whispered something to Johnny and then closed the door to only a crack. Then she sat with Mandy and put an arm around her shoulder. It felt good, warm and human. It gave her permission to cry, so she just let go. She needed to. Angela spoke close to her ear, almost in a whisper. "Sweetheart, we're your friends. We want to make sure you're all right and we want to fix whatever's wrong, but we need your help. We need you to help us help you. Do you understand?" Mandy's nose was running, but June had a tissue right there, just in time, and then another one for her tears. Mandy used both, received a third, and then nodded. "Now, we're going to do all we can to contact your father. We'll get some people working on that right away and they can be doing that while we're working with you, but right now we have to ask questions and do some tests and do all we can to isolate the problem. Will you help us do that?" She wanted to trust them. Next of kin. Her father, Arthur, and there was also her Aunt Josie, her dad's sister who lived in Seattle. June typed in all the phone numbers and addresses. Height, 5-4. Weight. 108. On any medications? No. Any allergies? None that she knew of. Any past surgeries? No. Medical problems? She fell off a horse once and sprained her ankle. When was her last menstrual period? Just finished it last week. So not much chance she was pregnant. No chance at all, since she'd never had sex. Was she in school, working? She was attending North Idaho Junior College, pursuing theater, and working in the research library to offset her tuition. And when did everything become different? Do you remember what time? How long ago? That was easy. Mandy recounted the whole story, throwing in lots of details, just to show her mind was sharp. Angela listened, nodded, then asked, "Do you remember being in any accidents where you hurt yourself, where you may have hit your head?" "My girlfriends and I went on some rides at the fair." Angela perked up a little at that. "What kind of rides?" "The tilt-a-whirl, the chair-o-plane and that thing that looks like a hammer on both ends and the cars tumble around while the shoot. What year do you people think it is?" Angela looked around the room until she spotted something. "Let me show you, and you tell me what you think." She stepped over and moved an IV pole that had been half covering a wall calendar, one of those charming calendars with a Norman Rockwell painting for each month. She pointed at the precise date. "Today is right here, September 17th, 2010. Mandy studied the calendar. The year 2010 was printed plainly over the month. No doubt she could touch that calendar and it would really be there. She was a little surprised at her own reaction, a strange, incredulous chuckle. Why shouldn't it be 2010? By now they could have told her she was on Mars in an experimental futuristic city under a huge plastic dome with artificial weather, and that would have fit in just fine with everything else. What's a cat skin? Chapter 4. Fiery wreck kills magician. Mandy Eloise Collins, best known as the witty and offbeat wife and partner of Dane Collins in the magical duo Dane and Mandy, was killed yesterday, and her husband, Dane, injured when the Collins' car was side-struck by another motorist, also killed in the crash. Dane Collins, riding in the passenger seat, escaped and was subsequently injured trying to rescue his wife from the burning vehicle. The news story went on recapping their career, identifying the drunk driver. Quoting a police spokesman, covering the lesser details, blah blah blah. Dane could read only so far before the real world with its real pain returned, overrunning the stupor of the painkillers and the drug-induced oblivion of the previous night. The photo was difficult enough. Arnie sent the Las Vegas Sun some promo pictures and an 8x10 for them to crop, resize, whatever they wanted, but of course it was the wrecked BMW that made the newsy photo, caved in on the driver's side, gutted and charred throughout. The seats were reduced to misshapen steel and wire frames, and the floor was burned down to the metal. Half the roof was gone. That was how the rescue team got Mandy out. Dane let the paper fall to his lap as he sat on the edge of the bed. Yeah, there was that sick, crushing feeling again, the head bashed against concrete, immovable, immutable cruelty of the real world. "Good morning, Dane. Glad to have you with us." Earlier, by now another world away, he woke up by gradual degrees and found himself in a place that could not have been real, only a dream he didn't have to believe. No, this didn't have to be a hospital room. He wasn't really hurt. The pain was only sunburn and maybe a Charlie horse here and there. And any moment, Mandy would walk into the room, look down at him, and say, "Wow, that was a close one." And he would say, "Yeah, sure was," and then they'd take each other's hands and thank God together that they made it through another one. God was taking care of them just as he always did. Remember that spinout we had on Donner Pass the winter of '73? Got away without a scratch. Hey, what about that fall you took from the stage in Pittsburgh? If that nice gentleman had not been in the front row for you to land on, but the sorrow was, he continued coming around. His eyes roamed in small circles, then greater, and everything he saw he discovered for the first time and then remembered. The bed in which he lay, the remote that raised and lowered the bed, the call button for the nurse, the television on the wall, the food tray waiting for breakfast or his next dose of pills, the graduated drinking mug with the hospital's name on it, the happy face to miserable face pain chart, stripes of sunlight coming through the slatted blinds, and the flowers. Everywhere, the flowers. The room smelled like a florist shop. Or a funeral, either one. Oh, right. He'd had visitors bringing bouquets, loving words, comforting touches. On his left side only. Bouquets stood on the shelf, the sill next to the bed, the windowsill, even the floor below the window. The daisies. Ernie and Caitlin Borgier brought those because Mandy always liked them. Ernie was a stage magician in the classic style. Some of Mandy's favorite dove tricks she got from him, and he was honored. The red roses, pink lilies, and purple asters in the tall basket came from Pauline Vittori, musical director for Dane and Mandy's 6-week run at the Las Vegas Hilton. That engagement was 5 years ago. Dane and Mandy hadn't seen her in all that time, but she was here yesterday, teary-eyed and bringing a bouquet so big it had to sit on the floor. Chuck and Cherry Lowell, Dane and Mandy's pastor and his wife, were there for a great part of the day and brought the dozen roses and baby's breath. The card read, "For a grand lady at the close of a great performance." Preston and Audrey Gabriel sent roses in a heartfelt letter. Preston, now hosting a television show on A&E, he was making quite a name for himself debunking phony psychics and faith healers. He was always good for a deep discussion. Carnations, orchids, lilies and birds of paradise. Greens shooting out of the vases and baskets like splashes. Ribbons. Cards. So yesterday really happened, didn't it? Then Arnie arrived with a fresh change of clothes to replace Dane's bloodied and burned ones, and handed Dane the morning paper. Guess it did. Dane went back to the photo and studied the car's blackened frame, broken windows, collapsed steering wheel. It was time to face it. What happened, happened. No option, no escape, no denial. It happened, and the sooner he came to grips with that, the sooner he could learn to live with it. He studied the photograph until his stomach turned and his hands shook. Arnie took the paper away from him. That'll be enough for today. He sank forward, elbows on knees, hands over his face, sitting on the edge of the bed, recovering, breathing. He didn't cry this time. He didn't know why. Maybe his whole body was tired of crying. He just ached, felt sick, felt as if he could never eat again. He wanted to stay in the dark behind his hands. "You need help tying that shoe?" Arnie asked. Dane let his hands drop from his face and the light of today's world flood his eyes. He reached down, but stopped and grimaced halfway. "Let me do it." Arnie knelt down and tied the shoe, which was just as well. The other shoe took Dane a painfully long time. "So what did they do with the car?" Dane asked. "Police have it. I talked to the insurance agent. It's all in the works, don't worry about it." Arnie stood. "You all set?" Dane nodded. He'd had his talk with Dr. Jacobs, the primary prescription for more of either one if needed. He was dressed and now both shoes were tied. "Let's do it." Arnie pulled a wheelchair over. "I don't need that. Does it hurt to walk?" "Everything hurts." "Then ride in style, my man. Your insurance is paying for it." Arnie gave him a hand, hobbling into the chair. "Oh, Chuck said he and Cherry could get all these flowers over to your house." "Ah, that'd be great. You've got more flowers there, by the way, all over the front porch." What could Dane say to that? He could only shake his head and feel as if he could cry again. "So we'll put her in low and away we go," said Arnie, pushing Dane toward The door. Going home, but without her. Dane could feel the bitter sweetness already. A lady in a white coat came to the door before they got to it. Dane. Oh. He recognized her immediately. Dr. Margot Kessler, head of the emergency room, a lovely lady in a plain sort of way, somewhere in her late 40s, with blonde, neck-length haircut in a practical, fuss-free style and running shoes for all the standing, walking, and running she had to do each day. She was there when the medics brought him and Mandy into the ER. She was there in the ICU when Mandy passed away. She was there through the whole thing, cool and efficient with her duties, warm and personal with her patients. Oh, looks like I just caught you going out the door. Slowly, but definitely. I'm so sorry. I wonder if you might have a few minutes. No problem. Arnie took his cue. Didn't they have some coffee down the hall? Espresso, open by now. My kind of place. I'll bring him down to you, said the doctor. Arnie stepped to the door. Dane, you want anything? Later maybe. Arnie headed down the hall. Need help? Kessler asked, then helped Dane wheel back so he could face her as she sat in the room's single chair. He spoke first. Thank you, doctor, for everything. You're most welcome. And I'm very sorry things couldn't have ended better. If you or someone could let me know what your funeral plans are. When you have them, well, it won't be a funeral. I think I'll just have a private cremation and then we'll do a memorial service. How long does this organ procurement thing take? That should be complete by now. I'll check into it. And thank you. Thank Mandy. Yes. Thank Mandy. Change of tone. So, you're heading for Idaho. It's where we were headed when we were hit. We made an offer on a ranch. Up there in Mandy's old stomping ground. I'm going to stick with the plan, go up there, and close the deal. Where in Idaho? Hayden. Up in the Panhandle. Are you retiring? Well, he would have had an answer for that yesterday morning as he and Mandy were packing the car. No, just looking for a change. But now, good question. For the first time he thought about it in today's terms. We finished our run at the Horizons Hotel and we hadn't booked anything else. Yesterday's dream was fading now. He could feel it turning away from him like a mailman with nothing to deliver. He was losing any reason to complete the thought even as he spoke it. So it was time to move on, see what else there was. At least that was the plan. Do it. Get that place up in Idaho. Spend some time there, and look at everything from a whole new perspective. Dane digested that a moment. It felt right. May as well. Her chair must have been uncomfortable, the way she shifted in it. Well, I won't keep you. Just wanted to see you before you left, see how you were and extend my condolences. I appreciate it. And if I may put on my physician's cap one more time. You have your meds and prescription from Dr. Jacobs. Right. 1 or 2 every 6 hours, not to exceed 6 in 24 hours. Very good. Only as needed. Okay. Right. Because I need to tell you something. Now she looked up as if the next thing to say was on the ceiling somewhere. Her hand drummed the arm of the chair and she drew a deliberate breath again. Dane felt nervous for her and for himself. It has to do with the combination of medication and severe trauma such as you've experienced, or still experiencing. We've seen this before in rare cases, and since your case is very much like those cases, I wanted to give you a heads up. Dane was listening, not yet following. Waiting. Too. Dr. Kessler finally continued, well, how has your mental state been? Let's just get right down to it here. Have you had any nightmares, recurring dreams, flashbacks of the accident? He was glad she asked. Yes. Every time I close my eyes and sometimes when my eyes are wide open. I slept last night because I was doped and that's the only reason. A severe post-traumatic stress situation, the stress and the injuries coupled with the medication can produce delusional disorders, mild hallucinations, especially concerning the loved one. I'm trying to stay with you here reliving the accident. Oh, yeah, over and over again. Expecting Mandy to come into the room. I'm going to do that until I die. You might think you hear her voice. You might even see her, or think you see her. Dane could imagine it, and he smiled. That would be nice. Dr. Kessler matched Dane's sad and whimsical smile. I suppose, but it would be a hallucination and something we'd want to know about. If I could take a pill that would bring Mandy back, if only for a moment, well, it wouldn't be just the pill. There could be a head injury or a stress-related factor, that's what I'm saying. Dane mocked disappointment, sort of. Right. So drive. Jacobs may not have warned you about this, but that's because it is not listed in the literature and because hallucinations produced by this medication only crop up in severe post-stress situations, which is what you have. So if you think you see Mandy or someone who really looks like Mandy, or you think you hear her voice, anything like that, please let me know. She gave Dane her card. Because if I see things and hear things that are. Chapter 5. By her second day at the Spokane County Medical Center, Mandy was willing to believe she wasn't in the company of aliens. Or any other creepy, time-warpy, Twilight Zone sci-fi creatures. The CAT scan machine looked as if it could have sucked out her brain, but it didn't. A nurse named Carol took a sample of her blood, and that wasn't weird. She used a real needle. Leaving a urine sample in a little jar was tricky, but she worked her way through it. She even got a few meals, a warm, clean bed, and good old down-to-earth questions about insurance. Mid-morning, June took her to a nice sitting room just off the main hallway, where Sweet Lovin' Johnny the cop was waiting for her. She sat in one comfortable chair and he sat in another comfortable chair directly across from her so he could keep an eye on her. Now, in addition to a modest pair of scrubs and a robe, she had slippers that slipped right on and slipped right off. She had to dig into them with her toes so they'd stay with her when she walked, but it was so much better than being barefoot, and as for the scratches and cuts on her feet, June had taken care of those. She was there to wait while the doctors got the results of all the tests and decided what to do. Wait there with Johnny watching her. And watching her. Hi, she said just to see what he'd do. Hi, he said back. He was a big guy with a gun and a radio and handcuffs and he knew it. It was like staring down a guard dog. There was a box of Kleenex within reach. She reached. Eyes full of warning. Got to blow my nose, she told him. She blew and wiped her nose and he seemed okay with that. She reached for another Kleenex and this time it didn't bother him so much. So he didn't mind or notice the extra Kleenex she took at the same time and hid in her robe's collar behind her head. She snorted a little, trying to clear her right nostril, scrunching her nose around. He looked at her but didn't seem to find that exciting. She took hold of one corner of the tissue in her hand and squished and twisted it into a point. Then she fed the point up her nostril, sucking in air to help it along. She pushed. She snorted. She drew long and deep, even threw her head back a little. The Kleenex looked as if it was going clear up her nose. Now Johnny was scowling, paying full attention. She sucked the whole thing up her nose and then brought her empty hands away from her face, palms visible so he could see them, and gave a little hum of satisfaction. Ah, she had him. He was looking at her with intense, head-tilted suspicion, and hadn't noticed how she stashed the Kleenex down her robe sleeve. Now for the final effect. She winced in pain, shook her head to jar the Kleenex loose, then brought her hands to her right ear, dug in with her right finger, and found the end of the Kleenex, from behind her head. With a little grunt or groan with every tug, she pulled the Kleenex from her ear a little, then a little more and finally free, letting it hang from her fingers. Phew. She sighed with relief. He actually smiled a little and wagged his head. Well, that was progress. Mandy. Drive. Angela appeared in the hallway, a folder in her hand, which had to be the results. She was smiling, which made Mandy smile. For a moment. As the doctor came into the room, two security guys in navy blue shirts and gray slacks. Their name tags said Bruce and Dave. Came in with her and not just to visit. With put-on smiles her cringe. As for Dr. Angela's smile, there was something phony professional about it, as if she'd taken it out of her doctor pocket and stuck it on just for the occasion. She could have lent it to Johnny. As he stood to give the doctor his chair, he went back into wall mode, eyes on Mandy, all business. Mandy may have gotten a faint smile out of him a minute ago, but now his face was back on duty and there was nothing to like about him. So said Angela, flipping the file open. Things are going in the right direction for you. Mandy leaned forward, waiting. First of all, we have good news as far as your medical condition. All the tests came back negative. No drugs, no alcohol, no brain damage or injury to your head. All your vitals are just fine. The only problem we still have is she looked in the folder at a page that had nothing to do with medical tests. Mandy could see her home phone number among a flurry of notes. You've given us names and phone numbers and we've tried to contact these people and as far as anyone can tell. She looked straight into Mandy's eyes. There are no such persons, no such phone numbers, no such addresses. Besides that, there's no Mandy Whitaker on file with the Department of Motor Vehicles. The Social Security Administration has no record of a Mandy Whitaker with your Social Security number. There's no Mandy Whitaker enrolled at NIC. And it is North Idaho College now, not North Idaho Junior College. Your insurance company, well, they were bought out in 1995 and don't exist anymore as a company. It had to sink in a moment. This learned doctor could not possibly be saying such things. Lies. How in the world? Somebody just wasn't thinking. Mandy looked right back into Angela's eyes. And no Mandy Whitaker sitting right in front of you. I know my own name, doctor. The doctor was flustered. We know it seems real to you, but we can't verify any of it. As if I don't know my own name and my own father. How dare you say such a thing to me? Angela raised her hands for a truce. That's not for me to decide, that's what I'm getting to. It was my job to check you over physically, to make sure you don't have a medical emergency, and now that's done and my part in this is over. Mandy looked at Johnny, Bruce, and Dave. So why are these guys still standing here? There are some other people you still need to see. And they're going to make sure it happens, is that it? They're here to keep you safe. Well, enough of this. I'd like to leave now. Dave put a hand on her arm. She slapped at it. Get your hands off me. Bruce took her other arm. Outrage. She reefed and twisted against their grip. As her indignity built to a scream. Let go of me. Let go. Angela. Dear, lying. Off her ever-loving nut Angela. Came in close. Speaking softly, trying to diffuse the situation. With what? More lies. More branding her a liar. Mandy, listen to me. She glared at the doctor, every muscle in her body pulling, straining against her captors. Check my heart rate now, you witch. Angela kept trying. You have no clothes, no shoes, no money, no ID. Do you want to go back out there with nothing but those scrubs? How long do you think you'd last? Long enough to go home. The thought made her cry. She twisted and fought some more because she doggone felt like it. Angela got right in her face. Close enough to spit on, Mandy thought, but didn't. If you want to go home, then stop this, right now. Stop. Mandy didn't relax but she held still, angry breath gushing into and out of her nostrils. The doctor spoke quietly, slowly. You are here on a police hold, which means by law you have to stay here at least 24 hours for evaluation, maybe longer, until everyone is satisfied you won't be a danger to yourself or anyone else. Of all the stupid. Well, what, and do you think I'm gonna do? And are you listening? Mandy listened. There are people who will help you, they'll listen to you and try to figure out what's going on. But they'll need to see that you can control yourself and conduct yourself safely around others, which means the doctor indicated Mandy's situation at the moment, like a raging animal in a net. If you want to get out of here, you'll behave yourself so nobody has to restrain you. Does that make sense? Make sense. This was just so ridiculous. This really was Planet of the Apes. And she really was Charlton Heston the astronaut, and she was the weird one, not them, and nobody could see that. But why would they, and what could she do about it anyway? These were the rules of the game, like it or not. She was the one in the complimentary scrubs and borrowed robe, and all she had in the world was what she knew but couldn't prove. She wasn't the doctor with the totally true and trustworthy folder in the big, intimidating hospital with Johnny, Bruce, and Dave working for her. Play the game, girl. Do your time. Show them you're okay. She gave up and covered her face to shut out these people in this insane, impossible world. Dave and Bruce relaxed their grip but didn't let go. Bruce and Dave are going to take you to another part of the hospital and get you checked in. She rose to her feet, ably assisted. What part? Behavior. Chapter 6. Hi, Mandy. I'm Bernadette Nolan, from Health and Human Services. How are you? Mandy squared up the deck of cards she was playing with, set them aside, and stood to shake hands. Bernadette, a young lady with fiery red hair in big, beautiful curls, took the only other chair, on the opposite side of the table. She did it so professionally, as if she'd said hi and I'm Bernadette Nolan to a zillion souls before this, maybe at this very same table in this very same little room with no windows except for the one in the door. Mandy answered, I'm clean, which was about all she could say for sure. The behavioral health unit had loaned her soap and shampoo for a shower and a toothbrush and toothpaste for her teeth and took them back when she was finished so they couldn't become a means to harm anyone, including herself. You look great, said Bernadette, opening a valise and pulling out a writing pad and some forms. Right. Clean, but with no way to fix her hair and wearing nothing but hospital scrubs and another pair of those one-size-almost-fits-all slippers. Mandy sent a message with her face. Oh, come on. She thought better of it and stowed the look, but not before Bernadette saw it. Go ahead. Say it. Mandy looked into those friendly green eyes. I look clean. You look great. And Bernadette did look great. Nice jacket. Cool jeans, slick pumps. Bernadette nodded, even chuckled. I'm the one in the. How should I feel? You weren't locked in your room with a camera trained on you. You didn't have to take a shower with Nurse Baines watching you. You got to fix your hair this morning and pick out your own clothes. You even get to wear a bra because nobody thinks you'll use it to hang yourself. Mandy, you're getting angry. But you do look great. And I like your lipstick. Thank you. It's called Deep Blush. It goes with your complexion. So how do you usually fix your hair? Oh, straight, with combs and sometimes a clip. I have some headbands. They're kind of a trip. Hey, I made a rhyme. Mandy had no grudge with Bernadette and Bernadette was sweet enough. They talked. Maybe a little testy at first, checking each other out. But they got on a roll. And every once in a while Bernadette would jot a note on her writing pad or circle an item on a form. Mandy settled within herself that Bernadette was only doing her job. It wouldn't be fair not to like her. So, Bernadette finally said with a little clap and rub of her hands, let's do the questions and the games. What's my name? Bernadette. Do you remember my last name? Mandy had to work a bit. N. Nolan. Right. And you know where you are. Behavioral Health, Spokane County Medical Center. And what year is it? Mandy had to think about that one. It depended on who you asked, so she asked, is it 2010? That's right, Bernadette answered, but she jotted something down. And, when were you born? January 15th, 1951. It was fun watching Bernadette trying not to react. That's what I'm told and that's what I'm seeing. But you were born in 1951. That's right. That would make you. Bernadette had to work it out on her pad. 59. Are you 59? No, I'm 19. She chuckled. Does that puzzle you at all? You're being born in 51 but you're only 19. Mandy threw up her hands. I am completely puzzled. That's good. That's actually very good. Jot. Okay. I'll give you 3 words. Cadillac, zebra, purple. Can you say them back to me? Cadillac, zebra, purple. Can you count backward from 100 by threes? Oh. Mandy and numbers didn't get along. She counted down as far as 52 before Bernadette let it go. What were the 3 words I gave you? Cadillac, zebra, and purple. How about the days of the week? Can you say those backward? Mandy felt nervous about that one, but they tumbled out just fine. Got a favorite TV show? Carol Burnett. And Daddy and I always watch Gunsmoke. On DVD. No, Channel 4. Jot. Hopefully she jotted something positive. And it went on and on. Spell the word world back. Can you tell me my name again? Can you name the last 4 presidents? Jot. What were those 3 words again? Can you give me 2 different definitions for the word right? How about the word bit? How about left? What do people mean when they say, a rolling stone gathers no mosses? Mandy had no trouble answering the questions and doing the thinking, but it was getting tedious. She never thought to pick up the deck of cards. She just noticed she was shuffling them as she spoke. What do you think people mean when they say, when the cat's away the mice will play? Briep. Riffle shuffle on the table. When the authority figure is absent. People push their boundaries and see what they can get away with. What about hallucinations or delusions? Have you experienced anything like that? Briep. Riffle shuffle off the table, hands in the air, like a skilled card sharp. You mean, besides thinking I'm living in 2010? Well, aren't you? Foot. Waterfall, the cards cascading through space from her raised right hand into her waiting left. You think I'm living in 2010 and think I'm from 1970. I think I'm living in 1970 and think I'm living in 2010. That's the difference. Jot. Wow. Does that scare you at all? Very much. Do you feel afraid right now? Ribbon spread. The cards spread out across the table like a long ribbon. Perfectly lapped and What do you think people mean when they say, when life gives you lemons, make lemonade? Bernadette nodded. Got it. Jot. Daddy told me that. She spread the cards into a ribbon again, all face down. Except for 2 in the middle face up, the king and queen of hearts, side by side. You're very good at that, Bernadette observed. Daddy showed me. You must practice a lot. Sure. Do you ever feel the need to do something over and over until it is perfect? Practice doesn't make perfect. It makes better. Daddy told me that, too. How about worry? Do you worry a lot? Not until yesterday, she would have answered, but her eyes were locked on a memory. Daddy in his Gonzaga t-shirt, sitting with her in the kitchen, teaching her how to shuffle a deck of cards and do a ribbon spread. She didn't ask for the emotion. She didn't even expect it, but now her throat was tightening up and tears were filling her eyes. You miss your father, don't you? Mandy just looked at her, the tears overflowing onto her cheeks. Sorry. Mandy wiped her tears with one hand and gathered the ribbon into a deck with the other. She shuffled the cards and spread out the ribbon again, face up except for one card face down in the middle. Her voice quivered and she couldn't help it. He didn't know a whole lot of tricks, but he got me started, and he always told me, don't worry about getting perfect, just keep getting better. And he wasn't just talking about card tricks. Those were wise words. Tremors of emotion made it hard to talk. He was a guy trying to raise a teenage daughter all by himself, and he did it. She lifted one card at the end. Ribbon. That's why I don't want it to be 2010, because if it is, then my daddy might be dead and that's why nobody can find him. With that, she couldn't talk at all. Now all the cards were face down except for the king in the middle, all by himself. Bernadette offered her a Kleenex to wipe her nose. Mandy blew and wiped and then steadied herself, at least enough to speak. She tried not to sound angry, but doggone it, she was. Maybe you should stop asking me all these find out if she's crazy questions and just ask me what I want. Bernadette glanced at the form she was marking with little underlines and circles. Mandy covered the form with her hand and would not let Bernadette look anywhere else but into her eyes. Ask me. For a moment, something a little more human came back to her through those green eyes. Mandy, what do you want? She felt so tired of being not herself but a question, angry at that stupid form. That was supposed to be her, bitter toward the people who acted so concerned but locked her up and went home at night. I want to go home. She tapped on Bernadette's form and on her writing pad with all the little scribbles. Write this down. I don't know what's wrong with me and I'm sorry I don't know what year it is, but Bernadette Nolan can drive her purple Cadillac through a zebra on her way home and all I can do is sit here feeling scared and alone and embarrassed until somebody will just let me be who I am and go home. I didn't ask for this and I don't want to hurt anybody and I don't want to hang myself. I just want to go home. I want to go home to my father. And that was the end of the questions and games as far as she was concerned. She dropped her gaze and settled back in her chair, looking down at the ribbon of cards. Sure was a nice ribbon. She did that well. She did a lot of things well. Not perfect, but pretty doggone well, and Daddy would be proud. He always was. Bernadette made one more little note on her form, then put everything back in her valise, double-checking the table, the chair, and the floor to make sure all her pens and pencils were accounted for. Mandy, I really appreciate your time. This was a nice interview. Sorry I got upset. That's no problem at all. You were being honest. You really are a nice lady. Thanks. So are you. So how'd I do? Oh, we'll let you know. I'm going to talk with the other and then. Sorry. Designated examiner. That's what we call ourselves. The other one is Carla Harris, and she'll be coming by tomorrow to talk with you. About you. Pretty much the way I did. I hope I get an A. Well, like your father said. Mandy eased a little and smiled. I wouldn't worry too much. Just be yourself. Bernadette threw her a wink. Then rose to leave. Carla'll talk to you, and then she and I will talk to each other, and we'll see where we go from there. By the way, she scanned the ribbon of cards, passing a pointing finger over them. Are you going to tell me where you put the Queen of Hearts? She's in your pocket. In my. Bernadette didn't believe it. Mandy guided her with a gaze and a nod toward her outside jacket pocket. Bernadette reached in, and her professionally pleasant face clouded with amazement when she found something. She withdrew. Now it was Mandy's turn to put on a professional face and withhold an answer to a direct question. Oh, I'll let you know. We'll see. Bernadette shook her head with a smile, laid the Queen next to the King, and went to the door. An orderly let her out, and the door clicked shut. Mandy stared at the Queen. She touched the card with her index finger and moved it in little circles. These cards were sure cooperative. They seemed to fall right into place like a little drill team under her command. There was nothing special about this deck, nothing rigged, no short cards or gaffes. It was just one deck of cards Nurse Baines brought her from the activity room. It had only one queen of hearts. That was what had her puzzled. The queen in the pocket trick needed two queens, one to plant in the pocket and one to vanish from the deck. Mandy stared at the Chapter 7. The black Lexus entered the parking lot of Christian Faith Center with the inertia of a yacht easing into a marina, rolling up the first row of parked vehicles, then down the next row, then up the third, then down the fourth, chrome wheels lazily rotating without blur, brake lights mostly on, the turning engine barely audible. There were plenty of empty parking spaces by about the seventh row, but the Lexus didn't go there, not without its occupants viewing every occupied space first. The driver called himself Mr. Stone, an apt name for a man whose face looked like he just woke up from a nap on a bed of pea gravel. He was blond, masked behind black sunglasses, and well dressed in black. He drove with his left hand, and with his right hand he held a digital camera propped in the open window, discreetly recording every license plate of every vehicle. Mr. Mortimer, his associate in the passenger seat, made a near opposite. Handsome, Mediterranean, dressed in expensive black. He was also using a digital camera, capturing every license plate on his side, the back ends of the cars reflecting and distorting in the lenses of his designer shades. The Lexus moved steadily, efficiently, recording every vehicle, and finally came to rest in a parking space of its own. Stone and Mortimer got out, put on a personable, respectful demeanor, and headed for the church doors. A nice lady with a white corsage greeted them in the foyer and handed each a folded bulletin. In loving memory of Mandy Eloise Collins. A voice came through the open doors to the sanctuary, what sounded like a testimonial. Always remember her wonderful sense of humor, her way of finding the upside to just about anything. They smiled at the lady, then strolled to a large display, a collection of photographs from the life of the deceased set up among bouquets of flowers in baskets, stands, and vases. Memories. Great moment to each other, pointed and acted in every way like two old friends of the deceased now remembering how great it was to know her. Hey, remember that? She looks great, doesn't she? Now, that illusion baffled everybody. Is that her mom and dad? She really takes after her mother, doesn't she? And with an appearance of fondness, love, and whatever else would make the act seem natural. Mr. Mortimer took out his camera and started recording the photographs. Mandy the teenager, straight-haired and tie-dyed. Mandy no older than 12, sitting between her mom and dad with a new puppy. Mandy in her high school talent show performing the Chinese Sticks illusion. Mandy at 18, in jeans shorts and one-way t-shirt with 4 white doves perched on her arm. Mr. Stone made his way through the door into the sanctuary. Neither he nor Mortimer was a churchgoer, but the venue was not unfamiliar, comparable to a theater or Vegas showroom without the lavish theme and decor. Pews were arranged in a fan-shaped room sloping toward a central stage set up for a band and possibly a choir. On the back wall was a large cross and above that the words Jesus is the same yesterday, today, and forever. At front center stage was a diminutive plexiglass pulpit where the minister delivered his sermons. At the moment, no one stood there. The voice was coming from an attractive young woman down in front, probably a friend in show business, speaking into a wireless mic. And I will always smile and laugh when I think of Mandy. I know she'd want it that way. She set the mic on the edge of the stage and then bent and gave a hug to a silver-haired man in the front row, recognizable as Dane Collins, the bereaved husband. From this position in the back of the room, Stone could catch only a glimpse of Collins's profile before the man looked forward again, but Stone determined to get close enough, perhaps during the reception following, to study the face and get to know it. A video began to play on two large screens on either side of the stage. Stone gave it his full attention because it was a collection of scenes from Mandy Collins' life. The first clip was a grainy, scratchy film. The original had to be Super 8. Of Dane and Mandy, two kids barely in their 20s, performing on a truck bed before what appeared to be a company picnic, pulling white doves out of sleeves, from under silk handkerchiefs, from an audience volunteer's hat, out of nowhere. Stone noted Mandy's hair in curls, medium length, and her figure. Youthful, slender. As the video played in the sanctuary, Mortimer continued recording photos in the foyer and noting when they may have been taken. Dane and Mandy's wedding in June 1971. Beautiful bride, long hair in graceful waves and lacy ribbons. Dane and Mandy with his folks and her father, 1975, Mandy looking about the same. Stone edged halfway down an aisle and found a seat as he watched a grainy VHS recording from somewhere in the 1980s. Mandy in an evening dress, hair magnificently coiffed atop her head and jeweled earrings dangling, drawing laughs from an audience as she fumbles with two narrow tubes, a glass, and a pop bottle on a table. Now, you put this tube over the glass and this tube over the bottle and they will magically trade places. The tubes go out of control, producing a bottle where the glass should have been. Oops. You weren't supposed to see that. Then producing bottles, and more bottles. No, let me try that again. Mortimer recorded a 1990 photo of Mandy in jeans, shirt, and baseball cap, with her aging father and two llamas. Mandy was 39 at the time and still looked great. Big smile, engaging eyes, neck-length haircut. Somehow the video historian found a clip of Dane and Mandy appearing on The Tonight Show starring Johnny Carson. That had to be prior to 1992. Mandy could have been entering her 40s or still in her late 30s. It was hard to tell. Now, I've seen you do this, Carson was saying, sitting behind his host's desk and holding a Rubik's Cube. And of course there's a magician's way of solving it instantly, a magical effect, but you can solve a real one. Mandy, in the chair closest to Carson, gave a playful nod, which got the audience stirring and squealing. Dane sat in the next chair, exuding full confidence. Ed McMahon sat to his right. How long does it take you? Depends on my fingernails. Well, how are they? She looked about right. Less than a minute. Carson offered her the cube. Mandy rolled her eyes, but the audience cheered and goaded her and she took it from him. Carson, a magician himself, assured the audience there was no trickery involved. The cube was genuine. He said go and clicked a stopwatch. The audience counted down as her fingers became a blur, and she held up the solved cube, every side totally one color, in 13 seconds. Not a world record, but good television. Mortimer was especially interested in the family photos, the informal shots of Mandy the gal, Mandy and Dane on a fishing trip, holding some admirable salmon they'd caught. On a bike trip, although the helmet and sunglasses made Mandy's features hard to see. A later promo photo commemorating Dane and Mandy's 30th year in show business presented plenty of detail. The laugh lines around her eyes, the subtle lines in her face, the glint of white in her blonde hair. The big-eyed smile was still there, just as in the photos of Mandy at 8, at 12. The video was a mother lode of information showing facial expressions, mannerisms, vocal tones, reactions. In an HD clip from only a few years ago, Dane was levitating Mandy a good 20 feet above the stage at the MGM Grand when she suddenly woke up from her magical hypnotic state, looked at the stage lights, and observed, boy, talk about dead bugs, and produced a portable hand vacuum from nowhere. Her playful smile came through the video as well as it must have reached the back rows in that theater, and the rest of the illusion was a well-timed, well-planned catastrophe for her husband. Mortimer finished up by surreptitiously recording the signatures in the guest book. It didn't take long. Stone finished up by requesting a copy of the video from the tech in the chapter. 8. Dane limped off the plane at Spokane International and found this once familiar piece of ground where Mandy grew up was suddenly, strangely unfamiliar. He and Mandy came to visit regularly until her father passed away in 92. After she sold the ranch in 98, they still returned simply because it was Idaho and Mandy loved Idaho. When they came here recently to scout out a new place to call home, it felt like home. But this trip felt entirely first time. He'd bought one ticket, packed one bag, carried only one boarding pass. There was no one to wait for while going through security and no one to wait for him. He had no one to meet in any particular place when he came out of the restroom and no one to keep in touch with by cell phone. He bought only one Starbucks coffee and a blueberry muffin for only himself. There was no one to watch their stuff while he walked around and no one to walk around while he watched their stuff. He went through doors first with no one to open them for. While waiting for his one bag to slide onto the carousel, grief overcame him. As it often did, on a schedule all its own, unpredictable, unavoidable. Maybe it was standing here alone, picking up one bag. Maybe it was the memory of her calling her dad from this very spot to let him know they'd arrived. Maybe there was no reason at all. Grief just came when it came, worked its way through, and receded quietly until the next time. That was the way it worked. On the other side of the carousel, Mr. Stone and Mr. Mortimer stepped through the waiting bodies to pluck up their bags. They had shed the cool, pretentious look of Las Vegas and put on duds that said laid back, outdoorsy Idaho, but they weren't feeling it yet. Dane's rental car had a GPS. He punched in the address of the realtor in Hayden, Idaho, and the route popped up on the screen. I-90 most of the way, very easy. He remembered it from the last time they were here. The last time they were here. They were on their way to close the deal when the wreck happened. Well, let's get it done, he said to himself and to her as he turned the key in the ignition. Mandy had had a better room the past few days, thanks to Bernadette, who recommended it, and Dr. Lorenzo, who okayed it. It wasn't a whole lot different from the room she had in intensive. The bed was a mattress on a wooden box with no metal parts. The light fixture was a breakaway design that would not bear the weight of anyone trying to hang herself, and the door could be locked from the outside only. Two nice differences were that the bed had no restraints installed and that Nurse Baines and Dr. Lorenzo saw no need to lock the door, as long as Mandy kept it open and gave them no cause to decide otherwise. So she had moved up in the world, sort of, with a bit more freedom and trust, but at the same time, anyone standing at the nurse's station could take just a few steps away from the counter and see right into her room. Well, it was a hospital. What didn't they know about her? She twisted and buried her face in the pillow. Was it really crazy to be Mandy Whitaker? Could she, should she ever allow herself to think that her entire life, everything she had ever been and known, was only a delusion? How could that be? She couldn't have made up her mom and dad, the schools she went to, the friends she had, the ranch, their church, getting saved and baptized, raising her doves, learning and showing her magic, grilling hamburgers in the backyard with the youth group, taking classes at NIJC. All of that was real and every day was a new discovery, something she never thought up before she got there. Life happened to her and she lived it. She sighed. Okay. Then, she really was Mandy Whitaker, and nobody was going to change that. So what about waking up in the year 2010? It was easy to make up a wild sci-fi explanation, something like an Outer Limits episode. Some wacky scientist at the fair was showing off a time-warp generator and she'd accidentally walked into its vortex and been transported 40 years into the future. It made a great explanation. Everything she was experiencing fit right into it. The only problem was, it was loony above loony. So, Could it all be a delusion? Things like a CAT scanner, computers, cell phones, flat TV screens, Google. She still didn't know what that was, and little square plastic things that put out music without playing a tape or a record. She couldn't have imagined Drive, Angela and June and Dr. Lorenzo and Stony Nurse Baines. She couldn't have conceived of the questions they asked and the words they used, and how her whole world could shrink down to this sterile, hyper-controlled cluster of little rooms. Or could she? She'd always had a creative imagination. She liked making up stories. Had she slipped a gear and put herself into a story she was making up? Maybe she'd slipped a gear and put herself into her own magic trick, the queen imprisoned in a stranger's pocket. She rolled onto her back and stared at the flat, white ceiling, featureless. Except for the hanging-proof light fixture. Could she be imagining that light fixture? Was it part of a delusion? It looked real enough. How could she tell the difference? Well, she would start with what was real. Daddy was real. The ranch was real. Maybe she was wrong about the dates, but she knew where home was, and that would be the place to sort all this out. Not here. In this place, she was crazy. At home, she was Mandy Whitaker, and nobody there would look at her funny or jot down little notes or make her take pills. And she didn't have to be afraid. If she could get home, she could have all the time she wanted to work out this mess. With her eyes focused on the bare white ceiling above her. In other words, on nothing in particular. Mandy's mind drifted over memories of homecomings throughout her life. Getting off the school bus and walking along the white paddock fence that bordered North Lakeland Road and always noticing the height of the hay in the field. Short, taller, ready, then mowed short again. Short, taller, ready, then mowed short again. It was a long walk when she was in the first grade wearing a dress, tights, and Mary Janes. The walk was shorter when the hayfield became the llama pasture and she was wearing fishnets and a skirt to her mid-thigh. By the time the white fence was replaced and the llama pasture divided off for some horses, she was in an embroidered blouse, flared jeans, and sandals and didn't, of reflective, stick-on letters and numbers. Whitaker, 12,790. From there the gravel driveway with the potholes and rain ruts went up a hill between two pastures toward the big white house with the gabled roof and wraparound veranda. Every time she walked or drove up that driveway her line of sight would clear the crest of the hill and she would see the dove house Daddy made for her out of a second-hand tool shed they brought in on a trailer, then the horse barn, and across the alleyway from that, the smaller barn for the llamas. The last thing to peek over the brow of the hill would be Daddy's machine shop, with the old tractor parked alongside. Dane wore his sunglasses to drive, checking out the city of Spokane as he drove through on I-90. On the left was downtown, with its classic brick buildings and modern vestiges of the 1974 World's Fair. To the right, on a hill overlooking the city, were the hospitals. Shriners Hospital for Children, Deaconess Medical Center, Spokane County Medical Center. He looked back to the freeway. He'd had quite enough of hospitals, they only brought back all the memories, although the Spokane County Medical Center caught his interest for no particular reason. He looked back once. Above Mandy, the ceiling went blue, like a cloudless summer sky. She blinked. Still blue. Maybe she'd been staring at all that white too long. Her eyes fell toward the wall she saw. She didn't think she was imagining it. A white paddock fence. Running along a two-lane country road, the uncut grass obscuring the bottoms of the posts and reaching past the first rail. A gravel-lined ditch between the fence and the road shoulder. A robin perching on a fence post. She did a double take, then sat halfway up, resting on her elbows. Her lazy stream of memories had come to a close at the old tractor next to the machine shop. This white fence was here without her remembering it, and so was the robin until it flew away. She tried to relax the very interested look from her face as she peered past the white fence and out the doorway to the nurse's station, now sitting in the high grass of the pasture. Freaky. Not scary. Freaky. How was her acting? Convincing. She couldn't let them find out about this. Rolling onto her side and passively resting her chin on her hand, she took in the double exposure, or more like a double location, two places sitting right on top of each other. 3 aspens with white striped trunks and quaking green leaves stood in the community area. She could see them through the wall. It was all so lovely and so much what she wanted to see that she was captivated, not frightened. She lay there quietly, motionless for several minutes, just watching the grass wave in the breeze and the robins, blue jays, and finches flit about in search of worms and wild seeds. The vision faded. The blue sky surrendered to the white ceiling, the grass faded from the nurse's station. The white fence and the white striped aspens dissolved as the walls of her room became solid almost. Maybe it was Mandy's eyes not used to the darker room after being outside, but everything in the room looked dimmer, and the edges of things. The edge of the doorway, the edge of the counter at the nurse's station, the edges of Tina, the nurse now standing there, were shimmering, as if Mandy were watching them through little heat waves. Things sounded different too, muffled, as if she had her hands over her ears. Which she didn't, with a low, rumbly hum like a big appliance whirring away somewhere deep under the floor. And there was a smell. Pungent, like singed hair, like something burning. She crinkled her nose. Trying to relax and not look weird in any way, she sat up and swung her feet down to the floor. The floor was cold linoleum, but now it felt soft and warm, as if her feet had come to rest on a thin, fuzzy carpet. Looking down, she marveled at how the floor gave a little under her feet, as if it had turned to rubber. She looked fine, not dim, not wavering. The edges of her legs, arms, and feet were sharp and clear, and stood out in stark relief against everything else. So she was there, but everything else was only sort of there. Well, maybe this was good news. Maybe it meant she was real in the room. Tina at the counter, the hospital, and Dr. Lorenzo and weak, wavy tea, so she reached just an inch at a time until she actually touched them. They were soft and spongy, but didn't dissolve her hand or zap her with a lightning bolt. She took hold of one and it blinked on, crisp and clear, as real as she was. The other slipper did the same. She slipped them onto her feet and, looking casual, rose from the bed. The doorframe gave under the pressure of her hand, warping like an image in a funhouse mirror. She withdrew her hand, and it wobbled back into shape again. Nurse Tina kept working behind the counter and didn't look up. Mandy waved at her, smiling. Tina didn't seem to notice. Nurse Baines jostled behind the counter, digging out some charts and looking like she hated it. The nurse's station was shimmering like a mirage, and so was Nurse Baines. Well, Nurse Baines was no game player, no sir. If there was one way to find out for sure, she had to hurry, before she woke up and the dream was over. She didn't rush, but she did stride briskly up to the counter. Nurse Baines. Nurse Baines looked at Tina and asked, "What happened to Forsyth?" "Who?" Tina asked. That was a perfect response to make Nurse Baines angry. "Forsyth. The chart I asked for. I asked Carol to make a copy." Mandy jumped in place. She waved a little wave. Well, Nurse Baines could have been ignoring her. "Nurse Baines," Mandy called. "Well, you see this." Nurse Baines slapped a red filing folder on the counter. "When you get that copy, it goes in here and the folder goes back on the shelf. Under F. We clear." "Yes, ma'am." The electronic lock word and the big double doors swung open. Clive, from billing, came in with some paperwork, tossed it on the counter, then turned and went out the doors while they lingered in a programmed pause. And Mandy stood and stared down that long, open hallway illuminated with sunlight through a row of big windows. Through those windows she could see the tops of trees lining the parking lot and some of the city beyond that, the whole Big, outside world. The doors began to swing shut. 3/4 open. Half open. Mandy stood there. Oh, that beautiful hall. That beautiful outside world. The ranch. Home. Daddy. She looked at Nurse Baines. At Tina. Were they really ignoring her? She could see Tina's coat on a hook in an alcove near the doors. The doors were still closing. She made a timid movement toward the alcove. Oh, God help me. She grabbed for the coat. It was wavy like everything else. Dim and fuzzy as if Mandy were seeing it through a tea-stained window. She grabbed hold. The coat felt like warm plasticine in her fingers. She pulled it toward her. The coat broke through the tea-stained window in shimmering heat waves. And became clear, crisp, and real in her hands. Almost close. Chapter 9. In Hayden, Idaho, Dane signed his name to a good-sized check and slid it across the desk to the realtor along with all the duly signed papers. A handshake, warm wishes, and a welcome, and he was out the door with the papers and the keys in his hand. He got in his car and made a left turn onto Howard, a 4-lane that would take him back to I-95, the corridor that connected Coeur d'Alene and Hayden with the northern reaches of the Idaho Panhandle and the Canadian border. His new ranch was maybe 20 minutes away, traffic allowing, which it probably would. Only 2 blocks up the avenue, he happened to pass a minivan full of high school kids going the other way. He didn't notice them, they didn't notice him, and as he turned onto I-95, they pulled into the parking lot of the realtor's office. All right, here you go. Doris, the most talkative of the 5 teenagers, slid the side door open and pitched her own seat forward so Mandy could climb out. Mandy stepped down to the parking lot, careful not to lose her slippers. Thanks, you guys. See ya around. Good luck. They all waved and drove off, some of the nicest people Mandy had had the pleasure to meet since the day she suddenly quit knowing anybody. She waved, she smiled, they disappeared around the corner and the smile fell from her face. It was just another lie anyway, another act. On top of the one that got her here. Hi, I'm a nursing student and my boyfriend and I just had a terrible fight so he drove off and left me to find my own ride home. Which way are you going? Can you give me a lift? Hey, far out. As far as Coeur d'Alene. She felt soiled, so much that she couldn't pray. Maybe she should have kept trusting the miracle just as the Apostle Peter did. When an angel sneaked him out of prison right past the guards. It seemed she'd just played out her own version of that story, walking in a weird dream or vision right through those double doors, down a stairway to an outside exit, and safely to a quiet residential street several blocks from the hospital where she came to herself just as Peter did. Everything snapped back into real and there she was, standing on a solid sidewalk on a solid street with solid houses, still dressed in her blue scrubs, goofy slippers, and borrowed coat, with no clue what to do next. It was a miracle. Finding the kids in that van at McDonald's was a miracle, too, a van with an empty seat going clear to Coeur d'Alene, driven by a bunch of kids who bought her story and drove the extra miles just to take care of her. It had to be the hand of God. But she lied to make it happen. She slouched, weak with shame. So what if she'd trusted the miracle and told the truth? Hi, I just escaped from the mental ward at the hospital and I wonder if you could give me a ride home. It's out of town. Way out of town. Maybe they would have said yes anyway because they were angels God had sent. Maybe they would have had a complete change of clothes for her, too, just her size, including a decent pair of shoes, and maybe they would have taken her to North Lakeland Road and it would have looked just the way it was supposed to look and not like this. She looked up at the real estate office. This was the landmark that caught her eye, that made her tell her friends for the moment they could let her off here. The 2-story farmhouse had new siding, new windows, a new roof, perfect planting beds, and a paved parking lot where the front yard used to be, but she knew this house. Her best friend, Joni Giddle, used to live here. They met when they started first grade and waited together at the bus stop right across the road. Howard Road. Mandy looked across the 4-lane street. There was a city bus stop where her school bus stop used to be, and a sign on the corner. Howard Way. The Realty. Her mind came to a standstill. All she could do was look, and look again, but nothing clicked. There was no figuring it out, and right now God wasn't helping her. She went to the curb, looked both ways just as Mommy and Daddy always taught her, and hurried across with the first opening in the traffic. The bus stop was a small shelter with a concrete bench, a trash can, and a posted bus schedule. She sat on the bench and looked back across the street. She remembered. Mrs. Giddle would watch from that front door until the bus came, and wave as it carried Mandy and Joni and 30 other kids away for the day. There used to be an old garage right next to the house where Mr. Giddle kept his '57 Ford, and there used to be a big apple tree in the front yard. Gravenstein's Daddy built the bus stop that used to be here and even put a cedar shake roof on it. She remembered it being about the same size, but she was remembering it through a child's eyes, so it was probably smaller. There was no sidewalk then, only the gravel shoulder, the ditch, the white paddock fence, and the hayfield. She stopped, troubled at herself. She was remembering. She was thinking. Words such as then and used to be. She got to her feet, reining in her thoughts, putting on the mental brakes. This wasn't the real now, this was some kind of delusion, and it would break, it would dissolve away and this whole nightmare would be over. She just had to find her old mailbox, her old driveway number. She stomped her foot. Not her old driveway, her driveway. Not her old mailbox, her mailbox. And the bus stop that Daddy built was sun-bleached and leaning a bit, but 4, 5 however many days it was ago it was here, and there was no 4-lane street and the Giddles' house was still their house and it was gray, not forest green. She hurried up the sidewalk along the 2-lane avenue that North Lakeland Road had become, holding her hand to the side of her face to block her eyes from seeing concrete, asphalt, parked cars, businesses. No, they weren't really there. She was on her way home, and there was a hayfield. She could imagine it so clearly. And a white paddock fence and hay cut short and a ditch where little frogs floated with just their eyes and noses out of the water, and a field with Daddy's horses and a paddock with llamas watching her come home with those big brown eyes. She tried to run but could only shuffle run in the slippers. Cars passed on her left and they were so close, so noisy. She smelled their rubber and exhaust and the oily stench of the pavement, not the old smells. No, the smells that used to. No, that still did. Bring her joy as she walked this road, not this street. Cut hay, wildflowers, apple blossoms. She ran until she was gasping, but the concrete sidewalk never ended. And she never found the mailbox. She dared to lower her hand and look, hoping, trying to have faith, but there was no driveway, there were no pastures or fences, no big house on the hill. She looked back, down that long white ribbon of concrete, and saw the Giddles' house appearing as small as it always appeared from the Whitaker mailbox. She looked up the hill, across acres of blacktop, over curved islands of lawn and young planted firs, past rows of automobiles and gaggles of moms, kids, and grocery carts, and saw an Albertsons grocery store, a Hancock Fabrics, a Starbucks, a Rite Aid, and a thrift store. And they wouldn't go away, no matter how hard she tried not to believe in them. And this was the dream, their new adventure. Dane shut the ponderous, hand-carved front door, then leaned his back against it, suddenly bereft of any reason to move. Under his feet was the slate-tiled foyer, and just ahead, the sunken living room with red oak floor, cathedral ceiling, and large pane windows with gorgeous views of mountains, forests, fields, a Dutch-style barn, and a pond big enough to be called a lake. The former owner had done well and grown ambitious in his latter years. The house came to 4,900 square feet altogether. The kitchen was sized for entertaining, with an elongated center island and surrounding counters and cabinets. A dual-access staircase led up to an open office overlooking the great room and a master suite boasting cathedral windows, a stylish double vanity bathroom, infrared sauna, whirlpool tub, walk-in shower, and walk-in closet. There were 2 other bedrooms and a full, unfinished basement, a blank slate he and Mandy could have utilized any way they wanted. Yes, a big, beautiful home for big, beautiful dreams. A theatrical management company. Research and development of new effects and horses or anything else they had yet to imagine, for this would be a new season in their life, a promised land far from Egypt, a fresh garden for new ideas grown their way. At least that was the idea. There was no chair, no furniture at all to sit on, so Dane sank to the tiles with his back against the door, taking up maybe 3 of the 4,900 square feet. He could hear the air moving against the walls. The sound of his own breathing traveled along the wood floors, high ceilings, and huge windows and came whispering back to him like Nose Dove after her first mission. There's nothing in here. The dreams never made it through the front door. Why did I even? The answer came quicker than it took to think the question. Because it was going to be he and Mandy. She was going to be carrying plans and sketches down those stairs to show him. They were going to try some new French recipes in that kitchen. She was going to be napping under that window, dancing with him on the red oak floor, combing through that closet for her other glove, walking out in the morning light to feed her doves in that barn. They were going to make love in the starlight coming through those windows. But now his eyes fell on the silver urn in his hands and he knew. Of course, he knew. She was the dream. The house was just a frame around the picture. No wonder the house felt so empty. Just like him. They were real. Albertsons, Rite Aid, Hancock Fabrics, Starbucks, all of them. Real. She touched the concrete, the stonework, the windows. She pulled open the doors and looked inside. She could feel, hear, smell them. She could see her pitiful reflection in their windows. She was here, they were here. Which meant, as near as she could explain it, that she was lost, really lost. Hyperlost, even to herself. She could, the girl in the blue scrubs and the coat that didn't fit, with her slippers coming apart, didn't. She couldn't have. Mandy Whitaker had a father. 19 years of a wonderful life, a home. The crazy-looking girl in the glass didn't. No father. No daddy waiting for her. No daddy standing there with her. Whose daddy? Whose father was he in that other place, that other time, if not hers? Whose memory had she stolen? Had he ever existed at all? There was one thing she knew. She didn't want to know it, but she did. Everything in her mind had gone adrift like a drowning swimmer, kicking, struggling, not touching bottom anywhere. But this one thing had never budged from the time she stepped out of that minivan, and now, bigger than ever, here it was. He was gone. No lemonade today. There was no daddy. The girl in the glass was starting to shake and stare back at her with crazed animal eyes. Oh, they are going to lock me up for sure. She'd better hide. Her mind did not record how she got behind all those big buildings, back on the blank side of the thrift store where there were no windows or signs, just steel loading doors and steel people doors and heaps of flattened cardboard boxes and packing materials strewn around big metal dumpsters. Her first awareness, the first thing she knew she could know, was that she was huddled against one of the dumpsters holding pieces of crumpled cardboard up against her face as if that would muffle the sounds she could not contain. She wailed, she quivered, she cried, begging God without words, pouring out anguish without thought. She didn't breathe, she gasped in anger, pain, fear, and despair, shaking but not caring, not knowing, oh, God, oh, God, oh, God. She didn't hear a car pull up. She didn't hear a car door open and close. She hardly felt the touch on her leg. When she did, she grappled for more cardboard, trying to bury herself, wriggling and wailing something like no, no, no. She heaped the panels on top of herself, curling up, trying to hide under them. It was a lady's voice. It sounded so faint on the other side of the cardboard. A lady with an angelic face. The lady was on her knees, eyes full of concern, reaching to touch her. Mandy. If that was her name. Shied away, but the angel lady touched her cheek. Shish, it is just me. Can I sit down? Mandy didn't answer. She just stared, her eyes streaked and burning, her breath still broken into sobs. The angel lady sat down next to her, right on top of the torn-up cardboard and packing material, and drew close, arm extended to embrace Mandy's shoulders. Mandy wasn't sure, not at all, but the arm got around her. Mandy wasn't sure, not at all, but the angel lady wrapped her other hand gently around her cheek. Before she knew it, before she could think about it, she'd buried her face in the angel lady's shoulder. She'd clutched for her very life to the angel lady's arm, and she was still crying, but now it was different. Someone was holding her. Someone could hear her crying, and now she was crying about that, too. The angel lady never stirred, and her embrace never faltered. She just stayed right there, holding Mandy, whispering comfort, patting her arm, until Mandy, exhausted, cuddled against her like a child, head against her shoulder, sad, reddened eyes looking at nothing in particular. I'm sorry, Mandy said at last, her voice a low, quaking whimper. The angel lady gave her a handkerchief. Don't be sorry. I didn't mean to be a bother. You're not a bother. You're somebody in trouble. Whoa, yeah, my name's Mia. I work right here at the thrift store. What's your name? Her name. Should she lie again? The truth could lead to another truth and another, and then she'd be back in the hospital. Then again, she was back here. Hospital slipper. Eloise, would you like a pair of shoes? Chapter 10. Mr. Stone and Mr. Mortimer had gone rural, renting a small farmhouse in northern Idaho for enough money to send the owners to Europe and, if need be, Mexico and, if need be, Hawaii. They'd left the black Lexus in Vegas and were driving a green Dodge four-wheel drive SUV. They'd doffed the black suits and were decked out in jeans and flannel shirts. Mr. Stone had found himself a John Deere build cap, while Mr. Mortimer was reliving a childhood dream under a cowboy brim. The house sat on a green hillside, huddled among old-growth firs and facing the pastured valley below. The front window provided a pleasing view of the valley, the fields, a winding creek, and particularly the high-end ranch house across the valley on the opposite hill, the one purchased 2 weeks ago by their man of interest, Mr. Dane Collins. They'd rearranged the living room, turning the couch to face the front window while allowing floor space for a spotting scope and 2 long-lensed cameras. One a video, one a still. They had snacks and a thermos of coffee stationed on the coffee table and a computer open on a TV tray. Today's plans included getting online with a portable satellite link-up. Not difficult. And then scouting out better vantage points for observing and eavesdropping on that ranch house. Difficult. They would probably carry out that part of the mission that night. Mortimer was taking his shift at the window when he was alerted. Hold on. Who's this? He went to the spotting scope. Stone went to the video camera. A white Toyota RAV4 had pulled up the paved driveway and parked under the carport. A small, roundish lady in blue sweatshirt and jeans got out, lifted what appeared to be bags of groceries from the rear compartment, and headed for the side door of the house, the one that led to the kitchen. No, said Mortimer. Not yet. Stone glanced over the photos taped to the wall. Some they took at the memorial service, mostly photos of photos. Others were easily available promo shots of Dane and Mandy. Some, like the few they had of Shirley Morgan, were the sneaky, surveillance kind. Telephoto, shallow focus, shot through trees, from behind cars, often partially blocked by objects or people's backs. Shirley Morgan, said Stone. Grounds manager. She came with the place. Dane was on his cell phone, pacing in the kitchen of his big, empty house. When Shirley came in with the groceries, he waved hi. She proceeded to put the milk, bread, oat flakes, and paper towels away while he drifted into the breakfast nook. Seattle. Is that what you said? Seattle. He made a frustrated face at Shirley, who made a sympathetic face back. Listen, I can look at a map, but I don't think Seattle's on the way to Idaho. I mean, I drove all the way up here from Vegas and I never passed through Seattle. He'd bought some cedar patio furniture in a fall close out at Ace Hardware. In Hayden. 4 chairs, 2 deck recliners, and an oval table with a hole in the center to support an umbrella. The recliners were in the den. The table and chairs were in the breakfast nook. The store couldn't find the umbrella. He got a good deal. He sat in one of the chairs. Well, I thought your truck was going to take the same route. He listened. He sighed. Okay, tomorrow. I can sleep on the floor one more night. It is all right. Bye. He switched off his cell phone and clipped it back on his belt. The loads in Seattle. Shirley laughed derisively. Wasn't it supposed to be here Monday? Well, they had somebody else's load they had to drop off in Seattle first. Funny how they left out that little detail. I won't need the air mattress for a while. I thank you. My back thanks you. Friends are finding you. You can toss those women's catalogs. Okay. Ka-foom. Into the wastebasket in the pantry. I'm moving all the hanging baskets into the greenhouse today, and then, if it is okay with you, I'll shut down the irrigation pump and blow out the sprinkler lines. Blow out the what? The yard sprinklers. I use compressed air to blow the water out of all the pipes and heads so they won't freeze. Oh, right. And I should take the tractor in to get all the fluids changed next week. You'll want to get that done before we have to plow snow. Oh, he hadn't thought of that. When does it start snowing? Depends. Middle of November usually, give or take. Dane nodded. It was now the second week of October. The mornings were getting crisp, and the leaves were turning. Pretty soon he'd be experiencing that aspect of living in Idaho. I don't have any warm clothes. No boots either. No. That's something you need to do. Just take a trip into town and do some shopping. Yeah, I guess. When I'm feeling up to it, she leaned, resting her elbows on the counter. She was so short it wasn't much of a lean. If I may, is it that obvious? She nodded. You're dragging so much you're scuffing the floor. You need to get out of here and just do something. Go into Coeur d'Alene, look around. There are some malls, there's Eddie Bauer, there's Inland Outfitters, and there was an embracing little store that made him feel warm just going in the front door. And just what are you looking for? The nice lady asked. He had no clear answer, and he felt like a fool. What the heck was he doing in here? What was he doing in Idaho? I guess I need some warm clothes for winter. She got him started on the basics. Socks, gloves, a casual, not too fancy sweater that had pockets and zipped up the front, 2 hats, a wool cap, without a ball on top, to wear out in the yard, and a very male Western hat for looking studly. He picked out a scarf to go with the hat, something that would give him that rugged, Louis L'Amour look once he got a hefty, fur-collared coat. I'd try Boris's Western wear for that, she said. Up on 95. And if you need long underwear, try Inland Outfitters. They have a whole line of polypros, a lot less bulky. And boots, too. And I don't mean galoshes, I mean a man's kind of boot. So there, he'd done some shopping after a whole lot of traipsing. He stepped Out onto Sherman Avenue with the Western hat on his head, the gloves on his hands, and the rest of his new stuff in a shopping bag, feeling as much better as new stuff could make him feel, which wasn't a whole lot. The wind moved up the street, fluttering the leaves still on the ornamental trees and scattering those on the sidewalk, and there was that October chill, a little warning nip on his face to trouble him. Are you ready? Are you ready? No, he answered. He knew where he'd parked his newly purchased, low-mileage, extended cab. Dodge pickup with four-wheel drive. His replacement for the BMW, but he just plain didn't want to go there. That rig, just like the hat on his head and the bag in his gloved hand, struck him now as so much a part of this whole reefing, wrenching, uprooting change that he'd only made worse by moving here in the first place. What in the heck was he thinking? The cold wind nipped at him again. No, he wasn't ready. He might never be. The wind swept the tacky street gypsy with her card tricks. He'd seen her across the street earlier, flourishing those cards and accosting people for tips. He'd managed to avoid her until now. She fanned the cards, then held them like a fan, undulating in a standing dance, her long skirt trailing after her hips, and her arms making snaky moves. She thrust the cards toward him, her bracelets jangling. Select a card, any card. This was so bad. The Spanish blouse and secondhand shawl, the cartoony, flowered head scarf, the cheap jewelry and stage makeup as thick as a mask. In October, in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. From here he could see maybe 4 people out on the street, certainly en route to somewhere indoors. No one was lingering on the sidewalk benches, and the eating establishments had pulled in their sidewalk tables and chairs. Maybe this town didn't have any busking ordinances, but for this poor girl's sake it should. She was in sandals. She wasn't wearing a coat, only her costume. Her hands were red from the cold, and a drop was forming on her nose. Oh, all right, he felt sorry for her. He pulled a card from the fan deck. She waved her hand in front of his face in a magical, hypnotic gesture. Do not let me see EET. Study Z card. Write EET in your mind. 6 of clubs. She'd squared up half the deck and directed him with a witchy finger to place his card on top. As he stood there, drawing upon his dwindling patience and getting a bit cold himself, she went through the routine, shuffling, counting, flashing cards around. He knew the trick, and she wasn't doing it very well. The 6 of clubs was in the stack of cards she placed in his hand, not in the 5. Actually, 4. She kept. Now. She backed away for the big finish. I have not touched you. Look. She spread out the 5 cards face up. Except now there were only 4. Oh, what is these? I have only 4 cards. He could have acted more surprised. Oh, well, look at that. I have done EET. I have sent your card to you. He raised an eyebrow for effect and looked down at the deck in his hand. Look through them. Now. He fanned through the cards, all face down except hey. The 6 of clubs, face up among the others. A good trick, yes. He smiled at the cards in his hand, then gave them back. Yeah, good trick. He turned to leave. She had a can on a lanyard around her neck, and gave it a little shake. Jingling some coins. From the sound he could tell business had not been good. He reached for his wallet. Aren't you getting cold out here? That must have made her think of her nose. She dabbed it with a corner of her shawl. I do not mind. Her other hand was holding out that can expectantly, and her eyes were full of hope. He fumbled his gloves off, then pulled out a 20 and dropped it into the can. Her eyes got big. They looked even bigger under all that eyeshadow. Obviously a 20 was a new experience. Maybe paper money was a new experience. Oh, thank you. Thank you, sir. She was starting to hunch her shoulders and cross her arms against the cold. Better call it a day. You're going to catch pneumonia out here. He turned to walk away. Oh, but wait. Now he'd done it. She was following him. Vold you like to see. To say about caring for the poor, and he stopped. She caught up with him, wielding the deck of cards and looking up at him with imploring eyes. Blue eyes on a gypsy. I know Onozer. You will love EET. He studied her face under all that makeup. She was very hard not to like, and so young. He shouldn't be encouraging this. Gal, you really need to find another line of work. You shouldn't be out here on the street all by yourself. She must have been very hungry, too. She was starting another trick already. Z's Taiyim, you just touch a card, any card. He held up his hand. Wait, EET's a good trick. He grabbed his wallet and fished out another 20. Let's do that other one. Again. That befuddled her. Oh, meester, I cannot do the same trick twice, I know. But if I may. She was looking at him warily, her weight shifted away from him. He planted the second 20 in her tip can. She still looked suspicious. Your fingers are getting cold, aren't they? She looked at her hands and gave a little shrug of denial. I could see the steel when you were counting. He looked up and down the sidewalk. There was nobody close enough to see or hear anything. The rest was okay. Well, you drew a little attention on that double undercut. Don't watch what you're doing so much. Look your audience in the eye, get them to look at you and not the cards. He reached tentatively for her hands. May I? She didn't say yes, but she didn't say no either. He showed her a better dealer's grip, moving her fingers into position around the deck. Her fingers were like ice. He showed her how to fan out half and control the first card returned on top of the selected card. He adjusted her little finger as it held a gap in the cards near the back of the deck. When you set up the break. I know it is cold out here, but try to use just the tip of your little finger and don't let me see it. You see there. Slowly, one step at a time, he guided her hands through the moves. Okay. Try the count again, and move in deeper with the right hand. That's it. Right hand covers the steel. Oops. Don't let that edge hang out. Try again. Keep that left hand moving so it draws the heat. They'll tend to watch the hand that's moving. There. That's it. He took her through the routine up to the finale, the selected card. Mysteriously transferred into his hands. She'd have plenty of homework to do, if she did it. But now her eyes were tearing up as she slowly shuffled the cards. He hurt her feelings. You okay? She just nodded. I am very thankful, sir. I hope I haven't offended you. She shook her head emphatically. Oh, no, no sir. I am just so glad that you cared to show me. EET's just as my Fauzier used to show me. Well, I showed you the trick, but he hesitated. But, she was listening, her eyes on him. And she was shivering. You need to get home, you're freezing. You live around here. I am staying at. No, don't tell me. Never tell a stranger where you live. Oh, brother, just hold on a second. He dug into his bag and pulled out the wool sweater. Here. He draped it around her shoulders. It was big on her, but right now that was a good thing. Listen, I gotta go. You're getting cold and I have some more stops to make, so just let me tell you for your own good. I'm being honest, okay. This gig is all wrong. You're going to freeze out here and the season's over. If there ever was one. She just listened, dabbing her eyes and pulling the sweater close around her. You need to get some indoor gigs, maybe kids' birthday parties. Kids are always having birthdays and parents talk to each other, so they'll be your best advertising. You work as an independent contractor, you set up your own gigs, you do your own payroll and taxes. It's great experience, it can be good money. Not great money, but good money, and steadier than this. Warmer, too. But you need another persona, a better shtick. This gypsy fortune the costume, The accent, it is not marketable. Moms and dads won't want you around their kids and the businesses. The fun zones, right? Chuck E. Cheese, a theme park, a family center. They aren't going to want you in their establishment because you're not family, you know what I mean. You represent deception, dishonesty, maybe a little bit of temptation, you know. She looked as if she were trying to be brave even as tears came to her eyes. Again. No, please, I'm all for you, you understand. I want you to come out of this thing a winner. But the other thing about the gypsy shtick as well, it just isn't you. You're just not wearing it well. You need to be yourself. Find who you are and be that, and then. He saw a city police car coming their way down Sherman. Do you have a permit? A permit? Did you get a permit from the city to be out here doing business on their sidewalk? That stung her. I didn't know about that. You don't look like it. He went for his shopping bag again and produced the wool cap. Better put this on, right now. He put it on her, covering most of her head, her scarf, and her face. Take this bag and walk with me. She picked up the shopping bag and walked alongside him, face toward the storefronts as the police car passed by. I don't know what the rules are in this town, but you'd better find out. You don't want to get in trouble with the cops. But I was starting to say, magic isn't just tricks. It's a whole experience. It is a story, an adventure that draws people along. You're not going to hold people's attention as long as you're performing in fragments, just, tricks. Did you notice how you had to run after me? The people see you do one trick, they think you're done, they move on, and you get nickels and dimes instead of dollars. And you think they're going to spread the word about you. They need to see a show. He stopped and looked into those eyes. Listen, I wish you the best. But keep learning, and he indicated her gypsy outfit. Don't settle for this. You find the real person inside you, the one God made. I think people will like her. She thought that over a moment, a strange sadness in her eyes, and then she stopped and shed the sweater. Thank you so much. I should go. No, you keep the sweater, keep the hat. She pulled off the hat. No, I cannot be owing to you. No, keep him, please. I'm going. I don't want anything else from you. I'm going. End of encounter. She looked at him, the tears starting to streak her makeup. Are you sure? You're going to take good care of them, right? Always. All right then. Square deal. She worked on that a moment, but apparently the cold, and now being able to protect herself from it, persuaded her. With a quaking sniff, she pulled the sweater back around her body and the hat back on her head. Thank you, she said in a feeble gypsy voice. You are so very kind. I'm so sorry if I hurt you. No, it's not you. You have not hurt me. You have helped me. Thank you. She gave him a little bow. You're very welcome, he said. You are right. It's cold. I should go home now. Yeah, that's good. Get warm. May God bless you. And God bless you, too. Thank you again, so much. She gave him a polite bow and started up the street, wiping her eyes, quickening her step to get away. Up the street again, but she was gone. Chapter 11. The girl who called herself Eloise stepped quickly, keeping her face toward the storefronts and away from the street. That was all she needed, another run-in with the cops, and dressed very, very far from normal, as usual. So much for playing a gypsy. She was playing embarrassed now, and vulnerable, and awkward, and well, naked wouldn't be that far off. This didn't feel much different from that day on the fairgrounds. She hung a left and took the first cross street to get off Sherman. Who was that guy? Out of nowhere, in no time, he hit all the right buttons to make her cry. He gently touched her, taught her, reminded her of her father, told her to find the real person inside. And she didn't even get his name. Keep walking, keep walking. She found any excuse to scratch her neck, brush her hair from her face, hold her cap on her head, anything to block a view of her face from the street. A few blocks north, a right turn, 2 more blocks, and she made it safely to Sally and Micah Durham's place, a halfway house run by the nicest family on the planet in her home for the past 2 weeks. She felt safe once she got inside the door. "Hi, it is Eloise, I'm home." Safer once she chucked the gypsy outfit, and safest of all after a shower where the gypsy face went swirling down the drain. Standing in front of the bathroom mirror in a white camisole and blue jeans. From the thrift store. God bless them. She looked at her washed face, now a blank slate, a blue-eyed question. Who was she? Who should she be? Mandy Whitaker was a fugitive from the nuthouse who might or might not be who she thought she was and would do best not to talk about herself. The gypsy girl was only a role and a not-so-great idea, since she wasn't family-friendly or even legal on the street. She'd better just stay with Eloise. Eloise was 19, born January 15th, but in 1991. She was young and pretty. Her hair, now towel-dried and tousled, was cut short, layered, and colored brown. Her reflection in the mirror looked troubled because she claimed she had no family and was running from an abusive boyfriend. She would not name and preferred not to talk about. She had no ID, no driver's license, no way to prove who she was, but no one could disprove it either, so far. The Durhams and the 2 other girls staying here knew she was holding out on them, not telling them everything, but for now that was okay. She could talk about things when she was ready, which she supposed would be never. Eloise knew about computers, DVDs, CDs, cell phones, digital cameras, and MP4 players. At least, that's what she wanted people to think, so she was faking it until she really did know. She'd been catching up on who was president, where the latest wars were happening, what some of the popular songs were, and what TV shows people were following. She noted that only older folks used words like bummer, far out, and heavy trip, and only as leftovers from their younger days. Cool was still around, but now like and I'm like got stuck in everywhere, at least as much as used to be. Eloise, like the other girls, was supposed to be looking for work if not employed, but of all the years to land in, 2010 was a bad year for job hunting, especially for a girl who'd been majoring in theater and was mainly skilled. Well, maybe not so skilled after all. In magic. She could type but knew nothing about computers, her little secret. Thanks to the father her other self must have had somehow, she could fix things around the house, knew quite a bit of carpentry and plumbing, could give a car a tune-up if it wasn't built too long after 1970, was a good cook, and knew how to take care of horses, llamas, and poultry, including doves. She was good with people and, she figured, could do fair to middling, as a waitress, a housekeeper, a live-in domestic, a ranch hand, a cook, a bottle washer, a feather duster, just give her a job. But besides there being so few jobs available, there was one nagging little hitch she couldn't get around, and she ran smack into it every time she was handed a job application. That little blank space on the application that required her social security number, and since she had no ID, driver's license, or even a birth certificate, she had no way of getting one. Too bad. Bummer. Because it would have to be Eloise who got hired. Too bad the gypsy girl idea didn't work out. She didn't need an application. Or a social security number for that, just a can with tips written on it. Who was that guy? What if he was right about everything? She cleaned up the shower, put her towel in the laundry basket, gathered up her toiletries, courtesy of the Durhams, God bless them, and went to her bedroom, A nice room with 2 beds for 2 girls, but occupied by only herself at the moment. Her deck of cards was lying on the dresser, banished from her life for, 40 minutes or so, at least until she reached for the box once again, pulled out the cards, and started shuffling them from her right hand to her left in an overhand shuffle and a 3-way cut. Reviewing how to do a double undercut, left hand to right. Controlling the top card, controlling the bottom card, retaining the top stock. All the things Daddy first showed her and she knew since she was in junior high now. What did the man on the sidewalk show her? Cover the break. Be more subtle. Watch that right side. Don't look at the cards so much when you shuffle them. She sat on the bed and went through that card trick again. And again. And again. Her hands were warm and fluid, and the cards were so obedient. No way. Darcy, a lanky blonde fresh out of jail for drug possession, had the best expression on her face a magician could hope for. Eyes wide with the white showing, mouth dropped so far open you could see her fillings. She was holding the deck of cards in her hand and had just discovered her selection, the 3 of hearts, face up in the middle of the deck. "How did you do that?" squealed Rhea, a cute and hefty Hispanic who'd just fled from an abusive husband. She was the hairdresser who cut and colored Eloise's hair for free. Ah, what a feeling. Eloise, things he told her. "Okay," said Sally, still applauding. "Let's get going on dinner." Sally and her husband, Micah, had been youth pastors at the same church that ran the thrift store, but they saw the need for a halfway house and mentor home for young women and opened up their place. Micah went to work for a graphics firm to keep everything afloat. Sally spent the days counseling and loving the girls back to wholeness. The house had its daily routines, rules, and requirements, and each girl took her turn with every chore according to the rotation chart on the kitchen wall. All 3 helped prepare dinner, but tonight it was Darcy and Eloise. Branched off each night to set and clear the table and do the dishes. Usually Eloise preferred to do the cooking, but this evening something happened with the silverware and forget about the cooking. It started innocently enough with the worship music playing on the stereo. The home entertainment system. Like much of the worship music at the church and in this house, it was a catchy tune she'd not heard before, and it got her dancing a little, which spread to her hands as she set the first knife on the table with a graceful little flick of her wrist. The knife slid on the tablecloth and came to rest perfectly aligned beside the plate and, she noticed, right on the beat of the music. Freaky coincidence. Wild. She moved on with jazzy grace to the next place setting and set the next knife with the same jazzy flourish of her wrist. Sly-eyed ding. That knife lay down even and straight as if she'd trained it to do so, and once again, on the beat of the music. Was there something about the music? Maybe it was giving her just the right rhythm and moves to plant the silverware. She started singing along with it, feeling it out, mostly ta-da-da-da-dee-ing because she didn't know the words, and pitched the other 3 knives. Sly-eyed ding. Sly-eyed ding. Sly-eyed ding. Darcy had been around Eloise long enough. She didn't find such behavior unusual. She just kept setting. On the next circuit around the table, Eloise tried something much chancier. Sliding the spoons in against the knives from a sideways direction. The first spoon tumbled and went crooked. All right, it is a normal world. The expected happened. It didn't work. She straightened it, then addressed the 4 other spoons in her left hand. "Okay, guys, see how he's lying there? Just for grins, let's see you do it." She dropped the next spoon slightly to the right of where it should be, no more than an inch above the table, and with a musically motivated rotation of her wrist. The spoon skittered along the cloth and came to rest perfectly aligned with the knife. Eloise let out a squeak. Darcy looked at her. Sorry. She tried the next spoon. Plunk. Skitter. Ding. She almost made another noise, but held it in. By the time she was set, Chapter 12, 9:30. Dane sat in his 4 for 60 while they last patio chair, his computer glowing at him from the super sale patio table with the hole in the middle, and let his thoughts and fingers amble where they would. This was it, he figured, the grieving process. As he thought it, he wrote it, and he found it helped. She was still beautiful, I kid you not. Yes, she was 59. Her eyes kept the crinkle that smiling had put there. Her hair was mostly blonde from a bottle. The sun had deepened her freckles and coarsened her arms and back. But there was nothing like seeing her sitting at breakfast with the morning sun at her back and her hair a corona about her head. Nothing like the curve of her hips, as smooth as a classical phrase whenever she draped them with a dress, framed herself in a doorway, even pushed a grocery cart. There was nothing like the pleasant roundness of her breasts under a sweater or her body against mine, that close to no other for 40 years. Was I happy? You bet I was happy. 9:45. Eloise sat on her bed in the soft light of her bedside lamp, flipping a quarter, part of that day's earnings. Heads, she called in mid-flip. She caught the coin, slapped it on the back of her hand, uncovered it. Heads. She flipped it again. Heads, 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 heads. She put her hand over her mouth to keep it quiet. Pretty lucky. No, extremely lucky. Her last toss made 15 heads in a row. She didn't know how she did it other than just wanting it to happen, like touching the coin without really touching it. And I suppose I should be honest with myself while I try to understand what happened in Coeur d'Alene today. A part of being lonely, I suppose, or perhaps needing to be needed, or perhaps for no particular reason other than her being a fledgling magician and my being what? The wise old mentor. I just couldn't stay out of it. I couldn't keep my mouth shut. Dane had to pause a moment, sit, think, and try to make sense of himself. He thought of calling Dr. Kessler but put that thought aside. What happened to him that day could have happened to anybody, trauma or no trauma, and he'd ended his pain medication days ago. It had to happen. She was a magician and it could be what drive Kessler was talking about. Oh, come on. He decided to pour himself another cup of decaf from a little coffee maker he bought just to buy some time. When he sat down and faced his computer again, his thoughts hadn't changed. All right, I'll admit it. She reminded me of Mandy. Her shtick was silly, ill-timed, ill-located, poorly done. Her outfit was hodgepodge, the makeup was stagey, and I could tell she didn't believe it herself. But how many people, young or old, would have taken such a chance? Gone out on such a narrow limb, just put it all out there the way she did. Mandy was one of the few I've ever known. Maybe he should call Drive Kessler. Oh, it was over now. He'd probably never see her again. It was an interesting phenomenon, looking into that girl's eyes, and he must have subconsciously loaded his own memories into what he was seeing. That's why the eyes looked so much like Mandy's used to look when she was troubled, when she was trying to figure something out, when she was fascinated. The voice, too, so much like Mandy's when she was goofing around, trying to do a stagey accent. So what's Kessler going to do if I do call her? Charge me by the hour and send me a bill? Forget it. Today's over. She's gone. It was a unique grieving experience. Something to remember with interest, maybe write about, maybe share with another widower someday to compare notes. I wonder what if Eloise tried it. She set the quarter to spinning on the top of the dresser and then watched it and watched it and watched it, and as long as she stayed with it, somehow connected with it, it never slowed, it never wobbled. When she let go, the spin decayed and the quarter wobbled down to a stop. She stood it on edge, flicked it with her finger to set it spinning again, and this time, with her eyes and will locked on it and her body unconsciously leaning along, she made the spinning quarter move toward the rear of the dresser and back to the front, then back and forth again, then in a circle, then in a square. Upon her command, or whatever it was she felt or did, she wasn't sure what it was. The quarter wah-wah wobbled down and settled. Kerplink. On the dresser. She rubbed the side of her face, thinking, trying to deal with this. Was it really happening, or was it from the same bag of insanity as thinking Nixon was president and the war in Vietnam was still going on? The last girl to use this room left a tennis ball on the dresser. Maybe if she watched from the other side well, maybe if she watched it and gave it a nudge it rolled slightly, bumping on the nap of the carpet until it came to rest. Looking tired and discouraged, she got down on her elbows and knees, her nose inches away from it. Come on now, Bert. Look at all that wonderful open space in front of you. Where's your sense of adventure? She tapped the ball with her finger and it rolled, bumping against the nap. Come on. It bumped against the nap, bumped again, rotated a few degrees more and kept rolling. She crawled and followed it, her nose inches away, willing, commanding, feeling, whatever might work. That's it, Bert, that's it. Keep going. It kept rolling, faster now, until it bumped into the wall and started coming back. She backpedaled, drawing it after her, making it roll, and it followed her like a baby chick after its mother. Wow, if that guy the first met in town could see this. What was that on the wall? She stopped and looked. The tennis ball bumped against her knee and stayed there, forgotten. The white paddock fence. She could see it projected on the wall. No, she could see it through the wall. The wall was thinning as if turning to glass, and just beyond it, just outside the house, was the white paddock fence, dimly visible in the night. Beyond that, the green pasture stretched like a dark expanse, and in that expanse stood the 3 aspens, fragmented shadows against the starry sky, leaves trembling. Eloise froze right then and there, still on her knees, enraptured, not taking her eyes off it. She did not want to lose this. The vision widened and clarified before of the room dissolved and she was no longer in a bedroom but outside on a clear night on a 2-lane country road that vanished over a rise in one direction and dipped into an expansive, restful valley in the other. She stood slowly, turning, taking it all in. The stars above were brilliant, like diamonds on black velvet. She could recognize Perseus, Cassiopeia, Aquila, Hercules, and the Big Dipper, and all around her the forested hills traced a black, saw-toothed bite out of the sky. Here and there on the hillsides were the nighttime stars people had put there. Mercury vapor lamps burning blue over driveways and barnyards, bare little bulbs on back porches, and the orange glow from the sleepy-eyed windows of ranch and farm houses. The night was so quiet. No town noise. A dog barked. Another replied. The birds had all turned in. Just off the road from where she stood, a mercury vapor lamp illuminated a heavy wooden gate spanning a driveway. The driveway went up a hill between 2 white fenced pastures, and at the top of the hill, nestled among charcoal evergreens, were the glowing cathedral windows of a house. She could just make out the angular roof, gables, and stony facade, but the sight drew her in as if she were seeing a memory, something from a beautiful dream. It looked, it felt, so much like home, only better. Was this heaven? Of course I have to wonder how this house would feel, how real, how complete the dream would be, if Mandy were here to grace the rooms with her spirit, her charm, her tasteful touch. She would know where everything should go, how the living room should be arranged, how the walls should be adorned, and Dane paused to savor the feeling. A sweet and gentle joy he knew from mornings with Mandy, sitting at breakfast with Bibles and coffee. The sense of completeness whenever she returned home from shopping, getting her hair done, running 3 miles. The way he felt when he would sit beside her in church and she would place her hand on his hand. How home, any home, used to feel when she fell silent and motionless, listening, sensing, almost expecting her to come through the archway into the kitchen with a little item on her mind. News of the day, who'd called, whether she liked the cut of her new costume, where the camera might be so she could capture the fall colors. Slowly, as if approaching a timid animal, he rose from his chair and moved by careful steps toward the kitchen, wanting to walk into that sense of her presence, that deep and wondrous something that had settled in the room. Mandy. She wanted to go through that gate and up that driveway. She wanted to go inside that big, beautiful house. Maybe it was heaven. Maybe the answers to all that had befallen her would fall together if she could only go there. She smelled something smoky, like burning leaves on the slow, cool breeze. The telephone rang, and against the silence of the house its warble was jarringly loud and obnoxious. Dane instantly resented the interruption, but wait. The rings came in pairs. It was the phone down at the gate. What if it was she? Mandy. No. The girl, you know, the girl I met today. The maybe you should call Kessler. He stopped in mid-thought, hand on his face. Oh, brother. Not only was he being ridiculous, he was also arguing with himself. And the phone was still ringing. He picked it up. Hello. She was back in her room, so suddenly she stumbled and dropped against the bed. The walls were back, the warmth of the house enveloped her, the light from he hung up. Weird coincidence. If it happened again, he'd have to have the gate system checked. But who would he call to do that? Shirley would know. He'd have to tell her if he remembered. Maybe he should write it down. Maybe he should call Kessler. But the moving van was coming tomorrow, so maybe he'd better open that gate and leave it open. Was there a way to get a truck down to the barn to stash all that magic stuff? Should he worry about protecting the floors? Did he want any more coffee? A zillion little realities tore him away from the moment, whatever it was. He sat once again at the table in the big, dead quiet, empty kitchen and stared at the words on his computer. Maybe he should make a list of everything that needed to be done. Good idea. He opened a new file and tapped in the heading. Things to do. Yes. Everything felt normal again. Whoopee. Hallucinations, Eloise thought. That was something Bernadette and Carla asked her about. Did she ever have any hallucinations or delusions? Well, she sank to the floor, her back against the bed, the tennis ball on the floor beside her. She absent-mindedly rolled the tennis ball under her palm, scanned the walls around her, the dresser, the nightstand, the lamp, and the bed, all solid and really there, and then she sighed. Well, yeah, sure, she was crazy. Not that she'd had much doubt about it, but, finally, sitting on the floor in a cozy little room where she was safe, she accepted it, and without fear. She was a little surprised how calm she was, but crying and freaking out were behind her, an old debt she'd already paid to this problem. There was no point to them now. She made the tennis ball land on the tip of her finger and spin there, perfectly balanced, until she let it stop. Chapter 13. A digital photograph of the gypsy girl popped up on the computer screen. She was hurrying up a sidewalk in a downtown district, one hand clutching a sweater closely about her and the other toying with a wool hat she was wearing. She was looking away from the street and her face was not visible. Yeah, I'd say she's hiding her face, said a male voice from the computer. Look at 23. Stone tapped the right arrow key until Gypsy Girl 23 scrolled onto the screen. This photo was zoomed in closer. The girl was looking down, her profile mostly obscured by her street-side hand. She was yanking a scarf out from under the wool cap. Most of the shots show the same behavior, said Stone, speaking to the computer. Wonder what he told her. Mortimer, binoculars in hand, divided his attention between the satellite conversation in the farmhouse and the Collins Ranch house across the valley where a moving van had finally arrived. As two movers wearing back braces muscled a sofa from the van through the front door, he glanced over at the computer. Stone had pressed the right arrow key and scrolled number 24 from off-screen to center. Now the girl's eyes and nose were visible, but the makeup still disguised her. Whatever it was, it ruined her day. She got out of there, Stone remarked. Hoping no one would see her, said the voice. And she's a magician, said the voice on the computer, which definitely makes her a person of interest. But was there any indication that they knew each other? Remember who we're talking about here? None that we could see, said Stone. I think he was just being generous too. A busker. How old would you say she was? Hard to tell. 20s, 30s. But what if? Stone and Mortimer looked at each other, and Stone went ahead. If this is the subject, can she be young enough not to know who he is? What if she hasn't met him yet? Asked Mortimer. That young? The voice said. There was a long silence followed by a muttered incredible, sir. Stone inquired. Parmenter would have to rework the protocol, see if anything matches. This is way beyond our projections. Another pause, and then the voice commented, but if she hasn't even met him yet, we'd be downright lucky, wouldn't we? Splosh. Eloise dipped the long-handled window mop in the bucket of soapy water, then soaped and squeegeed the front window of the Real Life Ministries thrift store. Only one more pain to go, and then she could move on to sorting out the donations for the day, price tagging and hanging up the new clothes, and making sure the children's toys were arranged on the shelves by age group. The job was fun. Mia and the others were great to work with, and it was a sweet arrangement. Girls from the halfway house. Today that meant herself and Darcy, the former jailbird, put in hours at the thrift store, and in exchange the thrift store helped meet the needs of the halfway house with clothing, food, and whatever else might come through the donation door that was useful. So Eloise didn't earn dollars, she earned safety, well-being, and time to figure things out. Such a deal. She squeegeed the last window, then stopped to look at the girl in the glass. Looking back at her with she was getting to know herself, settling on those things about her that were true and likable no matter what world she thought she was living in. She had friends, and that made her world real enough to touch with her heart, and that made all the difference. She was wearing clothes of her own choosing. A warm jacket she'd earned with her labors and the wool cap the mysterious man on the street had given her. Before long, she hoped, she would find a way to actually make some money and pay for the things she needed. Which got her thinking about her current plan and the tattered black derby hanging inside the store. When did that come in? It looked like something Emmett Kelly would have worn, a little bashed in, old but proud. If it fit, it might be perfect. And what was that term the mysterious man used? I know what an independent contractor is, said Mr. Calhoun, leaning on the counter, looking as if she was trying to sell him a quilting club membership or spring-wound fire alarms. So you wouldn't have to pay me like an employee. I could start out just making tips. He looked away from her and took more interest in how things were going in his coffee shop. All around them, McAfee's sandwich and coffee shop was in full swing. The coffee makers were pounding, grinding, and squirting out espressos, lattes, mochas, frappuccinos. His wife, Abby, and their two young employees. Megan with the coffee-stained apron and black curls, Myron with enough rings in his face to hang a shower curtain, were taking orders for coffee and sandwiches and hustling them out to the tables as if their jobs depended on it, which they probably did. The way I see it, any money you take out of here is money I don't get. But I might bring in more customers and they might stay a little longer and buy more. Mr. Calhoun's bald head was getting little sweat beads on it. Look, people come in here to grab a bite and talk business, play some chess, work on their computers. They don't want to stop what they're doing and watch card tricks. One look around the room told that story. The place was noisy with chatting customers, and almost every other table had someone tapping and clicking away on a computer. Backward we're playing a game of chess. You used to be the gypsy, right? I bagged that idea. It didn't have family appeal. So. He waved his finger at her new outfit. What's this, Charlie? Chaplin. She'd claimed the tattered and dented derby hat from the thrift store, along with some baggy trousers, an oversized black suit coat, and cloddy shoes. A little makeup to stubble her face, sat in her eyes, and red in her nose completed the character. Hobet. He made a face at her face. Hobet. A girl hobo. A girl hobo with whiskers. She shrugged. It's funny. And what's a hobo without whiskers? He granted her half a smile. Cute. And I do new tricks now. He looked around the room again, antsy and preoccupied. Tell you what, I'll give you a coffee and muffin, on me. It's the best I can do for you. Sad news. She pouted a clownish pout, but then doffed her hat with a salutary flourish. You're a sweetie. I'm telling you no, did you catch that? She nodded. No. I mean, yes, you said no. He tapped on his wife as she hurried by. Abby, give her a muffin and whatever coffee she wants. Hate to see someone go hungry. Then he turned back to Eloise and aimed his finger at her. But this is it, all right. You don't come back, not with this hobo thing or any other thing. What would you like, honey? Eloise asked for a blueberry muffin and a 16-ounce double-shot decaf mocha. Abby prepared the order herself. Eloise told her, thank you so much, and she really meant it. You're very welcome. Go ahead and take a table. She was in a costume for no particular reason now, but this was an artsy kind of place with theater posters on the walls and a musician's artist's yoga herbal remedy health bulletin board. Looking weird was no big deal. A few folks looked her way, but were immediately satisfied. Oh, a hobo. Okay. She found a table in the center of the room and settled in for a consolatory meal that would end soon enough, but hey, she was going to enjoy it. Her first bite of the muffin was hot, moist, and flavorful. A blueberry burst inside her mouth, spilling its sweetness. The first sip of the mocha topped off the muffin so well she closed her eyes, held it in her mouth, and savored it before swallowing it. This was joy, just enough to close out the talkers and planners, the tapping computers, the chess players, the periodic moan of the front door, and her little dark cloud of disappointment. When she opened her eyes, she noticed a little girl at the next table sitting in her daddy's lap and looking at her. Not staring, looking. She was 4, maybe 5, with golden curls in blue ribbons, a blue dress that matched, and big blue eyes. She was munching on a cookie, had crumbs on her cheeks, and must have found Eloise to be the most engaging thing she'd ever seen. Eloise looked back, drawn to those eyes. The little girl was comfortable with that, so neither thought to look anywhere else. While all around them the talking and tapping, the sipping and chewing, the serving and paying rattled on in isolated clusters, she and the girl visited, getting to know each other without a word. You see me, don't you, little girl? I'm really here, a somebody. I fit into your world and that's okay with you. Eloise smiled, head tilted, and gave the girl a little wave with her fingers. The child pressed close against her daddy's chest but never looked away, and she smiled a teeny bit. A mommy, a daddy, and a safe and loved little girl. Eloise felt an ache and a warmth at the same time. She could have cried, but something in the little girl's eyes drove the tears from hers. Wonder. Yes, that was it. Wonder. What Eloise, or Mandy, used to feel when looking at a flower, cradling a dove chick in her hand, or sitting out on the tractor watching the wispy clouds at the very top of the sky. Misdirection. Eloise fell into it, just had to do it. She took a long, slow bite from her muffin, drawing the little girl's eyes to her comical face while her free hand found some quarters in her pocket. Props left over from the gypsy's fateful day. A quick load and she was ready. She waved a little wave again, but this time a quarter appeared between her first 2 fingers. She stared in wide-eyed, clown-like astonishment. Oh, said the mommy. The little girl stared. Maybe she got it, maybe she didn't. Eloise closed her fingers, opened them again, and there was a second quarter between her second and third fingers. Where'd that come from? The daddy asked the girl, and now she smiled as if to say, hey, what's going on here? Eloise waved up a third quarter, then vanished all of them, rotating and showing her empty hand. Mommy and Daddy did some quiet little claps. The little girl just watched. Eloise's eyes followed an invisible quarter buzzing by. She snatched it from thin air, put it in her mouth, and drew it from her ear. Clap, clap. The girl smiled with one finger in her mouth. For no more than a second, Eloise wondered if she should be doing this in Mr. Calhoun's coffee shop when he told her no, but she bumped that thought. This wasn't a show, this was making friends. The little girl was watching, expecting. Eloise set the quarter she'd taken from her ear on the table and flicked it with her finger, making wonder. It was beautiful to see. Make it quick, Eloise. She shooed the quarter away with a little jerk of her finger and away it went, spinning around the table, circling the salt and pepper shakers. Now Mommy and Daddy were starting to get wonder in their eyes. She gestured come here with her finger and the quarter came back around and stopped a few inches shy of the table's edge, still spinning. Now two guys. They looked like college types, in clothes that cost a lot but were made to look like they didn't, halted their conversation and started watching the quarter spin. They exchanged a look and kept watching. Two more friends, two more human beings touching her life as she touched theirs. What a feeling. The little girl was looking up at her daddy. Oh, got to get her back. Eloise bent low, her nose just above the table, and mutely beckoned to the coin. It advanced a few inches and stopped. She beckoned again. It backed up. Come on, now, she mimed in clownish gestures, don't be a wuss. The quarter wavered, inched forward, backed up, came forward again slowly. She placed her index finger against the edge of the table, beckoned and cajoled, and finally the quarter spun onto her fingertip. She lifted it slowly aloft, spinning and balancing on her finger. Now, that got a response. Mommy and Daddy, the little girl, the college guys, and now the guys playing chess all watched in disbelief and delight. Oh, brother, where do I go from here? Call it quits before I get in trouble. They were applauding now, and she had the little girl back. Top it, top it, top it. She mimed for the daddy to hold up his finger. He laughed, a little nervous about it, but he stuck up his index finger. She steadied his hand with her free hand and brought the quarter down. It was like lighting a candle. The quarter held it there, astonished, looking at the quarter from different sides, watching it spin all by itself. Hey, check it out. Somebody said. What? How's he doing that? Said a lady at a table close by. She's doing it, said the man sitting with her. The little girl was enraptured. She reached for the quarter as if it were something truly magical, then shied away. Eloise mimed an open palm, and the girl's mother reached and helped. The child held out an open palm. The father brought his finger down, and the quarter hopped into the little girl's palm. Kerplop. It lay flat, happy, harmless, and hers. Eloise closed the little girl's hand around the quarter and pointed, miming. It's yours. There was a circle of laughter and applause from the four nearest tables. Enough to make some of the computer tappers look up. A few heads turned from the front of the place. Oh, now Mr. Calhoun was watching. So was Abby. Would they be mad? Or amazed? They weren't smiling yet. Well, she'd better be sure they were amazed. And that she had the crowd. It felt a little nutty. Something between a ray of hope and a flying leap, but she stood and pulled Bert the tennis ball from her coat pocket. The folks she had were all hers, watching every move she made, expecting Something. She perched Bert on the tip of her finger and gave him a spin. He spun there, never slowing. How about the little girl? Was she ready? Was she trusting? Eloise mimed for her to point her finger upward. The little sweetie looked at her daddy. Go ahead, he said, finger still, and let Bert spin while the friends sitting closest, joined by friends a few tables out, applauded and cheered. And oh, the triumph in her eyes. Eloise brought her own right hand close and the little girl let Bert hop back onto Eloise's finger. Eloise raised her right hand and let Bert roll down her arm, over her shoulders, down her left arm, and then, ta-da! He spun on the finger of her left hand as she held him high. Applause and even a few whoops. Now the clatter and chatter were dropping off table by table, talker by tapper, sipper by muncher, as the circle of quiet attention rippled outward. Folks were leaning, looking around heads and bodies, curious. Mr. Calhoun was watching. She could feel it. She let Bert roll back to her right arm and out onto her right index finger. Again. More applause, but it was time to move on. She let him roll across to her left hand one more time and then, after bringing both left and right hands together and letting Bert twirl on both fingers, she jerked her hands apart and let him fall. He bounced on the floor, and bounced on the floor, and bounced on the floor. As she watched, following him with big nods of her head. But he wouldn't stop bouncing, and folks were catching on, laughing, marveling. Her look away deadpan would have made Jack Benny proud, and it got laughs. Enough of this bouncing. She reached on a bounce to catch Bert. He curved sideways and she missed. She grabbed at him again and he zipped from her grasp. She chased him, groping and grabbing while he bounced between the tables, and finally netted him in her hat. Well, there. She was in charge again. She put her hat down on her table with Bert under it and began her next trick, materializing playing cards in her empty hand. The folks watched her produce a card, then two, then a full hand of them. And they applauded politely, but their eyes were straying and she noticed. They were looking at her table and laughing. Bert. He was trying to get out from under her hat, wiggling it, making it crawl blindly around the table and bump into things. The hat was heading for the table edge. She dove for it, but too late. The hat hung over the edge and Bert dropped. Free. Bouncing. Wow. What a bounce. Into a high arc over the room and dropping toward an older patron's cup of coffee. A patron who wasn't paying much attention, by the way. The crowd followed the arc of the ball with a unanimous woo-ah. Bert was dropping right on target when the old guy looked up just in time to see the ball plop into Eloise's hand, inches above catastrophe. Whoops, hollers, and broad, mock relief from the Hobet. She wiped her brow, plopped her hat back on, then tossed the ball over her shoulder, intending to bounce it off a kick of her heel. She did it. The ball went flying, arced over the heads of the patrons and bounced off Mr. Calhoun's head. Everybody in the place, as one, saw it happen, and everybody howled. The Hobet stood there horrified, hand over gaping mouth, while Bert came bouncing back and cowered behind her feet, peeking out, quivering with fear. Now the folks were shouting, some shrieking with laughter. Amazement, astonishment, and wonder filled the room. She had the crowd. But did she have Mr. Calhoun? He was glaring at her, and whether he was acting or serious, he still pointed at the door. Out. Play it. She doffed her hat and bowed repeatedly, backing toward the door. Bert just sat where he was, undecided. The Hobet made it to the door, but missed Bert and started looking around for him. Mr. Calhoun advanced on the tennis ball, about to pick it up. The Hobet whistled, and Bert scurried to her, struck her big booted toe, and bounced high over her head. As he came down, she doffed her hat just in time for him to land on her head, and Eloise could still hear the cheers and applause from McAfee's as she Hurried down the sidewalk, emotions in a blender. I blew it. I did great. They love me. He hates me. It was unprofessional. It was inspired. Oh, dear God, can't I do anything right? Hello. Oh, miss. Could you hold on a minute? Should she stop? Was it a cop? Her shoulders were sagging as she turned to face the music. It was Abby Calhoun, hurrying toward her, smiling, eyes sparkling. I never caught your name. Well, Abby was smiling. Maybe it was safe to tell her. Eloise Kramer. Roger. Mr. Calhoun. Told me to run after you. Is he mad? She looked ready to laugh. I think he is a little mad, yes. She deflated, the air sighing out. Chapter 14. Saturday night, 7:30 p.m. Enjoy Eloise the Hobet Kramer. Magician extraordinaire. Astounding. Astoundingly funny. Bring the family. It wasn't her name up in lights, just colored marker pen on white copy paper. With some of Roger Calhoun's tacky artwork, taped to the front window of McAfee's. But that little poster struck Eloise as a page that could turn to a new chapter in her life, and she could feel it to the bones. 7 to 7:30. Half an hour. She could remember thinking, only half an hour. Now, cooped up in the women's restroom in the back of McAfee's, reddening her nose and dotting her face with black whiskers, mumbling to herself one final time the order of illusions she'd planned, all she could think was, half an hour. How was she going to fill half an hour? This isn't my idea, Mr. Calhoun had said. It's Abby's idea and I'm going along with it, so okay, I'll give you half an hour and it better be good. She worked and worried and sweated away the hours in her room at Sally and Mika's until she was ready to eat her pillow, trying to remember and rehearse illusions in the correct order and the right style to hold a coffeehouse crowd, and all she had to work with were 2 tennis balls. She drew smiley faces on them, a deck of cards, and a batch of quarters. The doorknob rattled. Just a minute. She called. It was noisy out in the restaurant, so there was a crowd. Whether they were willing to become her crowd was one big question mark. Had any returned from yesterday? Had any word gotten around so there'd be new faces? Was there anybody out there who would, like her in the first place? She was already sweating. She sniffed herself. Her deodorant was working. She leaned against the sink and bowed her head. I'm going to do this. I might make a total fool of myself, but I won't turn away. Here I am with whiskers on my face and tricks in my pockets and somebody needs to use the restroom. Well, you know what I would have said. She assumed the Hobet's personality, face, and body, double-checked her goofy smile in the mirror, and stepped out. With a tip of her hat to the lady waiting outside, she slipped past and flopped into one lone chair in the corner to await her cue. She caught the eyes of a couple sitting at the rearmost table and gave them a disarming, clownish smile. They smiled back. It helped. Her hand was trembling. She wouldn't be able to hold her cards. Okay, here we go, then. Mr. Calhoun had stepped to the center of the floor. He and his crew had crowded the tables a touch toward the walls to allow Eloise a few additional square feet. Now Mr. Calhoun stood in that space looking terribly self-conscious. For the next half hour we're gonna have, Elaine, what did I say? Elaine. Eloise. Eloise Kramer. She goes by the name Hobet 'cause she's a girl hobo, and, okay. Here she is. He wanted to get out of there in no small way, she could tell. He was clearing the floor, face set resolutely toward the safe zone behind the counter. He'd forgotten. Bert the tennis ball was right in his hand and he was walking off. Great start. Wonder if he's going to count this one against me. She waved at him and he finally saw her. Unhappily, he turned around, went back to the center of the floor, dropped Bert, and cleared out. Now it was just Bert out there, bouncing all by himself with everybody watching. She leaned forward, eyes on Bert, touching him without touching him from back in the corner. Come on, Bert. Come on. His bounce had been decaying, but now, somehow, it gained energy, high every time. The people were catching on, starting to giggle to each other. Some of the guys at a front row table were starting to bend down and search from side to side for wires, strings, the gimmick. Okay. We have 'em, for now. Got to time this right. Okay now. She high-stepped out, moving past tables, bodies, faces, and started clapping her hands in time to Bert's bounce. With some whimsical, clown-like persuasion she got the folks clapping along. It would have been so much better with music, but there wasn't time to set that up, and Mr. Calhoun was at the limits of his niceness anyway. Get going. Get going. She'd rehearsed this dance with Bert so many times. As she swooped in and let him roll up one arm and down the other, from left to right hand and around again, then let him bounce and weave through her legs in sync with her dancing, she went on pure faith that each move would pop up in her memory when she needed it, and at every crisis moment there it was. Kick Bert off your heel, catch him in your hat, swing your hat over your head and dump Bert out, let him bounce on top of your head, bounce from head to kicked heel and back again, elbow to elbow, keep those legs shuffling, weave, baby, weave, let him bounce straight up and down from the floor, do your circle dance around him while you get his buddy, Baxter, from your pocket. Now the hard part. She got this to work a few times back at the halfway house, enough to take the chance here. She kept her eyes on Bert, her head nodding to follow his bounce, then held Baxter at just the right height for Bert to contact him at the top of his bounce. Bump. Baxter bounced upward. Bert bounced downward. Bert bounced off the floor at the same moment Baxter fell back from his bounce. They met halfway. Bump. Now they were bouncing in a perfect column. Bert off the floor, Baxter off Bert. Bump, bump, bump. She had the crowd. They were in that zone where they didn't laugh or applaud. They gasped, marveled, bent, and craned, trying to figure out how in the world. For this one moment when Bert and Baxter were doing most of the work, she. Enough of bouncing Bert and Baxter. She plucked Baxter from the air, then Bert, then struck a pose, a ball in each hand. Now the applause came, wild and excited. Time for the spinning quarters. Megan brought out a small round table, and Eloise went to work, materializing 2 quarters between her spread fingers and giving them a spin on the table. The quarters danced together, spinning around the table like a pair of figure skaters. It looked great, but only the closest tables could really appreciate the trick. The people, seated farther back, were having to stand, crane, try to see what was going on. Bummer. Too small. The energy from the crowd was sinking like a bad air mattress. She was going to die up there. This better be good. Come on, spread it out. Make it big. She got amid the tables, reached behind a lady's ear, and brought back a quarter. She rolled her eyes a little. Reet, as if you've never seen that one before. She set the quarter on the lady's table, flicked it to get it spinning, then let it spin onto her fingertip and held it up for all to see. Ah! They were amazed again. Keep it close, right before their eyes. She went to the other side of the room and picked out a cute, buzz-cut 10-year-old. With clownish gestures she had him hold out both hands palm up, then place one hand atop the other, palm to palm. She mimed, now lift your top hand away. He lifted his top hand away, and there was a quarter in his other hand. She got it spinning, perched it on the end of his finger, and now he was feeling great, a magician himself. She pointed to the shirt pocket of one of the college guys. He checked, and there was a quarter. She perched it spinning on his fingertip, and he and his buddy immediately began studying it inches from their noses. They passed their hands around it, feeling for wires or strings. The buddy got out a pocketknife and held it close to feel for magnetism. Nothing there. They looked at her and she just shrugged a shoulder without slipping off. Now those folks back there had something to watch. She pulled a quarter from her nose and milked the gag, wiping it on her coat sleeve and trying to get it to quit hanging and dragging from her fingers by an invisible string. Everybody was laughing so hard it made her crack up. Finally she got it spinning on a table. One of the college girls sitting there was brave enough, and Eloise passed the spinning quarter to her upraised index finger. That got a response. The girl held her hand high to show everyone. She and her friends were totally enchanted. Following Eloise's lead, they all held their spinning quarters high like the Statue of Liberty and then gave them a little uptoss and caught them in their hands. The tip can. Good idea. She grabbed her can labeled tips from the counter and passed it around too. Collect the quarters, blowing kisses as everyone applauded. Hopefully they'd get the hint for later. Okay. These nice folks were still hers. She brought out the deck of cards. And her heart sank. She'd learned a lesson from the quarters routine, which was a heck of a time to learn it. The card tricks, like the quarter routine, would have worked fine for one table, just a few people at a time, but what about all the other folks in the room? Boy, they didn't call it close-up magic for nothing. She smiled, fiddled with the cards, fanned them, shuffled them. She did a waterfall, cascading the cards from one hand to the other, then switched hands and did it the other way. She kept raising her feeder hand higher so the cards would drop farther to her other hand. It was getting very sporty. The folks were still watching, even though the cards had to be a blur to everyone else, as they flew past her nose. She could see each card in perfect detail. She could touch the card's edges without touching them, sense its weight, feel the air swirling around it, hear the little slap as it landed on its fellows in her lower hand. Was all this just part of being crazy? She had no time to think about it. The folks were waiting and she needed something. She held her hands close together, palms up, deck of cards in her right hand. Eyes locked on the cards, she flexed the deck, building the tension. She let them riffle loose. They sprang into the air in a stream and flew in a little arc to her other hand. FFFFF flip PPP. And that quick, it was over. She made them arc again, from left to right to left to right, back and forth, then started spreading her hands, widening the arc. When her hands were 2 feet apart she started getting gasps and oohs from her audience. She extended her hands out past her shoulders, and the cards sailed higher in a fluttering arc. Her eyes, her mind, every nerve ending in her body were locked on the cards, feeling, knowing, energizing. Flip 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 the cards riffled out of one hand. Plap 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 they landed in the other. When her arms were spread wide and the cards were soaring through an arc high above her head, over and back, she held the pose and the Tata moment came. The audience applauded, cheered, whistled. They loved it. She riffled off the last card. It sailed through the air after its fellows like the caboose on a train and landed in her other hand. Plap. Her fingers, quivering a little, wrapped tightly around the deck as she wilted with relief. She made it clowny, but she wasn't kidding. While the folks were still shaking their heads, cheering and clapping, she caught a quick glimpse of Mr. Calhoun. He wasn't smiling, but only because he was too dumbfounded. She was trembling, but it wasn't nervousness as much as raw adrenaline coursing through her. The power, the energy, the pure psyche of being in this place in this moment, and now she wanted more. At a front row table. She sat on her bed in her room at the Durhams, dazed with exhaustion, too excited to sleep. It was going on 10 o'clock. She was still in her Hobet outfit. Her hair was matted from sweating under her hat. She hadn't even washed off the whiskers, and now many of the little black dots were smeared. She'd emptied the contents of her tip jar on the bed and counted out the money. $312. 75. Now she was the astonished one. Of course, she told herself more than once, you won't do this well every night. But making $312.75 in a half hour was quite affirming, to say the least, and she couldn't stop replaying the evening in her head. She could have kept going, but wrapped up her show right around 7:28 p.m. with a big finish and a final bow. Having nowhere to go to get off stage, she let Hobet talk in a goofy, bummish voice she borrowed from Red Skelton, one of her favorite TV shows only weeks ago, and visited with people. They loved her show, loved her, shook her hand, raved up one side and down the other, and happy, happy, happy. They dumped tips into her tip jar hand after hand, the coins clinking, the bills well, all that quiet was nice to watch for sure. Do you do birthday parties? A mom asked. Was the Pope Catholic? Sure. They found an available date. For Eloise that was easy enough. Oh, and what do you charge? She scrambled around her brain for a figure and blurted out, $50. Sold. It was a date. And then she thought, what was she going to do for a bunch of little kids? And how was she going to get there? She didn't have a car or even a driver's license. Roger. He said she could call him that. Finally got a few minutes with her. After most of her public had gone out the door. That was good, he said. Gooder. Better than good. He was still a little dazed and having to adjust, and she could walk to McAfee's. It only took about 20 minutes from the halfway house. Mia, Darcy, Rhea, Micah, and Sally gathered around her at the house and had a little celebration with apple juice and Oreo cookies. They were all blown away and just couldn't believe what they'd seen, and all of them voiced the same sentiment. Eloise Kramer would not be a hobo for long. Of course, the question came up as it always did, and probably should if she was doing things well. How did you do that? And she just shrugged teasingly and said it was a trick. And now, sitting by herself in her room and thanking God for Chapter 15. Saturday and Sunday night, October 16th and 17. 7:30 p.m. Enjoy the incredible Eloise the Hobet Kramer, magician extraordinaire. Astounding. Astoundingly funny. Bring the family. You won't believe your eyes. Now the poster was larger, done with poster paints, featured a digitally printed, taped on, color photo of Hobet doing the Rainbow Bridge, her name for her new card routine, and it appeared in the front window on Monday. Roger was becoming a believer and Eloise was becoming a performer, which turned out to be good news and, well, challenging news. Okay, great, I get to perform, but what? I need new stuff. With the kind and loving indulgence of Mia at the thrift store and Sally Durham's offer to drive her until she could get a license, she went to work full-time on new material, anything she could think of, starting with what in the world to do for a kid's birthday party. There were 12 kids, ages 6 to 8, sitting all over that living room as if they'd been thrown in there, party hats on their heads, cake crumbs and ice cream on their faces, laughing like adults breathing helium. The spinning quarters worked great because they were so magical and the room was small. Bert and Baxter not only bounced among the kids, driving them wild as the kids tried to grab them, they also sat on a little table up front through the rest of Eloise's act, upstaging her at key moments. Card tricks. Too slow for this bunch. She opted for an old standby, balloons, and made balloon doggies, giraffes, dinosaurs, and anything else she'd learned from books and videos just that week. Of course, a balloon let loose in the room and guided to zip right by the kids' heads, and bonk Eloise right between the eyes. Kept things lively, and with just the right kind of attention she could make some of the balloon creatures move. October 16th, at 7:00 p.m. McAfee's was full and folks must have heard about the spinning quarters. They seemed a whole lot more attentive, even moving in closer to see for themselves what their friends were so gaga about. October 17th, at 7:00 p.m. a whole new set of folks came through the door. Which was cool. Eloise could do all the same stuff, which meant she could get better at it. Of course, every gig led to more gigs, and Sally Durham, a real saint, continued as Eloise's chauffeur, taking her to every one. Jerry Morris's 11th birthday party. These kids, mostly boys, were tougher to please, and the goofier she got the less they bought it, so she eased back on the goofy and played mostly herself. They loved the quarter pulled from her nose. Apparently they were into snot and boogers and such. Eloise discovered she could stretch a balloon's neck and make it hum happy birthday. If she'd played it on her armpit, that would have gone over just as big. A creative milestone. Melinda Flowers's 9th birthday was just us girls, and Eloise loved it. She ventured boldly into new territory for this one. She reddened her cheeks instead of her nose, left off the whiskers, and came as a semi-clownish girl in a fluffy white blouse with a red scarf, black shorts with loud, flowery suspenders, and red and white striped knee-highs. It was her first performance working under her own name and her first time working with flowers, making them appear in her hand, in little girls' hands, and best of all, in little girls' hair. Boys wouldn't have cared for that trick, but every girl had to get a flower. She could have filled the whole time just doing that. This weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday nights. 7:00 p.m. McAfee's proudly presents the incredible Eloise Kramer, magician extraordinaire. Astounding. Astoundingly funny. Bring the family. You won't believe your eyes. Wow. Check out the poster printed by a computer graphics geek whom Roger knew, with a full-color studio photo of Eloise striking a pose and tipping her hat. At 7, and not from 7 to 7:30. Well, Roger had come to the point where McAfee's was proudly presenting her, and the half-hour rule had loosened to a guideline with only one qualifier. Don't wear 'em out. No dates. Roger was assuming, not really saying up front, just kind of hinting that she'd be doing her show at McAfee's every weekend, you know, if it worked out, if she was up to it. You know. What happened to the Hobet? Well, sometimes she was the Hobet. Sometimes she wasn't. Sometimes it was funnier to play it mute, sometimes it was better to yak it up a little. And the exclamation marks. To think that Roger actually used them. He wasn't that excitable a guy. Friday night the place was packed. Saturday night Roger had to ask people to come back for a second show, at 8:30. Sunday night, a family reunion filled the place at 7 and Eloise had to do a second show again. By the end of the weekend she was exhausted to the tune of $1,785.25. Jackie Palmer's 16th birthday was like a whole new thing, and like Eloise was like, hey, I'm like almost on the same level, and she wore like regular clothes instead of doing the hobo, and some of her accessories were like from the mall and not the thrift store. Oh, up the street to do the Elks Halloween bash. Now, that had to be delusional. But the $1,000 check was real enough. Halloween night at McAfee's. Roger tried to wring every possible use out of the holiday, decorating the place and dressing up like, well, a chef all in white with a big paste-on mustache, a pillow on his stomach, and an arrow through his head. Whatever. Abby dressed up like Julia Child, but nobody got it. Megan and Myron dressed up like each other. The place was filled with all sorts of weird-looking people. Eloise didn't go in for spooks or sorcerers. She just kept it fun, from this planet. Her costume. She went as a girl from the 1970s. Monday morning, November 1st, Dane took the silver urn from the mantel, held it to his chest, and faced the living room, taking a special second look at every detail. I put the love seat upstairs, but apart from that, everything fit just right. Even Mom's old pump organ. I might change the rugs, he said quietly, intimately, as if talking near someone's ear. He went into the kitchen and stood quietly, his gaze passing over the counters, the cupboards, the sink, every feature. Everything from the other house is here. The cookware's in that Lazy Susan and the cereal's in that corner, just like in the other house. See that? There's your coffee machine. It just brewed its 25,000th cup of coffee, can you believe it? And there's the marble countertop, just like you always wanted. He walked through the breakfast nook, spending a moment commenting on the view of the barn and the leaf-strewn hillside rolling gently down to McBride's Pond, where willows, now mostly bare, were emerging from the lifting fog, their reflections mirror smooth in the water. The bedroom was a lovely place, decorated as Mandy would have had it, and he'd been diligent to make the bed every morning. Their wedding photo was on the dresser in its usual place. His favorite picture of her, taken just 2 years ago, was on the nightstand. Mandy's clothes were where she would have had them. Her blouses were arranged in the closet by color, her dresses by occasion, her shoes in neat rows on 2 shelves. He'd set apart one end of the closet for her costumes, each one an icon of the Philippines, this blue gown from their time in London, and this black formal for the award ceremony at the Magic Castle in Hollywood. All the drawers and compartments of her jewelry case were unchanged, and every piece of jewelry in its place. He bought her this necklace for their 35th anniversary, this ring to replace the one she lost when they were working the cruise ship. She used to keep an anklet with silver doves on it in this little drawer. He sat in a wing chair near the windows, one of the matched pair they picked out at least 18 years ago. Anyway, that's the house. It's where I'm staying for now, and I notice it doesn't bring me any more joy than that little apartment we had in Van Nuys, and it is easy enough to figure. You were the joy, Mandy. No matter where we were living, you were the joy. I'll always remember that. He went downstairs, put on a jacket from the entry closet, and took the urn. Outside, the valley was heading into winter. Frost had withered the flowers, blackened the fallen leaves, and now lay thick and crusty in the hollows and dark places. The lawn crunched under his feet. He followed the trail past the barn and into the field that encircled the pond. It was a quiet, restful place he'd already visited many times, and Shirley had told him about the wildflowers that grew here in the spring and how tall the grass could grow. There would be no people traffic here. Shirley wouldn't be running over it with the riding mower or tilling it to plant beans. Only the passing seasons would touch it. He looked up toward the house. You see that? I can see down here from my study. I can watch the seasons go by like we used to do, and thank God that we shared so many. And every time the wildflowers come up, well, I guess they'll be yours, won't they? He uncapped the urn and released the ashes to the breeze. They drifted like mist over the field, spreading, thinning, reaching far away. He stood and watched until the last trace had come to rest. In a 5-second ceremony, Eloise took her hobo hat from her head and hung it on a coat hook next to the front door. Perfect. Symbolic. She now had a place to hang her hat. The apartment was unfurnished but as cute as she could ask for and right on, within walking distance of McAfee's. Sarah Middleton's husband, Roy, built it over their garage. His mother stayed there until her death. It housed Sarah's art projects and Roy's junk until Roy's death 2 years ago, and then, to generate extra income, it became a clean apartment again and Sarah needed a tenant. Mia knew Sarah, connected Sarah with Eloise, and right about that time Eloise had the money to rent the place. It had to be a God thing. There was no table to eat from, no chair to sit on, and only an air mattress. And some blankets to sleep on. There was no television or radio, but they could surely wait. She had to get a telephone first thing, with a number she could give out for people to call, with an answering machine. She had 2 cardboard boxes for her foldable clothes, but there was a closet and the thrift store provided hangers for Eloise's growing wardrobe, mostly this and that, mix and match items she used for costumes. Eloise arranged her shirts and blouses by color, her costumes by venue, and her shoes. A pair of tennis shoes, a pair of sandals, a pair of cloddy boots, and 1 pair of black loafers, in a neat row. Friday, November 5th, at McAfee's. Full house, great crowd, lots of coffee, sandwiches, and pastries moving. Eloise dug out a deck of cards and approached a young lady seated at a table. "Hi there. What's your name?" "Pamela," said the young lady. She looked like a professional. Probably sold real estate or annuities. She had her husband and 2 teenagers with her. "Want to hold these for me?" Eloise placed the deck of cards in her hand. Face down, gently closed Pamela's fingers against the sides of the deck, then circled around behind her so everyone could see. "Hold 'em still now. Here we go." Standing behind Pamela and looking over her shoulder, Eloise pointed with 1 finger at the deck. "Now help me out. Let the cards go where they want to go." She slowly pulled with her finger, as if an invisible thread ran from her finger to the top card. The card tilted upward toward the rear of the deck and then, once vertical, tucked itself between the back. Great move. Everybody loved it and every eye was watching. Eloise pulled with her finger again, and the next card tilted up toward the left and tucked itself against the left side. Eloise pulled invisibly. The 3rd card lifted toward the right, and this time she waved her hand between her finger and the card. No wires, no strings. 3 little walls now. Last card. Eloise pulled. The card lifted toward the front and tucked itself against the front edge of the deck. Now the cards formed a little box open at the top. Eloise planted her hand over the top. "So, what do we do now? Got any magic words?" Pamela's eyes rolled toward the ceiling as she searched for one. That's good. That's good. Everybody say, The whole crowd said a dumb-sounding Eloise lifted her hand away. Pamela looked into the box and did a wide-eyed double take. No way. She reached into the box and withdrew her driver's license. The real thing, with her picture on it. Pamela dug out her wallet and was stunned all over again to find that the little slot for her license was empty. She held up her wallet for everyone to see. "Well, let's see if we can put it back," said Eloise. Pamela dropped her driver's license back into the box made from cards. Eloise covered it with her hand and told everybody, "We have to do this whole thing in reverse, right?" Everybody say, MMMMMUH. Everybody, including Pamela, said backward between laughs. Eloise lifted her hand away and there was a silver dollar. Aha! Eloise's eyes shot over at Larry, a middle-aged man who'd already won 2 silver dollars from her in a coin toss routine. She craftily twitched her eyebrows. Larry beckoned. "Bring it on." "What about my license?" Pamela asked. "Is it in your wallet?" said Eloise. While Eloise crossed the room to go eye to eye with Larry, Pamela opened her wallet again and there, intact and in its rightful place, was her driver's license. Eloise was ready before the applause died down. She had Larry flip the coin and slap it onto the back of his other hand. She appealed to the crowd. "Okay, you call it this time." "Heads," called half the crowd. "Tails," called the other half. She rolled her eyes. They want it both ways. She nodded to Larry, who uncovered the coin on his hand. It was now 2 silver dollars, 1 tails and 1 heads. The house went nuts. Larry was about to give the dollars up, but Eloise wagged her head sadly. "They said heads and tails. These are tails and heads. Nuts." As Eloise overplayed some frustration, Larry dropped the 2 new silver dollars into an empty coffee cup. Now he had 4. She searched her pockets. "Bert. Anybody seen Bert?" She looked at Larry and his group, then at the coffee cup on the table in front of them. They looked in the coffee cup. There was Bert smiling up at them. Larry tilted the cup and let Bert roll into his hand while Eloise found $4 silver in her coat pocket and dropped them from hand to hand while everybody marveled and applauded. Say big pitiful look. Can I have Bert back? Larry was into it, goaded by his friends. What about my $4? Eloise deadpanned to the crowd around it, then opened her hands. Bert was gone. In her hands was a $5 bill. She held it up as the crowd roared and she looked at Larry. Got change for a 5. Larry followed her look to the coffee cup and then broke up with amazement and poured out the contents. $5 silver. They made the trade. Larry came away $5 richer, and the folks were having the time of their lives. Now, what about Bert? Eloise looked around, dug in her pockets. Bert. Mark, a college student sitting in plain sight of everyone, noticed his computer case jiggling. Eloise was quick to notice it too and pointed, directing everyone's attention. Bert. Mark reached down, unzipped the case, and out hopped Bert, bouncing back to Eloise, who caught him and held him up for her big finish. That was all, folks. As the whole house rose to their feet, applauding, she doffed her hat, swept it before her in a big bow, tossed Bert into her hat, and put it back on her head. Megan and Myron passed around the tip cans, and the dollars and coins piled in. Eloise went around the tables greeting, shaking hands, thanking the folks for coming. Hi, what's your name? Sandra Connolly. This is my husband, Ted. Wonderful to meet you. Hi, what's your name? Mike. Julie. Christopher. Theatrical management, and bore a Las Vegas address, an email address, and phone numbers. I'm Arnie Harrington. Will you be performing here tomorrow night? A hint of thrill brightened her face. I sure will. Okay. I'm crunched for time right now, but maybe we can talk tomorrow. Could we do that? And here came that thrill again, right to the surface. She broke into a grin. Okay. That'd be great. She had to move on, shaking hands, saying hello, glancing back as he smiled at her. Megan and Myron were still moving around the room accumulating tips, mostly in bills. Arnie. Chapter 16. Corporal James Dose was serving well in Afghanistan and was a little disappointed to learn that his tour of duty overseas had been cut short for minor medical reasons. Before he knew it, he was stateside, finishing out his army hitch at Fort Lewis, Washington, not far from his family in Tacoma. Given all this, it was time to get the family together for dinner and announce his engagement to Jennifer Long, a gal he'd been courting since high school. They gathered at the Key, their favorite steak house on the shore of Puget Sound, and James had the ring in his pocket. The dinner would end abruptly. He would never get a chance to toast the occasion. Dane took one look at the poster in McAfee's front window and stopped dead in his tracks. Arnie was clearly disgruntled to have to look back. What? Dane's eyes moved across the girl's face. The gypsy had become a clownish hobo, but those eyes and that smile were unmistakable. I've met this girl. Arnie looked in through the window and could see the place filling up. More folks were coming from up and down the street even now. Can we talk about it inside? Eloise Kramer. How could it possibly be? Dane. We've got to get in there if we want a table. He turned from the poster and followed Arnie through the door into McAfee's, a quaint cubbyhole of clamor now filling with a hodgepodge of people, all ages, urban to organic, having 30 different conversations as they crowded the tables and lined up at the order counter. Posters of Scarlett and Rhett, Bergman and Bogey, decorated the sand and rust-painted walls. Ceiling fans spun lazily over their heads. Drink, dessert, and sandwich menus shouted in loud, colored chalk from a blackboard behind the counter. Coffee machines ground, tamped, spewed brew, and spit steam. Servers were scurrying, and everywhere, In every direction were cups of coffee, cups of coffee, cups of coffee. Arnie found a table near the front window and tossed his hat on the table to stake a claim on it. Dane removed his coat and draped it over his chair, then stood a moment to size up the room. The open floor where the magician would be doing her act was several tables distant. He and Arnie would be watching over and through bodies and heads. And the noise in this place. If Eloise Kramer could sell her stuff in here, her whole approach to performance had to have changed drastically. Arnie draped his coat over his chair and sat. He patted the table. Come on, sit down, sit down. Dane sat in his chair, elbows on the table, hands clasped under his nose, still looking around the place. Arnie leaned in, trying to be heard above the ruckus. You wanted a fresh start, right? That's what you told me. You're thinking about producing, promoting new talent, maybe putting a show together yourself. And so that's what we're doing tonight. You're out of that house for a change. You're circulating, you're living, you're scoping out new possibilities. Are you listening? Arnie, she's a street magician. She was busking out on the sidewalk. Illegally, freezing her buns off and fumbling. I had to show her the right way to do a Bentley count. He looked at Dane crookedly. Are you sure you have the right girl? There were things Dane could say. Well, if I do, things have really changed. And there were thoughts he wouldn't share with anybody. She's just a young girl minding her own business. It is not her fault. I don't even know her. I've been off my medication for more than a month. Eloise Kramer. Where'd she get that name? Arnie was talking. Dane caught the tail end. I like what I saw and I'm not saying she's the best thing since sliced bread. I'm just saying you might find her interesting. She might spark some ideas, that's all. Dane found himself nodding in agreement and made it a point to relax. Why not enjoy the evening, have some fun? He scanned the big chalkboard. So let's get some coffee. 7 o'clock. The lights blinked and the restaurant clamor quieted too. Murmured phrases, the distinguishable tinkling of spoons, the occasional creak of a wooden chair. Dane and Arnie craned like everyone else, watching that center floor, scanning around the room, wondering where the magician would make her entrance. In the lull, the girl named Megan made one final dash across the floor to bring someone their order just as the guy named Myron, having served a table, was heading back. They passed each other in the center of the floor, Megan obscuring Myron from view on one side, Myron obscuring Megan from view on the other, for an instant. When they continued on, reopening a gap between them, music started, jazzy and rhythmic, and there was the hobet, spinning into place, then moving to the music, worn old hat on her head, hands in the pockets of her oversized, trampish coat, and a teasing, mischievous look on her face. She danced lithely into about a half of the house, then the other half, sweeping her hat in front of her. It was a great opening, something Dane wasn't expecting. He shot a quick glance at Arnie, who raised an eyebrow back at him. The magician produced a bright yellow tennis ball from her empty hand, got it bouncing, and Jazz danced with it in a dazzling display of technical polish and energy, legs, arms, and coattails flying as the ball, seemingly with a mind and energy of its own, bounced, veered, rolled, and rebounded along with her. Every eye in the place was glued on her, incredulous. Invisible thread, Dane thought, though how she managed to avoid tangles and breakage with all that movement was uncanny. She must have perfected a way to attach and reattach, or maybe she had a spring-loaded reel under her coat. Or maybe there was more than one ball and she was vanishing one while producing another to direct the bouncing. A gyro. A system of magnets. This routine had to have taken months to perfect. This couldn't be the gypsy. The dance number ended as she caught the tennis ball in her hat, plopped the hat back on her head, and froze in a closing ta-da position, all in one smooth move. Dane broke into applause along with everyone else. He could feel Arnie looking at him, rubbing it in with his silence. She went into flourishes with silver dollars and cards, producing, vanishing, transferring, yakking it up with the audience, and making instant friends with her charm. When she did the rainbow bridge with the cards, Dane held his breath with everyone else. He'd seen that kind of energy produced with cards, but never that degree of control. Then Megan, working behind the counter, held up a coffee cup. "Oh, what's that?" the magician asked Megan. Megan replied, "Venti Triple Shot Cafe Americano." Hobet stared blankly. "Huh, coffee. Oh, whose is it?" A man in the corner raised his hand. "Oh, far out, far out. Hi, you've been here before, haven't you? What's your name?" "Clarence." "Boy, you like drinks with long names, don'tcha? Tell you what, lemme send it to ya. Just stand right there." She pointed toward the end of the counter. The folks were snickering already. She grinned mischievously. "I wouldn't do that." Clarence weaved through the tables and stood at one end of the counter. Eloise Kramer stood at the other end and set the 20-ounce cup on the counter. She extended her palms to say, "Move. Single quote. Move. Oh, too fast." That cup was sure to fly right off the end of the counter. Clarence ducked aside. "Stop," the magician pleaded. It lurched to a halt right in front of Clarence. Magnet under the counter, Dane thought. Megan or Myron or some other stooge was making that cup move from below. Now we'll see how she palms the magnet under the cup. The magician was moving along the counter but didn't get to the cup before Clarence picked it up, and one big unified gasp filled the room. The cup came up empty in his hand. The 20 ounces of Triple Shot Cafe Americano remained on the counter, the hot brown liquid suspended in the shape of the cup. "Oops, sorry." Bowing in apology, looking sheepish, playing it for astounded laughs, the girl took the empty cup from Clarence's hand and carefully aligned it around the coffee again. She lifted the cup from the counter intact, the coffee contained inside, and handed it to Clarence as the house went nuts. Fantastic illusion, and Dane was so captivated by the standalone coffee he forgot to watch for her palming the magnet. Clarence hardly smiled at all as he walked back to his table. Kind of a rough-looking character anyway. His face was deep-featured and pockmarked, as if he'd just taken a nap on a bed of pea gravel. Then she started spinning quarters and perching them on spectators' fingertips, and Arnie leaned in and said only, "Hey," and Dane had to lean back and say, "I haven't a clue." And with that admission, she had him. The skeptic in Dane had fallen away. And now he was watching her with different eyes, almost laughing at himself. 40 years in the business, working with the best, designing and performing hundreds of illusions, and here he was, of all people, caught up in the magic. And for another surprise, even though the illusions were uncanny, the thing he liked most was this magician's performance. She was the magic, playfully immersed in everything that happened. When she kept losing the toss of the coin, he could read the mischief in her face. When she produced the driver's license in the box made of cards, the enchantment in her eyes drew his attention away from the cards in her right hand. Had she flashed a slight or botched a pass, he wouldn't have noticed and he wouldn't have cared. Her eyes were playful, then teasing, then full of wonder like a child holding a butterfly. And then it struck him. That was it. Wonder. This young girl was as fascinated and awestruck by her magic as her audience, and her wonder was infectious, so infectious that, well, she was a magician. She'd gotten around his guard, slipped by his critical eye, and taken hold of his heart. He not only appreciated her skill, he also was rooting for her, longing for her to do well. "Come on, kid, pull it off, don't blow it. Win the crowd. Love what you're doing and they'll love you. Don't lose the wonder." His stomach tightened. Don't lose the wonder. Mandy always said that. Hey, great illusion, but where's the wonder? Don't scare them, make them wonder. Hey kids, I bet you've never seen anything like this before. Wow, it feels like something God would have done. Mandy's love of wonder was a treasure sequestered in his heart and memory. Until at this moment, in this girl, he could see, feel, live it again. And oh, how he missed it. His eyes grew wet, his vision blurred. Oh, brother, he hadn't planned on this. He blinked and wiped his eyes. Be professional, Dane. He cleared his mind, put on his best. He fled to safe thoughts. She's just making eye contact, working the crowd, she doesn't really know me. But the showbiz went out of her eyes for that tiny instant, and it was her. Looking, the girl who used to be the gypsy. And then she smiled, a smile he didn't just recognize but knew from somewhere else, before this place. She has no idea, he reminded himself. It's not her fault. She's just a sweet kid doing her act, making a living. It's my problem, I'll work it out. He thought he should smile back, but his emotions were so mixed up he couldn't get a smile together. Too late. The showbiz returned to her eyes and she stumbled back on track. Looking at others. Well, so now did I give you your 5? Dane wilted a little and let go a breath. He felt he'd just been released from a chokehold. Eloise was stumbling inside and trying not to show it. It's the guy. That man I met on the street. He's here with that Mr. Harrington, so he must be a pro. Well, sure he is. The stuff he showed me, how he knew everything just like Daddy. Just like Daddy. She could just look at everybody else, but she couldn't just look at him. Without getting stuck there, pulled through a window to somewhere she'd been. Focus. Girl, focus. What's next? He's not smiling and I know he can smile. He doesn't like my act. Oh, bummer, where am I? I changed the 5 for the silvers. Oh, I still have to get Bert back. She patted her pockets, looking perplexed. Bert, where are you, buddy? She'd planted Bert's double in Winifred the college prof's handbag. She reached with the part of her that nobody, not even she, could see, and found him in the bag with Winifred's bag wiggled, everybody freaked, and she got Bert back with a nice flourish and a great ta-da. She had him back. Great applause. Final bow, but he still wasn't smiling. He was staring. Oh, man. Encore. What? Her mind was an empty box, and she was groping around in it. They were applauding, but it wouldn't last forever. Now or never, kid. Well, what can I do that's going to impress this guy? One more thing. Maybe. Oh, doom. Certain doom and destruction. Don't do it. She looked in his direction. Oh, let's try not to be so obvious. What's he staring at? What? I've got a horn growing out of my head. The applause died, and she was still standing there. They were waiting, ready for magical dessert. A little girl stood on her chair, eyes hungry, hands ready to clap again should Eloise do anything. Well, without a word, she stepped to the center of the floor, feeling her way into her final stunt. All this stuff was so much a matter of feeling, working her way deep into her crazy world, stepping off little cliffs and learning new rules every day. She'd been working on this stunt in her apartment. Sometimes she could get it to work, and sometimes she couldn't. Whatever she'd tried there, she'd have to repeat here in front of all these people. Which could be a big mistake. Maybe. The tension in the place could have powered the lights. She slipped out of her shoes and set them aside. People were leaning forward. A child spoke, and her mother shushed her. Eloise stood with her feet together, arms outstretched. She met the eyes of the people seated all around her, and then looked one more time at the guy. Oh, dear Lord, don't let me flop. She closed her eyes to shut everything out. With hands she didn't have in. With senses outside herself, she groped for what she'd come to know as folds and ripples in space, and it came easily this time. She could feel them like veins of thickness in water, moving and shifting like the northern lights, here, then there, close, far, thin, wide, sharp, shallow, but always within reach. With hands that were not here in the room, she grabbed hold. She was connected, in sync. She should be okay. She opened her eyes. She'd made it. Everybody was still watching, sitting in the same room, and she was still in the center of the floor, with one key difference. She was also somewhere else. That was as near as she could explain it. Come on, girl. Do well. Don't look at me, look at them. Focus. Arnie whispered, is she gonna do a levitation? Dane could see it coming, but how could she do a levitation with people on all sides? He and Arnie rose to their feet as one, watching her feet, sizing up her pant legs. She'd be doing this without shoes. How? The room was silent. The serving staff became a tableau behind the counter. Myron with a pitcher in his hand but not pouring, Megan with a towel in her hands but not drying, the owner and his wife transfixed as if watching a moon launch at T-5 seconds. The magician stood still, waiting, eyes full of wonder as if watching something no one else could see. Her hands were extended as if reaching for something, trying to grab hold. She's building the tension, Dane thought. She's driving us all nuts. A lady at a front row table gasped, and on cue everyone leaned forward. Craned, stared at the girl's feet. The heels were lifting from the floor millimeter by millimeter, smoothly, with no visible muscle strain or quiver. A full inch. 2 inches. Dane was impressed by how impressed he was. This girl got a gasp just for lifting her heels off the floor. Come on, girl, pay it off. Finish well. Now every eye was on those toes, which was a good clue for Dane to look elsewhere. He searched the ceiling and walls for an apparatus, perhaps a glint of a thread or cable. Nothing. He returned his attention to the girl's feet. Another gasp. Whoa. Is she off the floor? Folks in front were bending way down, marveling at the gap appearing between her feet and the hardwood. Some were leaning right and left, trying to see wires. She was off the floor by 2 or 3 inches, still rising, and seemed as astonished as anyone, her eyes wide, her whole face sparkling like that of a child just learning to ride a bike. She squealed with nervousness, with delight. A sound Dane could have recognized across a huge room full of partying people. 10 inches. A foot. 2 feet. She bent her knees, pulled her feet up, and hovered there, laughing and hooting along with the crowd, as amazed as they were. About 3 feet above the floor she began to rotate, eyes passing over the crowd as they cheered and she waved at them. It was becoming a real party. She didn't do this yesterday, said Arnie, eyes locked on her. Maybe she's never done it, said Dane. I can't believe this. I'm doing it. I'm really doing it. I'm crazy. Hi. Down. There. She waved and hollered at them and they waved and hollered back. As easily as climbing a step she rose higher, then kicked her feet and did a somersault. The audience wasn't having half the fun she was. Such an incredible sensation, like moving through some kind of stuff that held her up while she, and herself, and lots of other Eloises pressed and pushed and bore her weight from somewhere outside. Totally freaky. Was somebody smoking in here? She could smell something burning. From somewhere came the crash of shattering dishes and she heard people screaming. It stole her attention. She looked and nearly lost hold. Corporal James Dose was standing, raising a glass of wine for a toast when his shoulder exploded, spattering blood on the restaurant table, his father, his mother, and his new fiancée. He lurched forward and fell across the table, scattering dishes, splattering food, smashing the centerpiece. The restaurant erupted in screams and panic. Patrons dropped to the floor and cowered under chairs and tables. Heads spun. Waiters scrambled. The hostess got on the phone as she crouched behind her desk. Where is the Chapter 17. Miss Eloise Kramer, May I present Mr. Dane Collins. Hello. She managed to get that much out as they shook hands and settled into their chairs. Her hands were visibly shaking and she knew her face was flushed. She'd come in for a soft landing, but inside she was still flying, her mind like a picture book in a strong wind, and now she was face to face with, well, she couldn't explain it, but he was more than just the man sitting at the table across from her. She couldn't help but stare at him, which had to be okay because he was sure staring at her. Well, Dane, you'd better say something. That was quite a performance. Whoa, thank you, thank you. She looked at her hand. Woo, I'm still shaking. From across the room the impression, the illusion, the delusion was somewhat deniable. He could attribute it to the lighting in the room, the distance, perhaps his age, his eyes, the tendency of young girls to sound alike when excited, all the details his mind could have altered to match the template in his memory. But close up, right across the table, the sound of her voice, the laughter in her eyes, the funny expressions, there must have been too long a silence. Arnie piped up, I was here yesterday, as you know, and I saw your performance then, and I thought. No, I knew that Mr. Collins would be interested in meeting you. Now Arnie looked at him, a clear and forceful cue. The hobo makeup and outfit gave him room to imagine this girl as the one he first saw at the Spokane Fair with long, blonde tresses floating in the breeze, the quintessential surfer girl, farmer's daughter, flower child. He could see this girl dressed in that girl's blouse and jeans and, oh, yes, the ankle bracelet with 2 silver doves worn over her white crew sock. But he loved it about her, and 40 years later she was wearing it again on the day he lost her. Arnie was staring at him. He had to clear his throat. That's an interesting name. Eloise Kramer. Her eyebrows perked up and her eyes widened into that sweet, innocent look. He'd enjoyed every time he saw it. Really. Well, you have a very unique approach. Weird feeling. Like she'd hit a nice grounder into left field, had rounded first, and this guy, this Dane Collins, was second base. Safe. That's what she'd be if she could only get there. Thanks for all that great advice. Oh, yeah, sure thing. It was pretty cold out there. Yeah, sure was. And thanks again for the hat and sweater. It was a good meeting we had. What was it about this guy that was so stable, like a rock in a river? She wanted to come right out and ask him, do you know Arthur Whitaker? Have you ever been to the Woolly Acres Ranch? Are you really sitting there, or are you just another delusion from a past I never had, or did I really have it? Just what is the connection here? The only question she could think of built up inside her and she blurted out. Who are you, anyway? Wild. He didn't seem to know. I was in show business. I was a professional magician and producer. Arnie piped up again. He's on hiatus from the stage now, but thinking he'd like to do some producing, maybe some managing, develop new talent. Her eyes brightened at that. Dane wanted to talk to her, talk with her, stay right there and talk about magic, performance, the heart of it all. They could go on to talk about life with its turns, twists, ups, and downs, and laugh at how events could turn in such unbelievable ways. Her eyes would sparkle the way he'd grown to love, her smile would shatter his fears and self-doubts, her voice, well, he'd be able to hear it again. He'd sit here all night just for that. Oh, brother. He broke his gaze and let his eyes sink to the table, his brow resting on his interlaced fingers. Dane, you are one sick individual. He looked up. She was hanging on the edge, hungry for his next utterance. But I'm sorry. She looked at him blankly. So did Arnie. I think you have a real talent and you'll go a long way, but I just can't participate in your career. Keep going, kid, you're going to do great. He rose, grabbed his coat. Oh, the tragedy in her eyes. The letdown. He couldn't look at her. Arnie was aghast. He was showing it with everything he had. We have to go, Dane told him, and didn't wait for an answer. He just headed for the door. Arnie wanted to talk, of course, but Dane just kept walking, getting some city blocks between them and that girl. I absolutely cannot believe what I just saw back there. That was the most astounding talent, the best fertile soil for development, the best business opportunity you could have asked for. Dane, stop and talk to me. They were almost to the car. He felt safe enough, so he stopped. Eloise Kramer. Arnie just stared at him. What? Eloise was Mandy's middle name, remember? She was named after her mother. Dane started walking again. Yeah, I think I am. He stopped walking, and went nose to nose with his manager. You didn't see that back there. See what? He looked at Arnie just long enough to know he was going to get nowhere. And kept walking. No, I suppose not. Arnie stayed right on his heels, then alongside, pushing himself, almost loping to keep up. Hey, come on, cut me some slack here. Dane halted and got in Arnie's face again. You saw it. You saw who she looks like. Arnie must have understood. He grimaced as he looked away, searching the dark night for a glimmer of sanity in this nutty world. Yeah, deny it. Dane tried to keep walking, but Arnie headed him off. All right. I saw a kind of resemblance, sure. But is that the girl's fault? Is it? Who's blaming her? Arnie looked up and down the street for his next thought. He found it. All right. Listen, you've suffered a great loss. I understand. I respect that. I feel for you. But I'm not responsible for who you think the girl looks like or how you feel about it. And let me tell you something, neither is she. No matter how you try to justify it, that was rude back there. It was thoughtless and it was mean, and that poor girl did not deserve one bit of it. What does she know about your grief? Why make her suffer for it? She worked hard. She put it all on the line. She totally wowed that audience, and you just threw her on the floor. It was a bad move. Bad move. And let me tell you something else, Mr. Big Shot with a screw loose. Somebody's gonna sign that girl, and it could have been you. Heck, I'll sign her. Dane turned aside and let a little reason sink in. This has not been easy. Yeah, you're telling me, you. And think about it. She's up here, you're up here. I'm heading back to Vegas tomorrow. I don't want to pull her out of her neighborhood before she's ready, and you're the only one who's gonna know when she's ready. So now it is all on me. You bet it is. It's all yours, baby. You made the mess, you clean it up. Well, did you get her number or anything? That was gonna be part of the meeting you walked out of. Dane could only whistle out a sigh and rub his fingers through his hair. Dane, this girl, backed up by everything you were and everything you know, I guarantee she'll go places. She could do a solo act. You could put together a whole new show featuring the two of you, kind of a brand new Dane and Man. I just walked off a cliff, didn't I? Even as we speak. Sorry. Dane mellowed and gave Arnie a nearly imperceptible smile. You do try. Arnie, you do try. Arnie only shook his head. One of us has to. Dane slapped a hand on his shoulder. Guess I just need some time. Yeah, but don't take forever. McAfee's was a quiet place with no customers there, the doors locked. Most of the lights out, the ceiling fans motionless. Roger and Abby were turning out lights, putting chairs up on the tables, restocking the coffee urns, replenishing the towels in the restrooms, and waiting for her. She remained on the same chair at the same table, her hat at her elbow, Mr. Harrington's business card in her fingers, trying not to feel lonely and wondering why she did. You're out. She muttered. Yep. Rounded first, headed for second got up, and walked out. Tagged. Third out. Game over. She had such a great night. She did so well. The most amazing things happened, things that astounded even her. The crowd loved it. Roger and Abby loved it and told her so. So why did he leave? She came so close to something, as if she were in a big maze, and for 1 second she saw a glimmer of light from the opening, but now she couldn't find it no matter how hard she looked. Or as if she were trying to pluck her keys from the very edge of a sidewalk grate and they slipped off the tips of her fingernails and fell the rest of the way down. She provided the sound, kersploosh. Or as if she knew the answer to a question on a quiz show, had known it all her life, but it just wouldn't come to her when she really needed it, and then the buzzer sounded and the host said, "I'm sorry, your time is up." Or as if she were trying to remember where she saw a pair of pruners so she could go get them. She could remember them sitting on top of a can, but she couldn't remember, for the life of her, where the can was, or what kind of can it was, or how long ago she saw it, if she did, or whether she just dreamed it. The frustration. Roger wanted to go home. He touched her on the shoulder. Why don't you just go find the guy? The least he should do is give you a chance. She'd written Dane Collins on the back of Mr. Harrington's business card. She looked at it again for the umpteenth time and considered out loud, "I need a car." In his bedroom, Dane stared at Drive Kessler's business card lying on the nightstand. His hand came 1 inch from picking up the telephone and dialing, but oh, come on, it is just that one girl. So what? It was still warped, that's what it was. Was this where dirty old men came from? I'll call in the morning. The Division of Motor Vehicles examiner behind the counter was nice enough. She handed Eloise the list of requirements to get an Idaho driver's license, all of which Eloise could not meet, and then smiled and said she was sorry. Eloise would have to come back when she could provide proof of Idaho residency, proof of age and identity, acceptable legal presence documents, social security number, blah blah blah. So Eloise, printed government info in hand, backtracked along the line of folks who'd been waiting behind her, all of whom existed as real people in this world and probably would get what they came for. Sometimes she just wanted to scream. Eloise. Now, that was new. Somebody out in the middle of everywhere calling her name. She paused just short of the front door and looked. It was Pamela, the professional lady, still looking professional. No problem. Remembering her, Eloise had transferred her driver's license from her handbag into the box made from cards, and then back to her handbag, one of her first big triumphs at McAfee's. HMPH. Her driver's license. How was that for irony? Pamela strode right up, all confidence. You look like you've had to deal with the bureaucracy. Well, now, what to say? How much to say? I was trying to get my driver's license so I can drive a car. So I can even buy a car. You don't have a driver's license. I don't have a lot of things. What's the going lie these days? But Pamela held up a hand to stop her. No, you don't have to tell me. Suffice it to say you don't have the necessary documents. Pamela prodded her toward the door and said in a lowered voice, "It's lucky I saw you. Let's talk outside." Pamela gave Eloise a lift to an inviting, neatly landscaped little house 1 block off Sherman Avenue. A sign hung on the front porch. Seamus A. Downey, attorney at law. She led Eloise through the front door and into a reception area that used to be the living room. "Have a seat. I'll let Mr. Downey know you're here." Besides Pamela's reception corner, the room had a couch, a recliner, 2 plastic stackable chairs, a coffee table with old magazines, and a struggling ficus in a ceramic pot. A Hispanic lady with 2 squirming toddlers occupied the couch. The recliner looked inviting, but taking that chair would be like taking the bigger half of a shared candy bar. She sat in one of the plastic stackables while Pamela went behind her desk. "Is this going to cost very much?" Eloise asked. Pamela only smiled. I don't think that'll be a problem. She picked up her telephone and had a quick, quiet exchange with Mr. Downey regarding a Miss Eloise Kramer, who was there to see him. Eloise figured the big guy had to be behind the door that used to lead to a den or bedroom. She could hear voices talking in there. Mr. Downey is with a client, but he'll be finished real soon. Eloise settled in and smiled at the Hispanic lady. Hi. The Hispanic lady only half smiled back and wouldn't meet her eyes after that. The kids were getting tired of their toys. A Barbie ripoff and a G.I. Joe without an arm. And looking for trouble. Mr. Downey's door opened and a steel shook hands with the Middle Eastern guy, and the man got out of there in a hurry, stashing the manila envelope under his jacket. Mr. Downey looked at Eloise and smiled disarmingly. Eloise. Eloise almost rose from her chair, but directed an indicating finger toward the Hispanic lady. She's waiting for her husband, said Pamela. You can go first. The chair in front of Mr. Downey's desk was far more comfortable. So, said Mr. Downey, slipping behind his desk like a cool dude slipping into a sports car. Pam tells me you're quite the magician. Nice opening. I'm glad she thinks so. And she tells me you can't get a driver's license. Okay. She was up to the edge of another cliff. He looked legit enough. He had a nice car parked outside, and Pamela's car smelled new and had one of those talking GPS things in it. He had degrees hanging on the wall and a tennis racket propped in the corner. No family pictures. She took one step. No. He smiled and nodded as if he understood everything already. Well, I'm a bit of a magician myself. I make problems like yours disappear. He smiled and raised his eyebrows at her. She didn't get it. How's that exactly? He leaned back in his chair and touched his fingertips together like the old spider doing push-ups on a mirror. I do estate planning mostly, but on the side I do pro bono work with documents because I see a real need there. This country is one huge bureaucracy, and decent people like yourself can't make a living or live a normal life without the right paperwork. You want to make a decent, honest living, don't you? Let me guess. You can't establish your identity. You don't have an acceptable ID. You don't have a social security number. You can't find your birth certificate. You can't even prove you're a citizen who belongs in this country. She shied a bit but finally admitted, that's about it. So how do you manage to make a living? I'm an independent contractor, but one of these days the tax man's going to come calling and he's going to ask why you haven't filed. She nodded. Render unto Caesar, you know. I would if I were you. He took a pen from his shirt pocket and started scribbling on a legal pad. Okay. The first thing you need is a birth certificate. It looks to me like you were born, am I right? Well, that much was certain. So that's not so hard to figure out. It's just that some people need a piece of paper or they don't believe it. What's your full name? Eloise Kramer. Do you have a middle name? Elizabeth. He recited it as he wrote it down. Parents' names. Wow. Some of this she hadn't figured out yet. Arthur and Eloise Kramer. Close enough to the truth. Where were you born? I don't remember the name of the hospital actually. The hospital where she was born wasn't there anymore. Kootenai Medical Center, I imagine. Spokane County Medical Center. In a way, Eloise was born there. Date of birth. That makes you 19. That might be a little young, but we'll see. There might be a problem. Yeah, what's that? If you check into all this I might not be in the system. Oh, don't worry, you will be. He winked at her. This little cliff was growing. Her conscience was making her insides ache. Well, I'm trying to say. You don't have to. Are you? You're not, you know, are you? Is all this legit? I mean, we're not doing something wrong, are we? He was unruffled. That's a fair question, and here's the honest truth. Our government is one big inefficient mess, full of red tape, redundancy, and contradiction. Call one office, they'll tell you one thing. Call another office with the same question and you'll get a completely different answer. I've made it my job to comb through the maze and learn where to get the right answers from the right people in the right order so we can get what we need while still using the system, and in an acceptable amount of time. It might be a revelation to you, but our government doesn't care if you're here illegally. That's just paper, politics, and PR. All they care about is whether you're their kind of people, and me, I don't care at all. I just want you to be able to make a living and contribute to this country because I think it is a great country. So yes, I'm a little slippery. I have to be clever and a little deceptive, but I make the machine work for you, and incidentally, it is pro bono. That means I do it for free because it makes me feel good. Then he gave her a moment to think about it. She sighed. She even got a little teary-eyed. Her insides still ached a little, but she nodded. Okay then. You're going to need some other documents besides your birth certificate. Social security card for one, that's a biggie. And photo ID. US passport, and we might try for a military ID. He tapped a button on his phone. Pam. Let's do a photo shoot. Passport and military. Click. Click. She stood in front of a blue background looking as groomed as she and Pamela could make her. Click. Click. She stood. Chapter 18. Corporal James Dose was a good soldier, so even though getting shot through the shoulder in a restaurant in Bremerton, Washington, had to be the most unlikely of events, he didn't ask a lot of questions. He marveled at how a team of paramedics just happened to be dining in the restaurant at the time of the shooting and had all their emergency medical gear in their cars parked right outside, but he just said thanks, not, "What are you guys doing here?" He felt rather important when a tight-lipped trio of army brass met him the moment he was wheeled into the hospital and, in terse, secretive phrases, advised him it was a matter of national security and therefore he couldn't discuss it with anyone, so he just said understood, and not, "Who in the heck shot me?" He was miffed that his family, particularly his fiancée, was barred from seeing him even when he was out of danger until a colonel let him know, off the record and under wraps, that he might have been shot by a terrorist cell group connected with the Taliban in Afghanistan, now operating in the vicinity of the naval shipyards and trying to send a message. Obviously such information couldn't get out, as it would hamper containment efforts, risk lives, and, who could say for sure, even endanger his loved ones. He made no objections after that. He even got out of bed in the middle of the night so army medics could load him into an ambulance and whisk him away for a secret debriefing in an undisclosed location. He didn't ask if they would be bringing him back to the hospital in Bremerton or his company at Fort Lewis afterward, and they didn't tell him. They didn't tell his family either. And they never brought him back. The team that conducted the crime scene investigation at the key were tight-lipped but pleasantly efficient. They were so thorough in gathering up anything bloodied, spilled, or broken that, after they left, one could never guess there'd been a shooting. As for the bullet that everyone thought had passed through James Dose, the exit wound was quite dramatic, to say the least. There was no bullet hole in the walls or woodwork, none in the furniture, simply no sign of a bullet anywhere. The official word from the hospital cleared that up. The bullet was lodged in the shoulder of the victim and was successfully removed in surgery. The victim would recover. "Congratulations," said Seamus Downey, sliding a manila envelope across his desk. "You now exist. Wow. In just 3 days." Eloise opened the envelope with a touch of awe. Inside, she found what amounted to her personhood. A certified birth certificate, a social security card, a U.S. passport with her photo, and a U.S. military photo ID card, all for Eloise Elizabeth Kramer, born in Spokane, Washington, January 15, 1991. Each came encased in a plastic slipcover, and each was so real, so pristine, she felt irreverent touching them. But don't forget now. Seamus gave her a lecturing look. You're not a ghost anymore. The government knows you're here. They'll expect you to obey the laws and pay your taxes. Better read up on self-employment taxes, quarterly filing, and prepayments, all that. I can recommend an accountant if you like. She still had trouble believing all this. You mean, the government has this social security number for me? I'm in the system. Yep. So I can work anywhere I want now. Anywhere they'll hire you. And you have an official passport so you can travel outside the country should you get the hankering. How did you do it? But the next thing you're going to need to get a driver's license is proof of Idaho residency. You're renting. Right. Get your rental agreement, your utility bills, your home address, anything to verify that you're really living in Idaho, and you should be all set to go. If you can pass the driver's test. Oh, I can do that. All right then. Oh, and I wouldn't flash that military ID around too much. Only if needed. The Army computers think you're still serving, but if anybody asked, the Army couldn't actually find you. Oh, okay. Now, one more item. Are you hungry? She didn't quite hear his question. She was just beginning to fathom what he'd done for her. If Dr. Angela or Drive, Lorenzo or Bernadette Nolan ever asked her again who she was, she could tell them and they could check it out and she'd really be Eloise Kramer, born in a real place in 1991. Now she could win for a change. The days of fear and helplessness were over. Really. She broke down. Seamus came around his desk to stand beside her, a comforting hand on her shoulder. Pamela knelt beside her, arms around her, and offered her a tissue. They were just so kind, such good friends, just what she needed. Thank you. Oh, you're most certainly welcome, said Seamus. He then asked Pamela, what time does Angelo's open? 5, every night but Monday. Seamus leaned close to Eloise, his voice gentle and comforting, and wow. Even his breath was clean. Do you like Italian? She blew her nose. Sure. Pam and I would like to take you to dinner to celebrate. Her smile would be the first of many. She was weather watcher and had much to say about how the coming winter would compare to the last one. More snow this time around, starting about mid-November, and she was right. By the time he settled at his drafting table up in the loft, he could look out the east windows and see the snow shrinking into patches on the meadow. The roof of the barn was clear and steaming in the sun while snow remained within the barn's long, November shadow. Wisps of morning fog drifted over the surface of the pond. Looking out the south windows, he could see the driveway winding down to the gate on Robin Hill Road, and beyond them, the valley, the deep greens now giving way to yellows, browns, and patches of white. So the seasons were changing, the morning was beautiful, and it was about time he got to work on something, anything. Perched in his chair, number 2 pencil in hand, he stared at a rough drawing he and Mandy had brainstormed. An escape trick using a tight metal cocoon hanging from a 100-foot boom. It was a spin on metamorphosis. Being trapped is one thing, escaping is something or someone else. Intriguing idea, but so far the whole thing was easy and boring. It needed more tension, which meant more danger, which would mean more safety design, which would mean more money. Funny how it always came to that. So, safety bolts on both sides, a backup clevis secondary cable, but now we're blocking the hatch and how do we hide it after maybe 2 minutes of his thoughts and pencil lines meandering around a vast white void. He glanced at the erasable calendar on the wall above his desk and noticed he'd walked out on Eloise Kramer a week ago yesterday. Well, he asked himself, any regrets? Should you have gone back, looked her up again? You told Arnie you'd give it some thought. Did you? So this was Robin Hill Road. Gorgeous. driving a Volkswagen Beetle. Through this valley with its farms, forests, barns, and pastures brought back feelings Eloise had sorely missed. Call her crazy, but she, Mandy, grew up in a place like this and once drove a car like this. The classic whir of the engine behind her took her back, a place like this someday. She eyed the mailbox as she passed, watching the numbers count upward. Looking for 1250 Robin Hill Road. 1090-1180-1200. She came over a rise, and her foot came off the gas pedal. The Beetle eased to a crawl. On her right was a white paddock fence and a gravel-lined ditch between the fence and the road shoulder. The pasture was yellowed and patches of snow trampled the grass, but she knew this place. Didn't she? She pressed the pedal lightly. Up ahead were a mailbox and a heavy wooden gate. She let out a yelp, her fingers over her mouth. It was the gate, the fence, the driveway, the 3 aspens, and atop the hill at the end of the long driveway, the house, in glorious, magnificent daylight. On the mailbox, 1250. Actually, Dane had thought about Eloise Kramer enough to decide not to think about her. Life was much simpler with his eyes forward, planning projects, designing, imagineering. Most every day he thought about not thinking about her. He was thinking about not thinking about her even as the phone rang, the rings coming in pairs. It was the gate. For no reason that he knew, Dane glanced at one of Mandy's pictures. She was doing a curtain call in flowing, sequined white, with diamonds in her golden hair, before swiveling his chair toward the south-facing windows. There was a blue Volkswagen Bug down at the gate. The phone rang again. He had an extension beside his drafting table. Yes, she sounded breathless. This is just so unbelievable. I can't believe I found this place. I can't believe I found you. Oh, I just so much do not need this. I can't believe it either. It's amazing. It's a God thing, you know. I don't know if you believe in God, but that's what it is. Did God show you where I live? It was. I got your name, you know, I wrote it down on the back of that business card, and then I got your phone number, and then I met a nice lineman from the phone company. He was fixing some wires and he had a map in his truck. This was unbelievable. Why? Don't say. Just answer the question. This is going to sound so crazy. I think we're supposed to meet or something. I don't know why, but I don't know. I just have this really big feeling. A feeling. Right. It's all about feelings now. Young lady, feelings can get you into trouble. Be careful with feelings. Yeah, I know. I guess I just need the time to explain it. I told you I wasn't interested. But you are. I know you are. He opened his mouth but only an agitated breath came out. What could he say without lying? Or aren't you being just a little forward here? It's got to be important. I got a driver's license and then I got a car and then I found out where you lived so I could talk to you about it. Well, actually, really, considering all the ramifications and what constituted wise business, he could be honest saying I'm not interested. He could hear, was she? He grabbed some binoculars from his desk. There she was, in blue, untucked shirt and blue jeans, juggling 4 tennis balls in slow motion, and looking toward the house with a big, showbiz smile on her face. Can we talk? He watched her juggle, the balls floating in a high, graceful arc from one hand to the other. She made it look effortless and didn't even have to watch the balls but looked toward the window with that teasing smile. How did she do that, standing outside? Did she have some kind of device in the VW? If so, she'd gone to a lot of trouble to impress him. He set down the binoculars. Feelings. Nothing more than feelings. What to do? He could have refused $1 million check because he didn't like the color of the ink. He could have been drowning and refused to grab a rope tossed to him because the rope was nylon instead of hemp. He could have jumped out of a plane without a parachute because the chute didn't match his socks. But no, he did worse. Go away. Just a few minutes. I said, go away. Single quote. He hung up. And then he watched her sadly catch the balls, one after the other, toss them in the backseat of her bug, get in, start up the engine, and drive off. Feelings. Oh, they were so very powerful. His insides hurt to the point of nausea. He looked at the drawing on his drafting table and sighed. Just when he was starting to think about other things and get back to some projects. Well, here was another day shot. Chapter 19. She drove back the way she came, kicking herself for getting all wound up. And full of hope like a believer in fairy tales until she put her foot deep in poop and lost her shoe. She felt sick, stupid, juvenile. She should have known better. She heard a hiss 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 from her right front tire and then it started flopping and shaking the whole car. She pulled over, moaning, whining, pounding the steering wheel, and trying to think of words that weren't too dirty, the little car growling and wobbling to a halt on the gravel shoulder. She pushed her door open and struggled from the car as if she were tangled up in it. Getting out was very uphill because the car was leaning forlornly toward the right. She opened the trunk. In front of the car, she always loved that, and pulled out the spare and the jack. She jacked up the car to take the weight off the wheel but keep the tire touching the ground so it wouldn't spin when she twisted off the lug nuts. The spare lay on the ground beside her, ready to go. Good enough. It wouldn't be the first time she'd changed a tire. Things could have been worse. It could have been raining. A big SUV came by, slowed down, then pulled over just ahead of her. She wilted a little. Not that she didn't appreciate the help, but right now she wasn't in the mood. Oh, got a flat tire, huh? She mimicked to herself. Yeah, sure is flat, all right. Hey, but it is only flat on one side. You live around here. A nice-looking guy got out the passenger side. Young and studly. Oh, guess it happens. Can I give you a hand? Well, okay. Sure. I appreciate it. The man extended his hand. Lemuel. She shook it. Eloise. He squatted by the lame tire. Oh, you need to jack it up more. So she had to tell him, you need to get the lug nuts off while the tire's touching or the tire will spin. He went for the jack handle. She decided to let him find out for himself. Clinka clinka clinka. He pumped the jack up farther and the wheel came off the ground. The first lug nut he went for, the tire spun. She would have had the spare on by now. Lemuel pointed. What kind of lugs are these? Eloise squatted down beside him. What do you mean? Lemuel had a friend, the driver of the truck. She heard him get out and walk along the street side of the bug to circle around the end. They metric. That's right. Right or left hand threads. Rightsy tightsy, lefty loosey. He broke into a grin. I like that. He tried turning the wrench again. The tire spun again. You gonna lower the tire? Well, I guess I'd better. The friend came alongside them. Quiet, wasn't he? Lemuel lowered the tire so it touched the ground. The first nut twisted off. Easily. The man was blonde and must have had terrible pimples growing up. Hey, he crouched down beside her and smiled. Clarence. You were at. She didn't see what was in his right hand. She felt only a bolt of lightning enter her neck and shoot out her fingers and toes and she couldn't stop trembling, as if her whole body was a funny bone that got whacked. He met her eyes. Misdirection, and she fell for it. She teetered and slumped to her side on the ground and couldn't help it. Couldn't do a thing about it. They were on her, taking hold of her and she couldn't kick, couldn't hit. She could scream. Lemuel, or whatever his name was, clamped his hand over her mouth. A hornet stung her neck, hurting and hurting more. She twisted her head in. Time to see Clarence withdrawing a needle. She screamed into Lemuel's hand. Dane's pencil sketched and scribbled, expanding the drawing, trying out ideas. Seal the cocoon with rigged bolts. A little obvious, but how else would we? His mind switched so suddenly it jarred him. Mandy. He could think of only Mandy. Mandy what? What about her? His eyes went to the photos and posters. She was smiling in her pictures. Looking great, but he felt troubled when he looked at her, as if, behind those great looks, she wasn't doing great. Behind that beaming smile, she wasn't happy but afraid. I'm losing it. He looked out the windows, at the floor, the ceiling, anywhere but those images. What was this? Some kind of seizure? Was he having a flashback? A drug? What was that? He held still and listened. Somebody was in the house. Shirley. But Shirley wasn't working today, and she never came in without announcing herself. Maybe he didn't hear anything. Maybe he felt it. They were strong, holding her down and patiently, ruthlessly waiting for her strength, her fear, her mind to slip into chemical-induced surrender. Only her mind was still free, her terror keeping her alert for so very few, extra, precious moments. She concentrated even as she whimpered in fear, reaching for the other arms, the other hands, the other Eloises that could still grab, kick, hit, run. She couldn't see the lug wrench with her own eyes, but somehow, through time and tea-stained, wavering space she knew where it was, propped against the spare tire, glinting in the sun. She could feel the cold steel in a hand she didn't have. With anger, with animal viciousness, she yanked the wrench aloft and toward him. Maybe she was only dreaming. Clang. She didn't see the wrench hit the back of Lemuel's head, but she heard it, and some distant, separate part of herself felt the shock ring through the metal. His grip loosened. He teetered, his eyes rolling, going blank. She kicked her legs loose. All 6 or 8 of them, she couldn't count, while someone somewhere named Eloise took the wrench to Clarence. He saw it coming at him like an angry insect and held up his arms, trying to block the blows, trying to grab it, but she was in a different realm of time, could move faster, and fully intended to work through those arms to reach his head and body. The steel rang and she could feel the shock of the blows, but her grip never tired. One man was stunned, the other was fighting off a wild lug wrench. Eloise was doped and fading, but free. She wriggled, crawled, then dug in with her feet and bolted away, staggering, weaving, disconnected from her feet, barely understanding what her eyes may have been telling her. But somewhere in her mind she could see the gate, the white fence, the 3 aspens, the big house on the heavenly hill. Hello, he called. There was no answer save for the ring of his voice off the vaulted ceiling. He looked over the rail into the house below, listening again for a stirring, out the south windows, searching the front acreage, the driveway, the distant gate. No, not out there. She came to mind. Eloise Kramer. Every time he saw her, every time she showed up in his life, he caught something in his peripheral vision, looked toward the east windows, gasped with a start, then froze. There was a woman standing by the windows, looking out, her back toward him. Her hair was golden blonde with a sheen of silver, teased, layered, and draping her shoulders. She wore a blue bathrobe that reached nearly to her feet and had a cup of coffee in her hand. After 40 years, he knew who she was. He didn't move, didn't make a sound, was afraid to breathe lest anything scare the vision away. Please. Just let me look at you, just for a moment. Please. She turned, every feature of her face more alive, real, and lovely than he ever could have remembered, and he almost said her name. She was looking straight at him, but she looked puzzled, alarmed. He didn't say it but thought it, his face and body carrying the question, what is it? She immediately looked out the window again with intent and alarm, enough to make him approach. What is it? He thought, and then he whispered it. What is it? He could have touched her. He could smell the scent of her hair. She was looking out over the meadow. He followed her gaze. What in the world was this? At very first glimpse he took it to be some kid traipsing across his land, but his next impression was the right one. It was Eloise Kramer, just coming around the pond and up the meadow, staggering, falling, crawling, walking again, looking seriously injured and crazy with fear. And who was that? Living room, grabbed a sword off the mantel. It was a stage prop that wasn't sharp and would probably break, but it was all he could think to grab, and burst out the back door. She was so small, so far away. It would take so long to reach her. The man coming after her was closing fast, running like an athlete, definitely not 60. Nagging little thoughts squeaked in Dane's brain. You don't know what you're doing. That guy could kill you. The girl may have seen Dane coming. She staggered one step in his direction, then another, then crumpled, half disappearing in the yellow grass. From there she tried to crawl, reaching and pulling with one feeble arm and then the other. Dane stopped listening to little thoughts and charged, wielding the sword. Animal rage sending strength to his legs and a war cry from his throat, a maniacal, high-pitched scream. The other guy kept coming, but Dane didn't slow down. He passed the barn, it was only a blurred flash of a shadow on his right, and galloped down the narrow trail into the meadow, sword waving above his head, teeth bared, a crazy, screaming barbarian. It didn't seem to be working. The other guy was still coming at him, and the way things looked, he and Dane would reach the fallen girl at the same time. Well then, there'd be a fight even though Dane didn't know anything about fighting. He'd just have to bite the guy's ear off first chance he got. But then the guy stopped, just came to a halt about 30 yards away and stood there, sizing Dane up through impenetrable sunglasses. Dane reached the girl and positioned himself between her and the stranger, holding that sword out with murder and mayhem in his eyes and not the slightest idea of what threatening thing he ought to say. The girl was still trying to crawl away, her hands too weak now to grip anything, her arms only swimming over the top of the ground, flattening the snow-wearied grass. Her speech was so slurred she could have been talking in her sleep. I'm Eloise, I'm driver's license only. Now did Dane notice how hard he was breathing, how tired and sore he was. If that guy wanted a fight, well, maybe the girl could still get away. But the man only looked at him with a tilt to his head, the trace of a smile on his lips. What? He was amused. He thought this was funny. He looked familiar. Blonde hair. Steely expression. That guy from the other night. Hard to tell from this distance. But he didn't look well, even for him. His face might have been a little puffy in places, and Dane thought he might have a streak of red by his right ear. The man looked down for a moment as if thinking things over, then wagged his head with resignation, gave both hands a little flip as if to say, well, so much for this, and turned. Putting his hands in his pockets, he walked away. He didn't run, he just walked. Dane stole quick, precautionary glances at the girl. She'd fallen silent, her eyes closed, and after two final twitches of her hands, she was motionless. He knelt and checked her pulse. Still strong. She was breathing. His eyes remained on the stranger, his stage sword ready to bounce harmlessly off flesh. The sinister stranger never checked behind him. He just walked across the meadow, climbed through the fence, crossed to the road, and disappeared over a rise. What had he gotten himself into? Eloise Kramer couldn't tell him. She lay on the wet grass, her hair smeared across her face, unconscious. Right where he'd scattered the ashes, he realized. But he didn't dwell on that. He knew only what he had to do next, and after that he stooped and gathered her up. She stirred a little, then clung to him like a frightened child, her arms around his neck. Dad die. Chapter 20. She was a svelte, young-bodied girl and should have been easy to carry, but she went totally limp and offered no more help. No arms around his neck to support some of her weight, no curling against him as he supported her behind her back and under her knees. No, she just hung over his arms like a big sack of dog food, arms dangling like empty sleeves from a laundry basket, and her head. Oh, her head. It was like trying to balance a bowling ball against his shoulder with no free hand to hold it there. He feared for her neck and had to stop and lurch rearward several times to get it back in place. By the time he reached the side door, his arms and back were sending him warnings. Then he discovered he had no way to grab and turn the doorknob. Somehow, and it did not go smoothly. He got her flopped over his left shoulder so he could open the door with his right hand and get inside, trying not to bang her dangling arms and head against the door frame or the walls. He made it through the kitchen, his wet soles squeaking on the tile floor, then into the living room, where he gingerly let her unfold from his shoulder and flop on the couch, cradling her head lest she hurt her neck. He put a pillow under her head. One leg still hung off the side of the couch. He lifted the leg as if it were crystal and set it neatly next to the other. Her clothes were wet from lying in the grass. Her shoes were smudging the couch. Little running shoes. Size 6, probably. Cute. Was she breathing okay? He placed his fingers under her nose and felt little puffs of warm air. Okay. Alive. Breathing. Pulse. He felt her neck. Yeah. Her heart was pumping away, not too rushed. He backed away, eyes scanning the girl for anything amiss. Her right arm was jammed between her side and the back of the couch. He lunged forward, lifted the arm out, and placed it on top of her. He backed away again. Well, she looked comfortable. Now what? Shirley. Right. He should call her. There should be a woman here and not just him. What about an aid car? But what would he tell them? Just get Shirley on the phone. He crossed the room to the phone, sidestepping and peering sideways to keep his eyes on the girl. Hi, Shirley. This is Dane. Could you come right over, right now? Well, I've got a girl on the couch and she's unconscious and well, I don't know. She was running from a. Well, you're an EMT, aren't you? Do you have your toolkit, all that EMT stuff with you? Yeah, bring it. I'll tell you when you get here. Yeah, okay, I'll call him. Call the aid car, she said. He tapped out 911. 911. What is your emergency? The lady's voice was calm. She could have been working for an insurance brokerage. Dane knelt by the couch, peering at the restful face. He felt as if he were doing a scene from Sleeping Beauty. I have a young lady here asleep on the couch and, I wanted to be sure she's okay. A young lady, sir? Yeah, right. Are you calling from the McBride residence? No, this is Dane Collins. You're not calling from the McBride residence at 1250 Robin Hill Road. Oh, yeah, I am. I forgot. I just bought the place. So this is 1250 Robin Hill Road, Hayden, Idaho. Yes, it is. It wasn't a loud, rude snore, just one of those cute little ones that Mandy used to do when her head was tilted a certain way and her mouth dropped open. So she's breathing normally. He raised her head slightly and adjusted the pillow. The snoring stopped and she breathed in sleepy little sighs. I would say she's breathing just fine. How old is she? Young. So very young. I don't know. Early 20s, I guess. Is she injured? I don't know. She might be. And what's your name, sir? I wonder if she has Mandy's teeth. Dane Collins. Daniel. Dwayne Collins. Daniel. He peered into her slightly open mouth. No, Dane. I mean, well, Daniel. Just Daniel. Why don't you just say your first and last name for me? Well, he could only see the sides of a few molars. Maybe they looked like Mandy's teeth, but was that because he wanted them to? They were nice teeth, but teeth are teeth, even nice teeth. Sir. Huh. I'm sorry, what did you ask me? I need you to say your name. Okay. Right. Daniel Collins. Dane is a nickname. Okay. Got it. Are you going to send somebody? They're already en route, sir. Now, you don't know of any injuries. None that he could see. Of course, she was wearing a coat. Oh, brother. Shirley, where are you? Did she hit her head? Is she hanging out her hooded jacket, and then her neck up to behind her ear where the brown hair had fallen aside? There's a little scratch or something on her neck, just a little bit of blood. What about her hair right there? Were those blonde roots? There was a knock, and the side door opened. Dane spun away from the girl. On the couch. Hey, Shirley. Shirley strode on her short legs into the living room, lugging her big orange EMT kit. Okay. Dane said into the phone, we have an EMT here. Oh, the crew is there already. No, my neighbor is an EMT. I called her. Oh, very good. Well, the aid crew should be arriving any minute. Dane told Shirley, the aid car's on its way. Shirley was already checking Eloise's breathing and pulse. Better open the gate. Dane said goodbye to the dispatcher and entered the gate open code into the phone. Shirley struggled trying to remove Eloise's coat. Give me a hand here. He helped her get the coat off. That didn't go so smoothly either, but he felt better with Shirley doing it and him helping. Eloise's shirt was damp with sweat. Shirley rolled up the left sleeve and wrapped a blood pressure cuff around the arm. Better bring us one of those blankets in the upstairs hall closet. Bring the purple one. By the time he returned with the blanket, the aid car had arrived, lights flashing, and two paramedics came to the front door. One was a big-bellied, balding everybody's neighbor, and the other could have been a high school basketball coach, young, tall, and buzz-cut. Shirley knew both of them. The big-bellied guy was named Ron, the young guy Steve. Steve got out an oxygen bottle while Ron shined a penlight into Eloise's eyes. Is she on any drugs? Ron asked. Hello. Dane. Dane Collins. It was a woman. He didn't recognize the voice. Did she hit her head? Ron asked. Do you know? To the phone, yes, and to Ron, I don't know. The woman said, Dane, this is Dr. Kessler, from Las Vegas. She could have punched him in the jaw. His mind went into little blips and flashes that didn't connect to anything. Dr. Kessler. Do you remember me? Ron asked. What's her name? Dane covered the phone and answered, Eloise. He uncovered the phone. Yeah, sure, I remember you. And how are you doing? He looked toward the couch. Ron was gently shaking Eloise by the shoulders. Eloise. Wake up. Eloise. You hear me? Wake up. Dane lowered his voice. He wasn't sure why. I'm not sure this is a good time right now. Sounds like you have someone there with you, Kessler said. He was watching Eloise. They'd put an oxygen mask on her. Eloise made a little whimper, beginning to stir. Ron signaled for Shirley to step in. It's all right, said Shirley. You're all right. Who was that? Asked Kessler. That was why'd she need to know? Drive. Kessler, could we start? Over. Hello, how are you doing, and why are you calling me? Eloise's eyes half opened and she jolted, still dopey. Her little yelp was muted inside the oxygen mask. She blinked at Shirley and the paramedics like a dazed, cornered animal. Kessler was saying something. To find out how you were doing. You remember the conversation? Oh, yeah, he remembered it. Sure. His eyes were on Eloise. She didn't seem to be focusing yet, but being hemmed in by paramedics was troubling her. I was wondering if you were having any problems such as those we talked about. He didn't want to tell her how much Eloise Kramer looked like Mandy, very much when she was knocked out. She even snored like Mandy, and almost perfectly when she was awake, a fact that was overwhelming him this very moment. Such as, Kessler wasn't having an easy time of this either. He could imagine her consulting her invisible notes again and shifting in her chair. We would call it a delusional disorder. In this case, you're thinking you see Mandy. How about some for instances? He could tell she didn't want to humor him. Well, for instance, you might think you actually see her, or you could even see someone else and think she looks just like Mandy. Eloise's eyes focused on him. Oh, good grief. He looked away from her and spoke into the phone. What exactly makes you think I would see something like that? Dane, said Shirley. What? He asked Kessler as he looked in Shirley's direction. Kessler said, you have someone there with you now, don't you? Shirley, Ron, and Steve were watching Eloise look at Dane. Eloise was staring as if trying to make sure who he was. Dane gave her a weak little wave and smiled. He couldn't see her smile through the oxygen mask, but her eyes smiled with relief and she sank back against her pillow. Kessler asked, who does she look like? Dane studied Eloise's face. She looks what the heck kind of question is that? Does she look like Mandy? Be honest. I don't think this is a good time. This is a very good time. It gives you a chance to see exactly what I warned you about. They were taking off the oxygen mask. He'd lived with that image, but this time she was young and alive, not burned and dying. She and the medics were talking. Dane, can you hear me? I need to get off the phone. What's her name? Okay. Kessler had crossed the line. That is none of your business. Dane, she isn't Mandy. You have to realize that. She didn't sound as if she believed it. She doesn't even look like Mandy. You just think she does. Did you hear me? Gal, either you're crazy or I think it is you. I'll call you later. He hung up. No hospital, Eloise said with a moan, still under the heavy influence of whatever it was. We just need to be sure you're okay. Just get you checked over, said Ron. That upset her more. Oh, no you don't, she muttered, her eyes barely open. Her neck like a rag doll. I know who I am. I'm Meloise Kramer and I've lived here all my life and you can take me to the hospital. She groped about blindly, trying to find something. Where my wallet? Dane stepped up while Shirley handed Eloise her coat. She's Eloise Kramer. She works at McAfee's, that little coffee shop in Coeur d'Alene. Has she taken any drugs? Ron asked. Eloise dug out her wallet and flashed her driver's license at them. I'm Meloise Kramer. Says so ride. Air. Ron answered. Her vitals are fine, but she's doped to the gills on something. Booze. Ron shook his head. Some kind of sedative. That could be a needle mark on her neck. Did you give her anything? Well now, how was that for a blunt question? Dane could feel himself bristling, but he held himself in check. No, I wouldn't know what to give her. She was like this when I found her. Found her where? Outside in my pasture. How'd she get there? She ran. Some guy. No, said Eloise, waving dazedly in Dane's face. Don't let 'em take me. Don't let them take me. The look in her eyes broke him open, her fear knifed through him as if it were his own, as if she could have cried those words the last time but no one listened, as if he should have cried out for her but didn't because Drive Kessler and her white coats knew so much better, controlled everything, pronounced her dead, and wheeled her through a door that closed between them forever. He'd never known the man he was right here and now, never felt this kind of anguish. He suspected that seeing her face and hearing the echoes of Kessler's voice could be making him irrational, but in this moment he wasn't about to trust a doctor or a hospital. He leaned, lifted her chin with a fingertip, and met her eyes. Eloise, you do not have to go to the hospital if you don't want to. He looked at Ron and Steve. Isn't that right? They were hesitant to say it, but they both did. That's right. Then Ron added, but this could be a matter for. Dane asked Shirley, can you stick around a little while? She nodded with a half shrug. He told Ron and Steve, thanks, guys. Really appreciate it. Looks like we'll need to talk to her for a while. Is she out of danger? As near as we can tell, said Ron. Okay. Thanks, we'll keep an eye on her. Shirley'll be right here. They weren't happy about it. They gave in, but didn't leave before pulling Shirley into a private discussion outside the door. Dane could imagine the subject matter. Eloise. She turned her head just enough to see him. You are 19, aren't you? Uh-huh. Ron was sneaking sideways glances at Dane through the door's window. Well, this would all have to resolve in its own good time. Shirley came back inside. Dane pulled a chair closer for her, then another for himself. Eloise tried to sit up, but her eyes rolled and she rested on her pillow again. She groped and touched Dane's hand. Thank you. Shirley arranged the blanket under her chin. You warm enough? Eloise nodded. Dane asked, I suppose you've met Shirley. Eloise looked at Shirley and nodded. Shirley works for me. She takes care of the place. Eloise seemed glad to know that. Hello, Eloise, said Shirley, patting her hand. Cute girl, isn't she? Dane asked. Shirley gave Eloise a smile. Oh, yes. You like her shoes. Shirley looked quizzical. The blanket. They're okay. Nice. Dane craned to look. What kind of shoes are they, anyway? Shirley leaned. I don't know. Running shoes. Silver and gray. Nice color choice. Uh-huh. And what do you think of her hair? Cut kind of like yours. Shirley examined Eloise's simple, short hairstyle, definitely not looking its best at the moment. Well, kind of. Her hair's straighter and there's no frosting. Brown, and yours is brown with blonde highlights. She put her hand to her hair, playfully, showing it off. So far she seemed to think he was just making calming conversation. Good enough. He asked Eloise, who cut your hair? Rhea. She answered. A girl Fryan. Nice color. He told Shirley, it sets off her brown eyes. Shirley gave him a look. Her eyes are blue. Dane took a second look and feigned enlightenment. Ooh, excuse me. So, said Shirley, are we gonna talk about what happened? Eloise tried to sit up and slurred, I have a go to the bathroom. Dane helped Shirley get her up, and Shirley took her around the corner and down the hall. Got to make sure. Dane made a quick circuit around the living room. He found a vase of dried flowers knocked over but not broken. A stack of magazines on the end table had slid off onto the floor. The celestial globe he kept against the window next to his telescope had hopped off its stand. So he did hear real noises down here. He replaced everything with little time to wonder about it could where she let her face ask the question as her eyes looked upstairs. He knew what she meant. Mandy's things, tucked and folded away in drawers, hanging in the closet, safe on shelves. Inviolable. Sacred. Sorry. No. He felt guilty but couldn't bend. What about a bathrobe? Do you have a bathrobe? Fair enough. He bounded up the stairs to the bedroom to get it, tossed it over the railing, and Shirley took it down the hall. He hurried back down to wait. When Shirley and Eloise returned, the young girl wobbled, hanging on Shirley's arm with one hand and clutching his robe about her with the other. It hung from her like it was melting, and the hem almost touched the floor. She shuffled to the couch and sank into it, checking up and down herself for any breach of modesty. Her eyes had progressed from dopey to early morning drowsy, and she didn't seem too happy about having to wear that robe. So here we go again, she muttered. Shirley started packing up her gear. Okay. Guess I've got an elk to cut up. Dane wasn't ready for this. You're going. Shirley cocked an eyebrow Eloise's direction and answered, I understand. You have a meeting. But she's all right for now. If she keels over, call me. She extended a hand, and Eloise gave it a shake. Nice to make your acquaintance, Eloise. So nice to meet you, said the girl. Her clothes'll dry pretty quick. Shirley grabbed her coat and kit, then paused in the kitchen door to ask Eloise, You're sure now? I'll be fine, said Eloise, her head still a little too heavy for her neck. Okay. Shirley headed through the kitchen for the side door and called out. I told her you're a gentleman, so there's nothing to be. Her eyes implored him through the drugs. It'd be nice. Well, this was a nice little checkmate, so perfect she had to have planned it. It was awkward. It was even scary. But he had questions of his own. Chapter 21. Dane noticed his body language. He was towering over her and he wanted answers so badly his expression probably seemed unpleasant. He made himself relax, slid his chair back a few feet, and sat down. And then they stared at each other. Her eyes fell away a few times, perhaps to deal with a thought, perhaps because she was still half asleep, but they always returned and met his gaze again. He was trying to read her. She was probably trying to read him. So what did you tell her? He asked, nodding in the direction of Shirley's exit. That I came out here to see you, but then I had a problem with some drugs. What drugs? I don't know. I made it up. You made it up. You lied. Well, I didn't know what to say. So what did happen? She laughed an apology. It sure could have gone better. Tell me what happened. He could see she was thinking, coming up with something, her eyes shifting to the left as she worked on it. I guess I don't remember most of it. Do you remember ingesting or injecting any drugs? You sound like a doctor. I'm not. Do you? Are you a drug user? No, I don't do drugs. Do you remember running across my field? Really? I mean, I did. That's where I found you. You fell down in my field. Those little tidbits helped her. Oh, I think I hit my head. I was fixing a flat tire just a little ways up the road and I bumped my head with the lug wrench. I guess I wandered back here trying to get some help and finally conked out in your field. She looked at him with a dull, spacey rapture. And you rescued me, right? I guess you could say that. That is just so cool. So who was that guy chasing you? Oh, now she looked caught. What guy? He cocked his head at her and raised an eyebrow. She dug a little deeper. You mean who did you see? I saw a man chasing you. Who was he? Chasing me. You were running from him. I was. He held his forefinger and thumb a tiny gap apart. You're that far from getting thrown out of here, wet clothes or not. She searched through her brain another moment but gave up. I don't know, I mean, what did he look like? Blonde. Young. Agile. Clarence. From the other night at McAfee's. She brightened and leaned toward him, managing a horse's nod. Yes. Remember him. He was my volunteer for the coffee mug trick. His face is memorable. He's been there a couple times. He was there for my very first performance. So, now she didn't know where to go. So what? Why was he chasing you? Are you sure he was chasing me? You ran into my pasture. He was running after you. You were passing out. His face had blood on it and some really nice bruises, and he didn't turn around until I threatened him. Her eyes got that wide, spacey look again, like she was looking at Superman or Prince Charming. It made him cringe. You threatened him. He held up a hand. I'm lucky he bought it. I was waving that sword over there. She marveled at the sight of his stage sword, now resting on the floor against the wall. You rescued me with a sword. It's a prop for a magic act. She brightened. You used to stab your pretty assistant with it while she was curled up in a box. My wife. Far out. I always wondered how that trick worked. Is it a depth perception thing? Trying to change the subject. Nice try. You say I rescued you. Did Clarence mean you harm? She looked away, rubbed her fingers, scratched her ear. Did he mean you harm? She had nowhere else to go. She nodded, then spoke as if confessing. I got a flat tire and I pulled over and got out to fix it, and then these two guys, Clarence and another guy, named Lemuel, drove up and acted like they were going to help me, and when I wasn't looking they gave me some kind of a super zap like they were electrocuting me or something, and then they gave me a shot. She pointed to the mark on her neck. Right here, and the next thing I knew I was waking up here on the couch. Well, it all fit. They tasered you. What's that? Taser. It's an electric shock device that immobilizes the victim. Oh, whoa, yeah, I hope to shout. So what about the other guy, this, Lemuel? Yeah, what did he look like? He was cool looking, Hispanic or Arab or Greek or something. But you might have seen him with Clarence the other night at McAfee's. They were both there. But you don't know them. No, but they jumped you, tasered you, gave you a shot to knock you out, chased you into my pasture. I take it you struggled. I don't remember anything after the shot. Clarence looked like you'd landed a few. She enjoyed the thought of that. Maybe I did. But you don't want to call the police. That got a reaction. Oh, no, let's not. I don't wanna know. No, anything they want, and they don't even ask if it is okay. Them and motherly doctors and cute, redhead, designated examiners. Single quote. He braced himself. So there's more to this. I don't know. He rose. Your clothes ought to be dry by now. She reached out to him. No, okay. Okay. He stopped, standing over her. You are the one who called this meeting. We're supposedly having, and I take it is to discuss your career. Your career. You expect me to work with you in trust and confidence when all you do is lie to me. This is absurd. She wilted, gathering the robe around her. He settled in his chair again and waited, just waited, hoping a good, steady glare would do the job. Finally she muttered, barely audible, they were from the hospital. Still he said nothing. She tried to look at him but couldn't. I was in the hospital and I got away. What hospital? Spokane County Medical Center. And why were you there? She had to gather some courage to finally let it out. I was in behavioral health. I guess I'm sort of crazy. Oh, now you're crazy. He waved off any follow-up to that. How crazy is sort of crazy? Now she met his eyes. Not real crazy. Just a little crazy, and not all the time, just sometimes. So what kind of crazy are you? She looked puzzled. Are you paranoid? Or split personality? Or manic depressive? Or what? She looked away, but then, with a new resolve, she faced him and answered. I'm delusional. I think I'm somebody else. He was silent, and not because he chose to be. Did she really say what he heard? But I've learned to live with it and I'm doing fine and I just want to be left alone. If they find me they'll lock me up and drug me and I may as well die because my life will be over. There's no moving forward in that place. All you do is sit and get moldy. She was much different when she was honest. She was strong, able to face him. Good. And since you asked and I'm telling, I'll just let you know that I'm badly in need of some friends right now. I don't need pills and shrinks. I just need a chance. If you're interested. A soul at the mercy of other wills. He could see it so clearly. It chilled him too. Realize he could feel it within himself. Who? His one-word question puzzled her. Who do you think you are? She wagged her head. That would be going back. I'm Eloise Kramer, and That's all. It was self-serving. He knew, but he asked, "May I ask when you were born?" She had to think a moment. January 15th, 1991. Mandy's birthday except for the year. He tried and failed to hide how that caught his attention. January 15th. She nodded and re-emphasized, 1991. Something told him he was being silly. Maybe he was. What were their names? Arthur and Eloise. I was named after my mother. That hit him in the stomach, and he knew it showed. Arthur and Eloise. He would have touched her had it been appropriate, just to be sure she was there. He shook his head ever so slightly before he realized it and stopped. She saw his reaction, and her eyes filled with it looked like hope. Did you know them? Arthur and Eloise Kramer. He actually chuckled at himself. No, he said. I'm sure I never met them. She sank back. The robe she was wearing. It was his blue robe, the woman he saw upstairs, the vision, the hallucination, whatever she was wearing. She was looking at him, getting concerned. Just thinking, he said. As he watched, a smile formed, widened, and filled her entire face with a glow he remembered. Bet you've never done an interview like this one. He laughed, and what a relief. He put his hands over his face, rubbed his eyes. Oh, no, I sure haven't. She laughed, too. And she did have Mandy's teeth. He talked in order to wrestle every thought and word back onto the rails of reality. But since we're being honest, you need to know I'm not in a good place right now. And I'm becoming more and more aware of it. The words still stuck in his mouth, difficult to force out. I've just lost my wife. Well, Dane, are you going to tell her what an emotional wreck you are? That you can't trust your feelings, or even your perceptions. That you have trouble looking at her and seeing only Eloise Kramer, born in Spokane in 1991. He spoke the next safe thought he could find. My wife and I were professional magicians. We were a team. We designed and wrote our own show. We could read each other, anticipate every move, every gag. 40 years. 40 years. And for us, that was the magic. That was what it was all about. But now she's gone. She's really gone, and I'm having to deal with that. Looking at the girl's quiet attentiveness, he realized afresh that she was only 19. He could try to explain how it felt, but she still wouldn't know, not really. It's been an unbearable surprise, like our life was an epic movie and right in the middle the film broke and I'm thinking, now what? And I don't know, and what really drives me crazy is, I'll never know. I'll never know how the story could have turned out. He jerked his head in the direction of the barn. Our unfinished story's out. They're in the barn. All our shows, all our inventions and memories, all the skill we put into it, all the years and dreams and concepts, they're all out there, boxed up in crates under tarps, and I'm running on memories. What's coming up? I don't know. How the rest of my life is going to turn out, I don't know. So anyway, whoever you are, or whoever you think you are, I'm not the mentor you're looking for. You need a guide who isn't lost. You need someone whose head isn't, well, scrambled, isn't a bad word. I have no doubt you'll do well. The hobo thing, if you ask me, that's like the gypsy thing. You keep slipping into characters who aren't you. I don't know why unless it is part of your being crazy. But you. He sighted down his finger as he wiggled it at her. You have it in yourself to be truly delightful, and I really mean that. You just have to find out who you are, and once you do, you'll be unstoppable. You don't need me. He thought it was a pretty good speech, hopefully enough to establish truth. So the mirage would go away. He was honest with her, and most important, honest with himself despite himself. It felt like dragging a sharp rake sideways through his guts, but it was honest. Without a moment to contemplate, she said, "You can't stop now." "Oh, right." He chuckled. Youth. How little she knew. Young lady, things can look a lot different from this end of your life. This time she digested his words for a moment, her head tilted, her eyes narrowed. Once you've paid your dues, you'll